Playing for Sin, featuring the Biggie Brothers frontman Tom Johnston. And listen to the music, the good version. Check it out. A man who claims to be a time traveler from 2671 has revealed a list of events that he believes will happen this year. Alaric claims there will be a major scientific discovery made after 8,000 people get chosen by an alien to save the planet. The social media user known on TikTok as the Arabian Time Traveler also claims tsunami could hit California, causing a huge number of casualties. The Daily Star of Britain, the self-proclaimed time traveler, mentioned there might be some huge scientific discoveries, including scientists finding a way to use stem cells to grow replacement organs. The creator, who has gained over 26,000 followers, is posting warnings about supposed future events, said in his latest video, "Attention to anyone who believes I am a fake time traveler, remember these major events." In the rest of 2023, and you can read the rest of the story in the news section of coasttocoastam.com. Paranormaldates.com is an online site where genuine singles meet and form relationships. If you're sick of being single, fed up of waking up alone on a Sunday morning, you've come to the right place. Paranormal Dates has thousands of members just like you who are looking for fun, friendship, romance, and that special long-term relationship. It's completely free to join Paranormal Dates. As soon as you do, you can add your photo and create your own personal profile page. And it costs nothing. Send a link so you can start contacting the people that you fancy straight away. Search by location and find other singles in your area. So, what are you waiting for? Join Paranormal Dates today and start meeting other singles straight away. ParanormalDates.com. Remember, you are not alone. When we come back, more of my conversation with investigative journalist Janet Phelan. She has concerns about the water system being weaponized. Why was a second water line added? We'll get back to that when we come back, right here on Coast to Coast AM. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggott's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels at the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. What if you could build a 6-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a 6-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett Gibson, best-selling author and star in the new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are off track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. All you cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020. For a limited time, it's back the 1-ounce solid silver Ghana alien coin, part of the silver starter kit exclusively at BullionMax.com/code. With inflation on the rise and a teetering stock market, now's the time to diversify into precious metals that you could store at your home. Go to BullionMax.com/code and they'll ship your silver directly to your home, fully insured. They'll start building your wealth in precious metals at BullionMax.com/code. That's BullionMax.com/code. And we're back with investigative journalist Janet Phelan, and the book is At the Breaking Point of History. We're talking about the second water line that has been secretly added. Just a couple of, observations. You've got all of these crews all over America installing these lines. Wouldn't have someone else would have noticed, hey, this is kind of unusual. We've never done this before. And I don't know, whistleblowers. Where are the whistleblowers? Well, I don't think the street crews have any idea that they've done anything that could be considered nefarious. I mean, I don't believe so at all. I mean, they were probably told, okay, we need to, get more water into the town or into the street or something. I don't believe that the city crews have any idea that there might be a problem. Now, interestingly enough, in 2002, there was a federal law passed that criminalized the revelations that a public official reveal anything about what is called critical infrastructure. Now, clearly, we know that person, that water line is not considered to be critical infrastructure. You make a request for water records, you'll get blueprints on that line. So there's nothing particularly spooky or of concern about the one line. But that second line, this continues to withhold. Now, I had a meeting at one point with the Water Commission and in Medford, Oregon. And again, in Medford, they actually provide you free of charge if you walk into the Water Commission. You can probably ask about going where the water lines are. And they only show you one water line. And I developed, my back door and got some real blueprints shown too. So I had a meeting at the Water Commission in Medford, and I brought in those six blueprints. I said, okay, you've got 1.1 and 1.2, what's going on here? And the engineer and the public information officer just looked at me like this. I said, fall through the story. You didn't want to answer the question. They wouldn't answer the question. So finally, I read them that federal law that makes it a felony for a public official to reveal the existence of critical infrastructure. I said, is this what is governing your response or your non-response here? And they stood up, they said the conversation is over, and they left the room. So not only was it not discuss the fact that I found there was a second line, they wouldn't even discuss their non-response to this. It was quite something. Didn't this, these water system blueprints and asking questions about them, did they not ultimately lead to you being fired as a reporter? Well, actually, it was quite a bit earlier than that. It was in 2004, and I was working as a columnist at the San Juan Daily Press when I got in a tip-off that something very unseemly had happened with water systems. And I was curious, and I thought that it maybe start with these kind of sort of a global sort of request for water records. So I didn't say anything about anything unseemly. I just walked into City Hall and plunked down a public records request. And within the hours, I got a call from the editor, and enraged the editor at the Santa Monica Daily Press, who told me she has not authorized me to make a public records request about water, and that I was endangering her position as an editor of the Santa Monica Daily Press. And yet, I was fired. It's the case for the water records. So, you mentioned Medford, Oregon, you mentioned Los Angeles, Spokane. Do you imagine, not imagine, any reason, any evidence to suggest that this is even far more spread, that this is going on in virtually all of the municipalities, major municipalities in the United States? It's a little hard to hear, Richard, but please repeat that for me. All right, I'm just wondering if there's any evidence to suggest that this second water line system is across the United States, in other words, in every municipality or many of them. It certainly was, and everywhere I looked, I would certainly like to find a city in the United States that doesn't have 4 different states. I've had other researchers kind of nosing around in like Massachusetts and Connecticut and finding some evidence that the same system exists there. And furthermore, I began to wonder if the U.S. was one of those fucking things that every fucking system. And I found concrete evidence of the double-line water system in Canada and in relatively stable releases. Recent ones, I found descriptions of exactly the same sort of system imposed in Iraq. You know, after the women bombed Iraq back to the Stone Age, they very nicely went and reestablished their utility domains, and apparently they put in the double-line water system. And also, I found a relatively stable release from Jerusalem, where a political officer was describing a water system in Jerusalem that smacks of this double-line water system. And even Switzerland, the evidence I found there was less direct. It had to do when the city goes in to do any work on underground water lines or underground lines at all. They will generally mark up the pavement with color-coded markings so that when they dig, they won't inadvertently, run into a gas line or water line. So, generally speaking, they're using blue for marking up water, yellow for marking up gas, and so forth. So I did get some photographs in Geneva where they were preparing to do underground work and had marked up the street and had markings that indicated that there was a double-line water system there. So, well, perhaps we'll open the we'll open the phone. We're going to open the phone lines at the bottom of the hour here and take questions and comments. And maybe there's someone out there listening who works for a municipality, maybe like an engineer, and maybe they have a more prosaic explanation for the double-line water system. I certainly hope there's a more prosaic explanation, because what the alternative is very sinister, potentially very sinister. Let me ask you, something different, and that has to do with the DNA of the, what do you call it, the obsession with the DNA. And I was reading a piece in the Globe and Mail up here in Canada, a newspaper up here in Canada, the Globe and Mail. And this is a story that goes back about 10 years. I think it originally ran in the Atlantic, magazine The Atlantic, and it was discussing how Secretary of State Hillary Clinton had directed embassies to surreptitiously collect DNA samples from foreign heads of state. Look at this one. No, she's telling the story. No, she's like, oh, my what's going on? Still going. That's right. That was actually also, that was picked up on a number of newspapers. It was also in one of the cable releases a number of years ago. Right. And at the same time, a book came out by Ronald Kessler, talking about the protection of the president, and revealed that President Obama had a special sort of field team that was dedicated to protecting the DNA, so that when Obama would be at state dinners, this field team would kind of scurry around after him and pick up whatever glasses or the blunt he was using, so that they would fall into the hands of foreign officials who might similarly be looking to collect the DNA of hard-headed individuals. So I thought that was also very interesting.
Right, so...
Because
yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
No, I was gonna ask you, what is the purpose of some developing some kind of a genetic weapon to take out world leaders?
Well, that's another rabbit hole, because apparently, I ran into an article from 1970 in a publication called the Military Review, which is discussing actually crowing about how the code has been cracked and they could now develop ethnic weapons. This was a military journal, and this was long before the code was cracked on DNA and the genetic code, which we know happened around 2000 or so. But this was in 1970. They said they had cracked the code and could now develop ethnic weapons. So it looks to me like there's been some sort of interest or some sort of tangential program that could potentially do this for at least 50 years.
Oh dear. What about the Nuremberg Code? Wasn't that designed to prevent this kind of thing?
Yeah. The Nuremberg Code. I think there's been a lot of concern lately about how the Nuremberg Code hasn't been particularly well honored or invoked in multiple situations having to do with the public health crisis for the last couple of years.
There's a history in the West of human experimentation. We're familiar with the Tuskegee study, of course, and where I guess it was 1932. You had hundreds of African American men from Macon County, Alabama, and they were enlisted to partake in this experiment. They were basically left untreated for syphilis, and in fact, the Nazis talked about human experimentation at Nuremberg, saying, "Well, we weren't doing anything that the Americans weren't already doing." Do you want to address, I guess, the topic of human experimentation now, as it's here in the 21st century? To what extent it's still going on, do you believe?
The first criterion was like the 1970s were attempting to address
there was this thing called Twitch or something. What's it called? You actually called Stitch.
Programs were actually dealing with certain kinds
like when you go in, no matter who it was or what it was,
which is the core of the Nuremberg Code. Unfortunately, what happened on the eve of the hearings is that the then head of the CIA
what the fuck, Dr. Burns?
chose to destroy most of the records of these programs rather than turn them over to the committee. So the extent to which these programs were actually deployed
there's not a single person
still remains
I thought somebody liked him, but no, everyone hated him. And
there is now a movement
that motherfucker
in the House Judiciary Committee
on the back, those are fucking cards here, the bumper sticker that says Mark Zuckerberg sucks dick.
and
That
pursuant
bumper's
to
fucking
that,
hard, dog.
a number of people who have been victimized by the Havana syndrome, which appears to be related
has directed energy weapons against possibly CIA officials and diplomats and maybe even others. A number of victims who are claiming these forced abuses are now contacting this organization of government, the subcommittee, trying to get their voices heard. However, having looked at the behavior of this subcommittee, they had some televised hearings. I was a little concerned that comparing it to the church committee might be doing a great disservice to the church committee. So I'm thinking that the call this weaponization of government subcommittee. And I was interested in speaking with them about concerns that are now becoming rather well established that judges some judges may be accepting bribes to a particular sort of mechanism in order to try cases. This has been a particular concern of mine, and lo and behold, a presentation was just made to the Arizona legislature by a researcher named Jacqueline Brager, which is actually saying pretty much the same thing.
Okay, I gotta jump in that, Janet. Apologies for the interruption. We'll pick up on that point on the other side. We're gonna open up the phone lines, questions and comments for investigative journalist Janet Phelan. Here's Bonnie Tyler taking us into the break with It's a Heartache on Coast to Coast AM.
Nothing but a fool
I'm Mr. Carabella from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Officials have arrested 18 people suspected of asking a minor for sex in California. The task force in Sacramento says the arrests are part of Operation Secret Admirer, which catches anyone trying to target children for sex. The operation spanned a month and involves officials posing as children as young as 13. Officials say people can report suspected child sexual exploits for tips.org. A coyote in San Diego stuck in an illegal job trap hasn't been released into the wild. San Diego Humane Society's Project Wildlife team was taking care of the animal for 3 weeks. The coyote was found last month dangling on a chain link fence from its jaw strap attached to her left front leg. The humane officers say the coyote does not have permanent damage. The Humane Society is investigating the coyote hunting as felony animal cruelty. Nearby weather. Sunday will be cloudy in the morning, then some clouds in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s to around 60 at the beaches, inland, Metro Lake, Orange County, the valley, i.e. in the high desert. Doing local. For the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mr. Carabella. The crash in downtown LA, the 110 northbound before the 101, that crash is blocking lanes and has you stop and go from Olympic. At an earlier stall on the 101 southbound before Highland in Hollywood, that stall has been cleared. We spoke to Universal Studios Boulevard. Mid-City to 10 westbound at Crenshaw, look out for an accident blocking the right lane. And in Orange on the 22 eastbound at 57, you've got a crashing lane taking 57 north. KFI, this guy helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
Hi everyone, I'm Joanne at the Cortez. Here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
From the line and press line.
The latest hurricane station.
Reporting live here in the Laguna Beach.
Seriously, HOA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain comes through. We're covering more stories from more places, more often, with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. HOA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why HOA is LA's very own.
What a moment! Sunday on the TW. Travel start to the season in Mayakoba, Mexico. Lift off return to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Live Golf is live all season long. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the TW. Are you ready for this? Dream Friday on the TWS and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your TW network. This weekend starting at 10 a.m. on KTI. retain consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up today at startLAFitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, battle ropes to box jump. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities. With Olympic lifting platforms, basketball courts, pools, and more, start a new day revolution. So get your pass today. Come into one of our hundreds of locations or join online with our latest offers. Grab your free 3-day pass at startLAFitness.com. That's startLAFitness.com. And use their location facilities when you're able to complete 3-day passes redeemable by non-members only.
He's live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feedback. His wife Michelle is trying to He's arranged. Michelle throws an elbow. He's swinging for the couch. He could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Just learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspired is not for everyone. Help you after the sleep is right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com.
AFI, AM 640. To talk to Richard Serrett, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Say hello on Twitter at Richard Serrett. This is Ray Lamontuno. Strong enough. The Mail online, let's say a newspaper in Great Britain, is trying to unravel the mystery of Bigfoot, and they've listed the top 5 theories about the hairy man. Everything from a lost species of hominids to a Native American nature spirit. Number 2, the creature is actually an ape from Asia that wandered to North America during the Ice Age. Number 3, Bigfoot is among at least 2,000 ape men walking upright in North America's woods today. Number 4, the American nature spirit. Number 5, all the videos and alleged photographic evidence is actually a hoax. Story in the news section of at coasttocoastam.com. Hey, if you like what you hear from me tonight, this morning, and you want to find out more, you can start by visiting my website, strangeplanet.ca, and there's a lot of stuff there. You can stream and subscribe to my podcast right there, Richard Serrett Strange Planet. That's the podcast. New episodes drop every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And if you want to get deeper into the podcast, you might want to think about a premium subscription. And there are 2 subscriber tiers to choose from. You can get access to commercial-free listening, a free subscription to my monthly newsletter, discounts on Strange Planet merch, and even an exclusive monthly Q&A with me over Zoom. StrangePlanet.ca. Everything's right there. StrangePlanet.ca. All right, when we come back, your questions and comments for investigative journalist Janet Salem as we discuss the breaking point of history right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turns into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner fixed, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with HUD.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Real people, real stories. I had acute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's pretty miserable. So I started taking Carnivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
I was on this lymph problem, but the chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. We started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try Carnivora. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took them into the vet and had them checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My dad had issues that developed in his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the carnivore advertising, so I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Janet Salem stays with us. The book is at the breaking point of history. That's published by Trine Day, TRINE, Trine Day, TrineDay.com, the website. Before we go to the call, Janet, we were talking about, I think you were addressing the whole issue of things like electronic harassment. We were talking about experimentation and, I'm trying to remember, we left off, you were discussing certain judges have corrupt judges and been bribed to throw certain cases. I think you were talking about electronic harassment. Correct me if I'm wrong. Well, actually, I was referencing this new subcommittee on weaponization of government, and that's sort of a catch-all that might include a number of different issues. And I did try to reach out to this subcommittee on some of these concerns about what's happening to some of the judges, and I found that the subcommittee really didn't seem to be interested. It's a subcommittee of the House Judiciary Committee, but it didn't seem to be interested in any issues about judges taking bribes. And in fact, the whole issue of this weaponization of government committee seems to be sort of a partisan political effort to tar the other party while keeping, the spirit of Donald Trump alive. So it didn't seem to be really living up to its name. All right, let's go to the phone. And first-time caller, Lewis, is calling from one of the cities that has apparently... Oh, we lost Lewis. Oh, that's too bad. He wanted to talk about those blueprints because he's in Los Angeles. All right, that's too bad. We lost Lewis. Maybe he'll call back. Let's say hi to Joe. Is it Medina, Ohio? Joe, East of the Rockies. Welcome to call. Good morning. Hi, Richard. My name is Joe. Hi, Janet. How are you? Hey, Joe. Good, good. A couple quick comments. I have to live with a Vitaset generator at human residence because I'm constantly under attack. Um,
Under attack by what? An energy weapon?
Energy weapon, correct. I'm sure you've heard of G. Edward Griffin. He's a select expo. A couple of doctor friends of mine, he's a gentleman that you have to have on your show. He's the best in the country. His name's Dr. Alfonso Manzo. Remember that name, and you can look him up. I could put you in contact with him. And Janet, if you could leave your email, I have a lot of treasure trove of information for you. Richard, you had a past guest back in 2012 that was a friend of mine. His name was Michael Chapua. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us. He was taken out in January of 2020, poisoned. And I got him in contact with now my doctor friend, Alfonso Manzo, 2 weeks before he died. And he had an extensive, he was a doctor, my one friend, Dr. Alfonso Manzo, he also has a background in electrical engineering, as well as Michael Chapua. He has a Tesla technology. So he was able to dismantle a lot of the AI technology that's being put in all of us today. And I would say he's the foremost expert. He's the best of the best. So I could go together specific about information to share and how it's impacting all of it, and how we're able to test it. He has the most sophisticated equipment using biofeedback. And those electrical, I can't comment about that Havana syndrome, but I do know without a doubt that technology does exist where people can be taken out from hundreds of yards away. This is really happened.
Joe, thank you for that. Let me ask you again. I mean, I don't know if you want to divulge an email or a method where someone like Joe could get in contact with you. That's up to you, Jan. No pressure.
Well, I wanted to put activist post, and you can contact me through activist post.
Okay, activist post. All right, and they're online as well?
Activistpost.com, yes.
Activistpost.com. Okay, Joe, that's the best way. Well, there was I think it was a bill that was introduced around 2000 or 2001 to ban certain types of space weapons. And there was a Democrat, Dennis Kucinich from Ohio, who introduced a provision into that bill. It was defeated, but the provision was to ban psychotronic weapons, which is exactly what Joe in Medina, Ohio was talking about. Any thoughts on that, Dan?
Well, it does seem as if the laws that are governing covert weaponry, whether they're biological weapons, psychotronic weapons, I have here right in front of me the prohibition for chemical weapons. And it looks, you read in the beginning, this is from the U.S. Federation Section 59, it's unlawful to develop, produce, otherwise acquire, transfer directly or indirectly, receive, stockpile, retain, own, possess, or use, or directly use any chemical weapon. Now, it sounds great. But then you go to the exempted agencies in person, and it says it does not apply to the possession, ownership, possession, transfer, or receipt of a chemical weapon by a department, agency, or other entity of the United States. So, all of these efforts to protect us from weapons that are actually everything else, other than chemical, biological, radiological weapons, appear to have been spoiled through the doctors of laws like this.
All right. Wild card line. Wayne is in Tacoma, Washington. Wayne, good morning. Welcome to Coast.
Good evening, Sir Richard and Lady Janet. Almost anything can be used for nefarious purposes. I came across something quite a few years ago, and I thought I remembered just about the water, and especially, I know you've been guests on Coast talking about really poisoning the American public through the water system by them putting rat poison in our water, which is what is it that's supposed to protect the enamel on the teeth. That's what that was originally used for. right?
Right.
Okay. So anyway,
it's a byproduct of producing aluminum, and they couldn't figure out what to do with it. That's one theory. So they put it in the water system. Right.
yeah. And so anyway, I remember something about dual water systems. So I just Googled, why do we have dual water systems throughout the United States? So the first thing that popped up was something from an organization called the National Environmental Service Center, and it was just a short case PDF, so I downloaded it. I'm just going to read the summary, which is just a medium-long paragraph, and it says, dual water systems feature two separate distribution systems that supply potable water through one distribution network and non-potable water through another. The two systems work independently of each other within the same service area using dual systems and boost public water supplies because they lessen the burden on drinking water systems because they do not have to provide water treatment to drinking water standards for.
Can I interrupt you because I'm aware of dual water systems, and it is not configured at all in the same way as the double line water system. Dual water systems require more than one service line. So you have a separate service line for the potable water and a separate service line for the non-potable water. But what I'm talking about is this covert double line water system. You've got one service line, and that makes a world of difference. So a dual water system is not the same as what I am describing and discussing in this book.
All right, Wayne, thank you for that.
Dual water systems are mostly used for like agricultural purposes, and the second service line carries non-potable water to be used for like washing toilets or watering fields or stuff where it comes into a separate service line, not the same service line, which is what we've seen in the double line water system.
It does make sense. Yeah, why bother to run water through a filtration system if it's just going to be used for irrigation, etc. Right, okay, let's say hi to...
Right.
Okay, first-time caller. I'm glad that Steve is in San Diego. He wants to discuss something that we didn't get to, and that's the WHO and their pandemic treaty. Steve, go ahead. Welcome.
Excellent show today. So much for providing this care. I just want to know, under the past 2 years or so, aside from that, in the future, why is the WHO getting involved in who and who doesn't get medical treatment, whether they like it or not, under the relevant code, under informed consent, under personal health decisions in Los Angeles, or Utah for that matter? The World Health Organization is being controlled by certain people, and maybe you can elaborate on who, how, why, and how we can stop it, prevent it.
All right, Steve, thanks for the call. Janet? Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch all of that, but I think I caught enough of it to address it. At this point in time, the WHO has launched a two-pronged effort to change the relationship between individuals and national governments and the WHO to see the WHO exclusive dominion over our health provinces. And there are basically two prongs to this effort. One of them is the amendment of the International Health Regulations. I have details on this here, but unfortunately, I probably don't have enough time to go into them. And the other is through the launching of a pandemic treaty. So these are both hovering on the horizon to possibly go into effect in 2024. And either or both of these together will decimate our health sovereignty
and our ability to make individual decisions over our own health care, should there be another public health emergency, or it could be public health emergency.
That's an important distinction, isn't it? And that could be. As I understand the treaty, you would essentially give the World Health Organization broad powers to not only announce officially that there is a pandemic, and then to also prescribe measures such as mask mandates, lockdowns, and so forth. Now, the idea is that this is supposed to be voluntary, and I guess this is the way that governments could adopt it without having to get it sanctioned by a vote in their parliament or in the United States by the Senate. They ratify treaties. So, but if it's voluntary, quote unquote, they don't have to get it ratified. Is that the idea? Do I have that correct?
Well, I'm not aware of this voluntary caveat. What I'm aware of is that it becomes obligatory. What I am aware of in terms of the pandemic treaty is that there is an effort to launch a sort of provisional acceptance, and that way it will not have to go through Senate ratification. It would only have to be signed by the president, and it again would change the way that treaties are generally dealt with in the U.S., which is, of course, first President signs it, and then it goes to the Senate for ratification. But under the terms of this pandemic treaty, that would be out the window, and it would only be a deal between Tedros and Biden.
Right, and obviously some concerns here that the communist Chinese have tremendous influence within the World Health Organization, and of course we have continued questions about the origin of a certain virus. Now even, the FBI and other organizations saying it's coming out of the Wuhan laboratory. So you have potentially the communist Chinese creating viruses, perhaps unleashing them, and then through their puppet, the World Health Organization, imposing lockdowns and mandates on the rest of the world.
That is a clear and present danger. I wouldn't ascribe it only to the Chinese Communist Party, however. I think there was a bit of involvement in the U.S. in the entire public health crisis. And that's true.
Sure, gain of function funding through the NIH. Right, so that's been addressed, obviously, in the Senate hearing. Janet, it's great speaking with you. Thank you so much for hanging out for the last 2 hours and providing some very exclusive information. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much for having me on it.
At the breaking point of history, that's available at Amazon and also Trine Day. Trine Day Publishing, TrineDay.com, TrineDay.com. All right, when we come back, symbolism, occult symbolism embedded in your favorite films. Robert W. Sullivan IV, historian, philosopher, antiquarian, writer, and 32nd degree Scottish Rite Freemason is next. Stay with us. I never chose to become a gambler.
what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
The Play It Forward Foundation, or PIF, elevates and equips elite young athletes through NIL branding to support their development and secure their future. Learn more at piffoundation.org. Play It Forward Foundation, creating opportunity.
Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcast at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in as the best podcast. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9.
Considering a new lead for yourself or your business? Consider the benefits of subscription. I'm Scott Painter, CEO of Autonomy, where an easy subscription is like a lease but way more flexible. It's a debt-free way to get month-to-month access to a new EV. You can even pay with your credit card. Learn more at autonomy.com. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
What are your chances of actually connecting with a real hitman? You're not going to connect with an actual hitman over the internet. See, there you are. Do you have like a LinkedIn page for this? Why are you so interested? I don't know. Well, that's not my style, but you know somebody who knows a guy who knows a guy? That would be it. It would be a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. Bill Handle. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KM. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I want like 3 minutes. 3 minutes for them awards. I had to puke. Well, you got a boycott on my. Hold on. Delete me, would you? You did? Okay. Delete me. So we didn't physically delete me. I can't done again. So here I have that Bitcoin. Bitcoin. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The storm has turned deadly. I'm Andrew Caravella from the CFI 24-hour newsroom. A levee has sailed on the Pajaro River in Monterey County. There is flooding and evacuations going on. Steve Patterson says a weather phenomenon known as the Pineapple Express is causing subtropical weather from the Pacific. This is one of 2 atmospheric rivers that we're expected to get. The second one coming on Monday, bringing even more precipitation to areas that do not need it at all. The state of emergency has been declared in Central California. At least 2 people have been killed in the heavy rain and flooding. Health officials say all adults in the U.S. should be tested for hepatitis B at least once in their life. CDC Chuck Siverson says that the CDC also recommends babies get vaccinated to fight hepatitis B. All age groups can get the shot, says the CDC, saying most American adults are not vaccinated against hepatitis B. Siverson says that many people with the virus do not know they have it because they do not feel or look sick. Recommendations on Friday, the CDC says the virus can cause lifelong infection, scarring of the liver, liver cancer, liver failure, and death. Some Republicans are not happy with the president's $6.9 trillion budget.
His budget makes his priorities clear. His administration is at war with the American people, freedom, and prosperity.
Texas Republican Congressman Chip Roy says they want to shrink Washington by tossing out both the student loan bailout and the expansion of the IRS. They also want to recoup all unused COVID funds. And the world's loneliest orca has died after years of isolated containment at Marineland theme park.
Kiska, the orca whale, was captured in 1979 when she was 3 and sold to Marineland in Ontario a few years later. There she gave birth to 5 calves, and all of them died young. Kiska was kept alone in a cement tank since 2011, with studies have shown it's considered torture to animals like whales and dolphins. A video of Kiska repeatedly bashing her head into the walls of her enclosure went viral in 2021, with many calling for Marineland to be shut down. The park said in a statement Friday they'll mourn her loss. Mark Ross, KFI News.
Bud Grant, the stoic and demanding Hall of Fame coach, has died. Grant took the Minnesota Vikings and their mighty Purple People Eaters defense to 4 Super Bowls in 8 years. Grant was 95. KFI weather, Sunday will be cloudy in the morning, then some clouds in the afternoon. Highs are going to be in the mid-50s to around 60 all over the beaches, inland, Metro LA, Orange County, the valleys, IE, and the high desert. Monday and Tuesday will also have highs in the 50s to around 60. Right now, Brain and Tustin 59, Canadian 67, Long Beach 58 degrees. Local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Andrew Caravella.
As you realize, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends.
Beeline works hard keeping 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit Uline.com.
From 1909 to 1979, state-run hospitals in California performed thousands of sterilization procedures as part of Virginia's law. After 1979, this practice continued in some state prisons. If you were left unable to have biological children after surgery while living in a state-run facility or while in custody of a California prison, you may be entitled to compensation. For a confidential application, call 1-800-777-9229. Deadline to apply till December 31st, 2022.
On Ice Cube's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to Ice Cube's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
When you enter a place of business, you're for the legal reason. At the place of business, it's safe for you to shop there because they are making a profit from you. That's the law. Yet many times, a normal day ends with injuries because that business breached that duty because they knew or should have known of the dangerous conditions that caused your injury. It happens every day in many ways. Slip and fall when cleaning and maintenance were ignored. Falling boxes and items stacked too high, and so many other unexpected occurrences and dangers only known to that business owner. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury in the place of business, let our team investigate and report back to you. The duty to protect customers from harm is the law, and our duty is to protect you after that harm. Visit forthepeople.com for more information, or on your cell phone, dial pound law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. ForThePeople.com.
Looking to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art? Meet Cindy. You've been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell. I've been going to tangible for about 6-7 years.
Tangible just saves more.
Here's a great example of the tangible difference. I bought a gold and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around. They offered me 50. They offered me 100. I bought it to tangible and gave me $475 for it.
More cash, more respect.
Tangible treats me as well as would be the person coming in with, $10,000 worth of gold.
Tangible Investments owner Phil DeGenova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. He'll guarantee you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no-obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. KFI, AM 640. KFI live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
No, don't be but I focus on my time to some of this. That's why something
Now, here's your guest host, Richard Sherry.
Isn't that beautiful? Peter Gabriel, the Book of Love. Have you ever wondered why 007 is on numerical designation? Or where the name Luke Skywalker comes from? What's behind the symbolism of all those mirrors and black swans? Robert W. Sullivan IV is the author of 3 volumes of Cinema Symbolism, a guide to esoteric imagery in popular movies. And he's coming up next on Coast to Coast AM to reveal the occult, numerological, astrological, mythological, alchemical, tarot, Kabbalistic iconography, and symbolism, including within popular movies. And on a totally unrelated sidebar, after the death of his source, Robert is now free to reveal a mystery related to him by a Kennedy family insider about the whereabouts of JFK's missing brain. That conversation is coming up next on Coast to Coast AM.
Calm down.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached. Flattening glass and constant pressure for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, why don't we get to know each other better? I didn't even air conditioner signal, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual service. If this happens to you,
I don't ever want to see any other fucking thing.
And file a complaint with your building manager.
I don't care.
Strings attached.
Never.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Public service message from HUD. Partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different from me.
Me too. But I'm glad we are. Love has no labels, and one small step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so,
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/one small step, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing, this conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/one small step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
What in the fuck, dog? Am I doing this? Why? Hey, just fucking it. Alright, Rock,
And welcome back. Richard Sherry coming to you live from my home studio in Old Thorn Hill, just north of Toronto. Robert W. Sullivan IV is the philosopher, historian, antiquarian, jurist, theologian, writer, lawyer, and a Scottish Rite 32nd degree Freemason. He's the author of Cinema Symbolism, Volumes 1, 2, and 3, The Royal Art of Enoch, and a work of fiction, A Pact with the Devil. Robert, welcome back to Coast. How are you, my friend?
Hello, Richard. Thank you for having me back on Coast to Coast. My pleasure to be here. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you.
I always look forward to speaking with you, Robert. Because like you, I love movies, although I don't have, obviously, anywhere near your depth and breadth of knowledge. I'm going to get into all of these hidden little gems and layers that the directors and screenwriters sort of encode in films to really bring them to life. But before we do any of that, because we've had you on a number of times and it's always a great fun discussing symbolism in film. But before that,
remember that one down?
on a totally unrelated note, you had an acquaintance or a friend who was kind of a Kennedy family insider who related information to you about JFK's missing brain. And I guess now you're free to speak about it because this person is passed on. Is that correct?
Yes, Richard. The person who related this information to me is no longer here. They have been gone for a little while now. And the story, if you want me to tell it, I certainly will.
Yeah. Well, before we get right into it, let me just ask you, was this person a member of the Kennedy family, or was he a close friend? And did he know all of the Kennedys, or can you tell us a little bit about them without obviously identifying them?
Right. I'm not going to reveal this person's name, but I just will say that he was a Kennedy, as best I can describe it, he was a Kennedy family insider. Let's leave it at that. He knew some people who were very close to the Kennedy family, and I have no reason whatsoever to doubt what this person told me regarding the location of JFK's missing brain.
All right, you sort of set the scene, like when, where, and when, and what were the circumstances when? Like, that doesn't come out as a cocktail party exactly, does it? Or did it?
Well, no, I was an acquaintance of mine, and we were just talking one day about history and the Kennedys and the JFK assassination and the conspiracy theories surrounding it. And this was a while ago now. The Oliver Stone movie had already come out, the first one, the JFK. Stone has subsequently done another documentary about it. And it didn't come out in any way like, oh, this is some sort of closely guarded secret or like, under the table or hush or anything like that. He said, oh, I'll tell you where the brain is. He said, I know exactly where it is. And he related a story, this person, he or she, I should say, related a story to me. And that's, like I said, I personally have no, I did not identify this event or anything like that. This is a story that was told to me, so technically, as a lawyer, it's hearsay. But again, I knew this person, and I know this person would not lie to me, and I have no reason whatsoever to disbelieve or question the story.
Okay, so we'll give a little bit of the backstory, just the context here. So, November 22nd, 1953, Kennedy struck in the head. The fatal mortal wound despite all of the official narratives that came from behind on the floor of the Texas Book Depository building. If you see the Zapruder film, obviously, for the naked eye, it looks like it's coming from the front and to the side, the grassy knoll, Kennedy's head snapped back. So then he's taken to Parkland Memorial Hospital. He's declared dead. Somewhere now, you can fill in the blanks here. I'm not sure if the autopsy was performed not there, but it was at Bethesda Naval Hospital when they took Kennedy's body there. The autopsy, or was it performed at Parkland?
No, it should have been done in Parkland because at the time there was no federal law. Assassination was first-degree murder, essentially. It would have been covered by the state of Texas. There was this was not a federal crime at the time. So the autopsy should have technically have been done at Parkland Hospital in Dallas. But of course the body was moved, one could say illegally, to Bethesda Naval Hospital in Maryland outside of D.C. where the autopsy was done. And I mean there's all sorts of suspicious activity revolving around the autopsy. Dr. Hume was burning his autopsy notes. People were being told to be quiet about what they were finding. There were bullet wounds that didn't tally with what the official story was. More wounds than they could account for. With the number of shots that were fired. So yeah, I mean, the whole thing is very suspicious. And it was at this point at the Bethesda Naval Hospital where Kennedy's brain was removed as potential evidence, as potential crime scene evidence, and was preserved in the National Archives of all places. And that's where it stayed for at least 4 years.
Right, because obviously if you're looking to determine the trajectory of the bullet that was the mortal head wound, that would be found in the brain. And that's typical in an autopsy. They take out the organs, they weigh them, and so forth, and certainly with the brain. Not to get fully graphic, but whatever was left of the brain. And so it was after the autopsy, the brain had been stored in the National Archives. It was 4 years.
Yeah, it was there for.
Okay, so at what point is it missing?
Well, it was missing in 1967.
And when did it discover? How did it discover that it was missing?
I know for a fact that it was missing when
please do it. Please make it.
They requested to examine it, and at that point the National Archives knew that it was gone, and they didn't know where it was.
Dude, I did that one. I did that one. Oh, I did right here. Where did you see that? I did that.
When it was officially, it was determined that it wasn't there anymore, and its current whereabouts were unknown.
Okay, so now along comes your acquaintance, and during the conversation he tells you, I know where the missing brain is.
Correct.
Is this like a
All right, so let's get into it.
Right, the story that was told to
I
me
like how
was,
it's comic
he said that in 1967, John F. Kennedy was, the body in Arlington Cemetery was moved. It had been buried, when they interred it in 1963, they moved the body 4 years later in 1967 to the location it is now. It didn't move very far. It moved a little farther up the hill. And of course, this is where it is now under the monument with the burning torch. You can go see it today if you want to. At that point, he told me that when the body was being moved, Kennedy's brother, the former Attorney General Robert Kennedy, went into the National Archives under the table. This wasn't, somewhat surreptitiously, and removed the brain from the vault of the National Archives and put it in Kennedy's coffin. And the brain is actually buried with John F. Kennedy in Arlington National Cemetery. And his motivation for doing this, Robert Kennedy's motivation for this was he was deeply distressed and concerned that the brain was going to wind up somehow, somewhere in what you would describe as a carnival barker, or wind up in the hands of a private collector, somewhat obscurely, and put on display or become a sideshow exhibit or something like that. That deeply distressed him and worried him. He didn't want that to happen. So when the body was being moved, when JFK's body was being moved in Arlington in 1967, Robert Kennedy retrieved the brain out of the National Archives, placed the brain in John F. Kennedy's casket, and then of course it was subsequently buried where it is today in Arlington National Cemetery. That was the story that was told to me, and I have absolutely no reason to doubt it.
No, Don.
So what's interesting about that, and that's a remarkable story. I tend to believe it because, first of all, you're a credible person. I believe you, and I have faith in your judgment and character. So if you say this person was credible. What's interesting, though, is that one of the theories, he was trying to get to the bottom of his brother's assassination. Who was responsible? And that brain, as we mentioned earlier, would have contained key evidence. He would have been in possession of the brain for a period of time. I would imagine he would have maybe examined it, would have been interested to know, was the mortal head wound, did it come from in front, to the side instead of behind?
I don't know.
And yet the brain never spoke of it, at least publicly. What do you think of that? What do you make of that?
Right, it's a fair point. But my understanding of it, as it was told to me, was that RFK was much more worried about the brain falling into the hands of someone unscrupulous. That he was about that at that point in time. Robert Kennedy had always believed that there were right-wing elements in the CIA and the FBI who had plotted against his brother and killed him.
that was no state secret at the time. That was somewhat well known. They may have kept it under wraps, but RFK had always believed something, suspicious had happened on November 22nd. And certainly the idea that the brain could have possibly revealed the track of the bullet is certainly possible. The story was told to me that the brain was taken and put in the coffin relatively quickly, so I don't believe that any examination of the brain was done, after RFK taken it from the archive prior to him putting it in the coffin. It's certainly a valid point. I think there's enough evidence without even examining the brain, me personally, to realize just when you look at the Zapruder film, to realize that shot from the front, the headshot to Kennedy came from the front. I mean, I think that's hard to argue this. But at any rate, again, this person had told me that Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, was deeply worried that the brain was going to again wind up in the hands of someone unscrupulous, and this was going to wind up essentially in a freak show. And because of that reason, he wanted it buried with his brother, where it would be out of sight forever. And again, I'll just reiterate, I personally have no eyewitness. This is a story that was told to me. I have no first-hand knowledge of this. But the person who did tell me this was 100% credible, and I can relate to you in the audience that he would have no reason whatsoever to be deceptive or to make up a story or anything like that. This was 100%. I mean, I believed it when I heard it, and I believe it to this day.
All right, well,
I said the band was
the mystery of Atlantis was finally laid to rest, where it is, and now perhaps we have finally laid to rest another mystery, the location of JFK's missing brain. Robert W. Sullivan is with us, and we're talking about now we're going to launch into our discussion on symbolism. And just give us, I know you've been on the program many times, there may be people new to the program who haven't heard you speak about this. Occult symbols hidden in films. What do we mean by occult symbols hidden in films? Like, who's doing it and why?
Right. Well, this is a very broad topic, and it's not just symbols. It covers an array of tropes, of themes. I mean, you're dealing with when you're dealing with hidden icons, symbols, themes in films. I mean, it's everything. It's not just one thing, like a symbol hanging on a wall in the background. I mean, it's much deeper than that. I mean, it's an examination of the costuming, the settings, the symbols, the themes, and what makes it even more complex is it depends on the context in which all this is presented. What I mean to say when I say that is the surrounding circumstances of how it's presented can change. It can mean one thing in one film, but can mean something completely separate or different in another film. And that makes it even more complex because you can't paint with broad strokes with this. You have to be it's very detail oriented. Something in one movie can mean one thing, but presented in a slightly different way in another film could mean something that's very different than altogether. So, and another thing that is very, very interesting, and this is something that I was hoping to delve into a little bit with you tonight, is actually the use of a certain actor or actress can be used to convey something, or hint at something. What I describe, the easiest way for me to describe this is by employing an actor or an actress in a certain film, if they bring cinematic baggage with them from an earlier film, it's not typecasting. And it really creates, the only way to describe this is it creates what I call pop culture balance, where it invests in the film with some sort of hidden undercurrent that the filmmaker is trying to employ or convey to the audience. And when I first started looking at this, I thought it was very, very narrow. I thought it was very scarce.
What is it called?
Years later, 4 or 5 years later, first discovering this, it's much more widespread. And when you look at really the very sophisticated filmmakers, Darren Aronofsky, Guillermo del Toro, certainly Stanley Kubrick, which is one of the ones I want to talk about tonight.
I like that one.
These guys really know what they're doing. So blasphemy, the actors, the symbols, the themes related to alchemy, Gnosticism, Kabbalah, mysticism.
You're already logged in, fucking typing in.
Right, and again, the idea here is for those who think we're talking about, some sort of satanic influence that is pervading Hollywood, and that they're trying to promote Satanism or occultism through the movies. It's not about that. It's about using the cult or hidden symbols, themes, all of the things that you just described. Simply to add more depth and meaning, and to turn a film into a true, piece of art, right?
Yeah, that's part of it. I mean, it's like I said, it's very broad. You have to look at the context. There are films that I do believe have a very sinister aspect to them that are very diabolical, and really are kind of what I describe as the devil as well as the celluloid. But again, but my examination of it has led me to believe that you have to look at each film individually. You can't paint with growth.
Okay, Robert, I gotta jump in here. We're gonna take a time out, get on into a break. John Lennon from his rock and roll album, Flippin' in the Slide, right here on Coast to Coast 8.
Really?
I'm Major Carabello from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The man convicted of killing college student Christian Smart has been sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. San Luis Obispo County DA Dan Dow says justice was served.
Today's guilty verdict provides some sense of justice for Christians, for Smart, and for our community.
Smart was 19 years old when she disappeared in 1996. Her body has never been found. And more presenters for Sunday night's Academy Awards are being announced. Joining the list are Harrison Ford, John Travolta, Halle Bailey, Elizabeth Banks, and Sigourney Weaver. Also set to hand out the golden statues are Antonio Banderas, Jessica Chastain, Hugh Grant, Emily Blunt, Zoe Saldana, and Nicole Kidman. The 95th annual Oscar ceremony takes place in the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, and Jimmy Kimmel will host. Nearby weather Sunday will be cloudy in the morning, then some clouds in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s to around 60 at the beaches, inland metro areas, the Valley Side, and High Desert. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Major Carabella. The crash in downtown LA, the 110 northbound before the 101, that crash is blocking lanes and has to stop and go from Olympic. At an earlier stall on the 101 southbound before Highland in Hollywood, that stall's been cleared. It's both the Universal Studios Boulevard. Mid-City to 10 westbound at Crenshaw, look out for an accident blocking the right lane. And in Orange on the 22 eastbound at 57, you've got a crash in lane to the 57 north. KFI in the sky, help get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. You lost your head up the street?
Yeah, he's right up there. He's scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Yes, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and cape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower thing.
Why?
They were up at too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and you have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathtub.
So you're a hero?
Right, man. Every day. We're weather heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Then go on.
Thanks for listening, guys.
What a hero does.
If you have a project, call Zero Zero coming in at ZeroZero.com.
On the podcast Really No Really, join best friend Ethan Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, and search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. Those things that make you go, really? No, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a pig race.
could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP and nonprofits, even if you had increased sales during COVID. They are experts in this little known payroll tax refund program. And they already returned over $3 billion to businesses and might resist a six-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com. Click on the qualified button. Only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com. Getrefunds.com.
Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously have a price.
Whoa, you've got a nice aroma.
Who are you? Mike Diamond, the Snowger plumber.
Did you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99.
Did you have it seen it?
No, doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stopper. The Snowger plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99.
Oh, no.
They're that guy. But you can read all about them on our website before you call. Just go to thesnowgerplumber.com.
Wow, you went up front and everything. I just told a guy named Rabbi who wouldn't tell me anything.
No brothers here, ma'am. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclog drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446. Mike. Contact your lucky number 399 AM 640. Network presents Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Welcome back. There's one for you fans of Yellowstone. You may have heard Lane Wilson on the TV.
Hi, how are you? UFO Amy, do you speak English? Oh, because I really like UFOs, and I want to talk to somebody about them.
Clusters of galaxies, ultra-massive black holes, are some of the largest.
Oh man, so I like to watch UFO documentaries like the Disclosure Project. Have you ever seen the Disclosure Project?
Billion suns, that's what it be, billion suns, making them far more monstrous.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My apologies. Take care. But you should know that I'll make your clan famous. I stream my life all day, every day, and your clan's going to be really cool. So shout out to the UFO clan. Look at all these devices I have. So your clan's going to be very famous. I'm so sorry, UFO Amy. But your taste in music is very good. I like.
In the news section of the Coast to Coast AM.com.
So I'm sorry I interrupted. Take care, UFO Amy.
Is coming to Sedona,
Bye-bye.
Arizona, and the Sedona Performing Arts Center is a live stage show, part of the Sedona Ascension Retreat. That's a free show. You have to go to the Sedona Ascension Retreat.
Yeah, he's gonna have to literally spend a day in the bathroom, the whole day, shit himself out.
For more information, you can go to Sedona AscensionRetreats.com. Sedona AscensionRetreats.com, or just go to coasttocoastam.com and go up to the menu bar and find George Norrie and events, and it's all right there. Right, more of my conversation with Robert W. Sullivan IV, if you talk about occult casting in the movie, right after me on Coast to Coast AM.
For a limited time, it's back the 1 ounce solid silver Ghana alien coin, part of the Silver Starter Kit, and for Coast to Coast fans, exclusively at BlueYandBack.com/coast. Now, I know there's a lot of you out there that have tried to order them now, but it's sold out by the time you get there.
And they're so about it.
Able to get more in stock.
I was like,
Here's the great thing. When you go to BlueYandBack.com/coast and order your Silver Starter Kit, you don't get just the alien coin, you get 5 ounces of silver. And fantastic collector pieces that are solid silver, like the Austrian Philharmonic coin and the Britain Britannia. We all know inflation is getting worse. The stock market had its worst year since 2008. And now is the time to diversify into precious metals that you can store at your home. Bullion Max ships them to you fully insured. As the stock market, as the U.S. dollar, start building your wealth in precious metals at bullionmax.com/post. That's bullionmax.com/post.
It loads up the
Real
top.
people, real good.
I don't really know how many
I've tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's pretty miserable.
do that.
So I started taking Bora,
You
and
might fight.
at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
My little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. So lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took him into the vet and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside.
My dad had issues that developed in his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the carnivore advertising, so I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Some lady need a tarp around his fucking head.
836-8735. So visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
Yo. Remember yours? Piso, I am a human. You are so smart.
And we are back with Robert Sullivan, the board, talking about symbolism, occult symbolism in the movie. And we're going to focus on one type of cinema symbolism, and that is occult casting.
Have I missing something?
So, just to kind of give us
that was crazy. George would be like, oh my god, it was crazy.
I think
Then
there's a
there
good
were
one
all these birds and trees, and you
before
were
we
like,
get to China.
what
There's another example with the actor that's Alec Guinness, who of course was Obi-Wan Kenobi in
your plan is
another movie that was, I guess, supposed to evoke memories of Star Wars or something like that.
No, it's the one you're talking about, Max von Sydow.
Okay, sorry.
Well, this is a specific example. There's many books. Start with this one. This was when in the one in Star Wars Episode 7, when the movie opens on the desert planet, and this is where Kylo Ren is coming for the relic. The Max von Sydow character he passes it on to the Poe character, and then they confront von Sydow confronts Kylo Ren, and he gets ultimately killed. Like, why are you taping Max von Sydow to be in this movie for literally what probably less than 5 minutes of screen time when any number of actors could have played this part. And when I was watching it, there was just something that was like a splinter in my head. It just wasn't sitting right. It wasn't very sinister or anything. It just stirred this curiosity. I kind of felt like I'd seen this all before. And sure enough, and this is kind of what I'm talking about when I say occult casting, the use of an actor or actress to sort of plant something in your subconscious mind. The placing of Von Sydow in the Star Wars Episode 7 is designed to implant in your subconscious mind 2 other movies that Von Sydow was in, and they're The Exorcist and Dune. So what I mean is this: when the character in the Star Wars movie, again, Episode 7, The Force Awakens, comes out and confronts Kylo Ren and gets struck down, it brings to mind, what other Max von Sydow movie opens in the desert and he stands up to a dark, evil figure. And of course, the first one is The Exorcist, where, he starts out, Von Sydow plays a Jesuit priest in the deserts of Iraq, and he finds the statue of Pazuzu, and he confronts him, and of course, that's the opening scene. And then there's another one, which is Dune, where Von Sydow is, of course, on Arrakis, which is the desert planet, and does he stand up to a dark, evil figure? And of course, yes, it is. It's Baron Harkonnen, and in that movie, he gets struck down right away. So why do this? Why place Von Sydow in Star Wars? The idea is, the way this works is, by putting Von Sydow at the beginning of that movie, it's transferring the Exorcist and Dune to your subconscious mind. It's not done consciously, it's done very surreptitiously. So what it does is it invests Kylo Ren and the First Order with sort of the diabolical scheme, the evilness, as it were, of Pazuzu, the demon, and Baron Harkonnen. And that's what I mean by occult casting.
They are for real movie fans, though. I mean, that's
I like
the director did that almost just for people like you who are real cinephiles who can do that cross-reference and say that, oh, wait a minute. That's Ron was in Dune and was in this movie. That's why he's doing this. It's almost like they put that Easter egg in there just for you.
Yeah, it's an Easter egg, and it's very hard to pick up on, but it's also, I can see it, so I mean, I can point it out, but if you're watching the movie, again, what a lot of these guys, what these directors like to do is tweak with your subconscious mind by using archetypal imagery in this case. So it's almost one of those things where it affects the movie so much that they're not aware of it. That's sort of the level these guys are working on. I know the look for it. So I can kind of spot it. And like I said, when I first started doing this, the very first movie I noticed was the sequel to The Matrix. I believe it's called Matrix Reloaded, maybe it was. And it was the use of Anthony Derby, the actor in it. And the sequel to The Matrix, the use of Derby was cross-referencing Omega Man with Charlton Heston, because Derby gives a speech in the Matrix movie, which is exactly the same as the one he gives in Omega Man, only in reverse. Everything is backwards. And if you're familiar with Matrix and you're familiar with my research, those movies are Gnostic cinema. That's the Valentinian strain. And when you're dealing with Gnosticism, you're dealing with a lot of reversal of Orthodox Christianity. So the fact that they would use the reverse everything isn't surprising. That's the first movie I noticed it with. And again, when you're dealing with adroit filmmakers, you can see it. And like I said, the Von Sydow example in Star Wars is just a classic example of this. And as I was telling you, I think the last time we talked, I was rewatching all the James Bond movies, and I actually discovered some anomalies in there as well. And of course, there's really a great one in The Shining that's just uncanny that I just actually discovered within the last week. That's fantastic.
All right, well, let's get into The Shining. But before that, I just wanted to mention another example. You mentioned that in Star Wars 7, and he's confronting evil, and that's the callback, I guess, to The Exorcist. But the other one example would be Max von Sydow as Jesus in The Greatest Story Ever Told. Isn't he in the desert confronting the devil, the temptation in the wilderness?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's another great example of it. I mean, you can look at it like that. In the Star Wars, movie, though, what I would say is, if you watch the character very closely, he's a hermit. He's a hermit living alone. And when you watch, in my mind, when you watch The Exorcist and Dune, it seems to invoke those more, because the character is more in line with a hermit than he is of a Christ-like figure, like a savior figure. So again, it's very narrow. I split hairs a little bit, but certainly what you're saying is, you can certainly draw that comparison also.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about The Shining, 1980 Stanley Kubrick adaptation of Stephen King's book of the same name.
Right.
Taking place at the Overlook Hotel in Colorado. Jack Nicholson, of course, that classic role as Jack Torrance, and Shelley Duvall, Batman Crothers. So there's an example of occult acting in The Shining.
It should have.
Right. The one thing that's really unique with The Shining, and certainly we've talked about this before, is the whole thing with Kubrick exposing the moon landing through the use of a little boy, the Apollo 11 sweatshirt, the 237, which is the distance from Earth to the moon. And of course, the idea with this is that Kubrick actually, filmed the footage of these guys hopping around in some sort of secret, government soundstage somewhere. And Kubrick is tipping off people to this in The Shining.
He's playing around with it because he knows that people think that he was responsible for faking the moon landing, and so maybe he's just kind of having some fun with it.
Well, the idea is that he actually filmed it, and again, this is not far-fetched. Kubrick used, it was filmed that he came out prior to The Shining with Barry Lyndon. He actually used NASA technology to film that movie. So Kubrick worked hand in hand with NASA and the government. So the idea that he
not that far-fetched, especially when you know that Barry Lyndon was made with NASA lenses, NASA cinema lenses, camera lenses. And of course, if you watch The Shining, the whole thing with the little boy with the Apollo 11, sweatshirt, sweater, these things that goes through 237. The distance from the Earth to the Moon was 237,000 miles. So the question begs, is there anything else in there that Kubrick is sort of tipping you off to, that he could have filmed, staged this moon landing? They may have went. I mean, the theory is they could have gone to the moon, but they couldn't film there. So they hired Kubrick based on Strangelove in 2001 to, film this footage in a top secret government lab somewhere, soundstage.
As an insurance policy, so that they could prove to the world that they did go there, even though they did go there.
Correct. They couldn't film it. It's the theory. They just couldn't.
Right.
So they had.
That makes sense.
Right. They had Kubrick stage this. So the question then becomes: is there any other movie that came out recently prior to The Shining that actually depicts them taking the moon landing in a top secret government soundstage? The James Bond movie, Diamonds Are Forever, is released. If you're familiar with that film, this is the last of the Sean Connery James Bond movies. This was the last time he played a mechanical James Bond movie. He played 007. He breaks into a top secret government facility in the Nevada desert, which is obviously supposed to be Area 51. And he's walking around, and of course he gets found out, so it chases you, and he actually winds up inside a soundstage where they're taking the moon landing.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and he escapes in a fake lunar vehicle. They got the astronaut hopping around and taking the soil samples, and they're filming the fake moon landing. So then the question becomes, okay, does Stanley Kubrick in The Shining reference James Bond anywhere? As sort of like an homage to Diamonds Are Forever. And the answer to the question is, yeah, there's the biggest one of all. And that is, and this will fall through the cracks, is most people, and myself included until recently, if you had asked someone who was the first actor to play James Bond, your answer would have immediately gone to Sean Connery in Dr. No.
Or David Niven. Perhaps David Niven.
The first actor to play James Bond, believe it or not, is none other than Barry Nelson, who played it in 1954 in a TV made-for-movie on a TV show called Climax, where they actually put on a live performance of Casino Royale, which is Ian Fleming's first novel. Who's Barry Nelson? Well, of course, if you're familiar with The Shining, Barry Nelson is Stuart Ullman, the guy who hires Jack Torrance near the beginning of the movie.
Oh, the manager of the Overlook Hotel.
Yeah, it's James Bond.
Wow.
The manager of the Overlook Hotel is the first actor to play James Bond. So Kubrick actually places James Bond in the movie by hiring Barry Nelson. And Nelson's hiring is a direct reference, is subconsciously telling your mind that, he is employing James Bond to lease the Overlook Hotel to rent it out, to hire Jack Torrance as the caretaker. And by employing James Bond himself, I find it to be a completely under-the-table homage to Diamonds Are Forever. And Kubrick is again sort of suggesting that he is the guy who faked the moon landing footage. And I found that fascinating. I had no idea about that. I just discovered that, Richard, in the last week. Barry Nelson, Stuart Ullman, is the first actor to play 007. It was not Sean Connery.
It would have been too obvious if he hired Sean Connery to play.
Yeah. But I mean, I just found that fascinating. I couldn't believe it when I found that out. Yeah, it was Barry Nelson was the first actor to play James Bond in a TV production of Climax from 1954.
So, I guess you could view The Shining as a kind of Stanley Kubrick's confession.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to put it. I think when you look at the evidence of it, with the little boy with the Apollo 11, and then you have Diamonds Are Forever in 1971, The Shining just a few years later. I think the evidence definitely, as a lawyer, definitely begins to tip the scales without question in favor that, Kubrick definitely must have had a hand in this. And then again, the real smoking gun on all this, which a lot of people aren't aware of, is the movie that he made before The Shining, which was Barry Lyndon, which, he filmed with NASA lenses. The camera
relationship with them. I'll just add real quick, the reason he needed NASA technology for Barry Lyndon is set during the Napoleonic era, and he wanted to film scenes exclusively lit by candlelight, which you couldn't do. They're too dark. If you ever watch a movie in the 40s or 50s or even 60s, whenever there's a scene set by exclusive candlelight, you can see the light coming from the side. They're just too dark. NASA had developed lenses that were way ahead of their time that allowed you to do that. That fractured the light, enhanced the candlelight. So Kubrick found this out and went to NASA and got these cameras, got these specific lenses that he used to film these scenes strictly lit by candlelight in Barry Lyndon. And again, that's sort of the real smoking gun on this is it proves this relationship, this symbiotic relationship between Kubrick and NASA. And when you couple that with what's going on in The Shining, it certainly, now you can add in Barry Nelson as a James Bond Diamonds Are Forever reference, James Bond himself. Yeah, I think the scales are definitely tilted to the idea that Kubrick had a hand in this.
Robert W. Sullivan IV, from the Symbolism, Volumes 1 through 3. Are you working on Volume 4?
Yes, I am. That is actually being worked on as I speak, and that is coming along very, very well.
How often do you have to watch a movie until you start to make all of these connections and determine, okay, this is the occult theme here, the occult casting, so how often do you have to watch the film?
Oh, more than once. Usually when I watch a movie for the first time, it's usually just done for entertainment value, unless it becomes very, very obvious to me that there are things just leaping off the screen, the flash screen at me. But no, more than one time, and even on multiple occasions, I'll miss something. There are movies to this day that if I sit down and watch them, despite the fact of having watched them countless times in the past, I'm inevitably going to pick up on something new. I think of a movie like Black Swan. The one that I've watched repeatedly that's just overloaded with stuff is the last Halloween movie, Halloween Ends. That's got lots of stuff going on in it. That's what I would describe as if a Halloween movie was made by David Lynch, that's what it would look like. Because that's really truth with reality and what's happening and what's happening on screen. Is Michael Myers even there? Lots going on in that movie. Like I said to you, I just went back and rewatched all the James Bond movies from start to finish. Lots going on in those. The one that I just picked up on was the one I just mentioned, but there's another one from 1975, The Man with the Golden Gun.
Let's get to that when we come back. Pardon the interruption, Robert. We're going to roll out at the top of the hour there. Let's talk about the occult symbolism in the James Bond movie franchise. Robert W. Sullivan IV, cinema symbolism now. And Tina taking us into the break with Sugar right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Going on a thing, fuck.
You understand it. Oh, you got me all in you. You
Attention Southern California, ViralRabbi is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. More than any solar company in California. No one works harder than Zephyr does with this free decor and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Zephyr Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Zephyr offers new furnace of 18
Oh my God, I said it, and the person is named Yoshi.
And rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit StephenSolaris.com. Expired 3/31/23. CSW regulating 152.
What are your chances of actually connecting with a real hitman? You're not going to connect with an actual hitman over the internet. See, there you are. Is there like a LinkedIn page for this? Why are you so interested? I don't know. Well, that's not my style, but you know somebody who knows a guy who knows a guy? That would be it. It would be a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. Bill Handle. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I was like 3 minutes. 3 minutes, so then the awards I had to puke. Well, you got a boy kind of like, hold on. Delete me, would you? You did? Okay. Delete me. So we need physically delete me. Get done again. And here I have that big corn, and I hate big corn. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The people in prison committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Done again, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Shots bullet, stimulating talk. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live, everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Family tragedy in the Valley. I'm Andrew Carabella from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man has been arrested for allegedly stabbing and killing his mother in Porter Ranch. The man walked into the LAPD's Devonshire Division police station on Friday and told cops he thought he heard his mom. Cops went to the home inside the guard-gated community of the high-tech Porter Ranch and found the mother dead. Former Vice President Pence has unleashed his harshest criticism yet of former President Trump for his role in the January 5th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. Pence made a remark on Saturday evening at the annual White Tie Gridiron Dinner, where politicians and journalists gathered in Washington. Pence said, "I had no right to overturn the election, and his reckless words endangered my family and everyone at the Capitol that day." The former VP said he knows history will hold Donald Trump accountable. Pence is expected to challenge Trump for the Republican presidential nomination in 2024.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. We had you for a good contact 555. How about
NASA Crew Dragon Endurance is returning to Earth following a 5-month stay at the International Space Station for astronauts splashed down on Saturday evening off the Florida coast. Multi-platinum selling artist Wiz Khalifa is coming to California's capital city this summer. The Grammy and Golden Globe nominated rapper is hitting the road and rejoining forces with Snoop Dogg for the high school reunion tour.
I'm looking forward to the Snoop Dogg as well. Bringing the classic and giving people a brand new experience to continue the legacy that we all have.
Also joining the tour are two shorts, Warren G and Burner, featuring special guest DJ Trauma. The 33-city high school reunion tour kicks off at July 7th in Vancouver, stopping at Brooklyn, Atlanta, Houston, and more. Olympic diving champion Pat McCormick has died. McCormick was from Steel Beach and won gold in the springboard and platform events in both the 1952 and 56 teams. McCormick died on March 7th at a nursing home. He was 92. And Lenny Kravitz is set to perform the In Memoriam tribute during Sunday night's Academy Awards ceremony at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. Kravitz has appeared in many films, including The Hunger Games and the rom-com Shotgun Wedding. 95th Oscars will be hosted by Jimmy Kimmel and televised on ABC. Southland weather. Sunday is going to be cloudy in the morning, some more clouds in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s to around 60 at the beaches. Inland, Metro LA, Orange County, the Valley's Inland Empire, and the High Desert. Monday and Tuesday will also have highs in the 50s to around 60. Right now, Dana Point 55, Irvine 59, West Covina 58, Santa Clarita 56 degrees. Julie Local, KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Andrew Carabella.
This is KFI traffic. We do have a crash in the Bloomington area. 10 east on at Cedar Avenue, that's blocking the right lane. 2 Willowbrook on the 105 westbound after Central Rapids, car fire on the right shoulder. And 2 Willowbrook on the 105 westbound after Central Avenue, a vehicle fire on the right shoulder. 2 Monterey Park, 60 east on Atlantic, back there along the right shoulder. Stay of fine sky. I'll get you there faster. I'm John Swan.
Visit UKCreative.org or call 833-422-4255.
collected over the years.
and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Planning a spring getaway? This month, get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages. From Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real-life conversations and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Report to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
What? You locked your cat up in the street?
Yeah, he's way up there and scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did he come from? And where's your knife and tape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were on the tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a clogged drain, call Reader Hero coming in air. Go online at readerhero.com.
AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Injured in an accident? Visit superbonersuperboner.com.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Floating around. I know you got you ready. Come lay beside me. I've been waiting since you left. Speak to me. You must be the luckiest man alive. You are the joy of my life. First time that I saw you, oh, I was minding there's a way. Might not get to heaven, but I could walk with you every day. Take me by the hand. I am the luckiest man alive. When I tell you, baby, you are the joy of my life.
To talk to Richard Serra, call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serra.
Welcome back. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Serra. John Fogarty. Joy of my life. I'd like to dedicate that one to my Mighty Aphrodite week. Back to sort of two stories about where I'm sitting right now. That's from his Blue Moon Swamp LP that came out in 1997, and I think it was also released by Chris Stapleton as a single from his album Starting Over. All right, the Asteroid 2023 DW. I keep saying they have to come up with more romantic names for these celestial bodies and meteors and asteroids and comets and planets that they discover. They give them such cryptic names. Anyway, Asteroid 2023 DW was just discovered in late February, but NASA says it's tracking it closely to learn about its orbital path because the asteroid has a very small chance of impacting Earth in 23 years. The asteroid's diameter is listed at nearly 50 meters. That's about the size of an Olympic swimming pool. It takes 271 days to orbit the sun. NASA says that after a new object is first discovered, it takes several weeks of data to reduce the uncertainty and adequately predict their orbit years into the future. So as for how small the chance of impact is currently estimated to be, NASA puts it at 1 in 560 odds of impact. 1 in 560. Put another way, that's about 0.18%. 0.18% chance of hitting the Earth. Or a 99.82% chance that the asteroid will streak harmlessly past our planet. You can read more about this video in the news section of the Coast to Coast AM.com. And coming up tonight on Coast to Coast, Connie Willis will be in the air chair, and in the first half, he was known as the king of fitness. Jack LaLanne was the first person to ever have an exercise program on TV. His wife, Elaine LaLanne, called the First Lady of Physical Fitness, will join Connie again in the first half to discuss aging, health, cognitive fitness. And she's still doing push-ups at the age of 97, keeping her iconic husband's spirit and advice alive. In the second half, with 45 plus years experience in the fields of electronics, computing, and AI, Charles Hoffman has been a senior fellow at the Institute of Global Futures, and he'll talk with Connie about nanotechnology as a core catalyst for accelerating next stage evolution. That's coming up tonight, Saturday night into Sunday morning, with your guest host, Connie Willis, on Coast to Coast AM. That's more of my conversation plus your calls for Robert W. Sullivan IV as we talk about cinema symbolism right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats, and if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvel released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggott's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. For a limited time, it's back the 1-ounce solid silver Ghana alien coin, part of the silver starter kit exclusively at BullionMax.com/so. With inflation on the rise and a teetering stock market, now's the time to diversify into precious metals that you could store at your home. Go to BullionMax.com/coast and they'll ship your silver directly to your home, fully insured. They'll start building your wealth in precious metals at BullionMax.com/coast. That's BullionMax.com/coast.
And we are back with Robert W. Sullivan IV, historian, philosopher, writer, lawyer, antiquarian, and we're talking about occult symbolism in movies. And before the break, we started to talk a little bit about James Bond. And you wanted to talk about, was it the man with the golden gun or Goldfinger?
Right, it was the man with the golden gun. This was I was just going to give briefly just another example of what we were kind of talking about is if you ever watch that movie, which is 1975, based on Fleming's novel, the movie is all about is using the power of the sun, harnessing the power of the sun. And this is being done by Scaramanga, who is played by Chris Lee, and the Bond girl in it, and in this one was Brett Eklund. I believe it was Miss Goodnight. And what kind of makes this unique a little bit is, at least in my opinion, and again, this harkens back to what we were talking about before the break, is this was 1975. If you go back in time, just in years two or 3 years, who played the two most famous sun worshippers of them all? Is Christopher Lee and Brett Eklund in The Wicker Man. So again, by putting them in there, it just sort of reinforces this whole solar undercurrent going on. To have Lee and Eklund in there. Just 2 years earlier, they're, like I said, worshiping the sun in The Wicker Man, and now here you have a movie that's all about technically worshiping the sun, solar energy, solar power, in The Man with the Golden Gun. Again, same sort of idea being carried forward. The use of an actor or an actress to convey to your subconscious mind some sort of occult theme or agenda, or trope or something like that. Very fascinating.
So Ian Fleming, not the director of the case, but the writing, was he writing these books and viewing them or embedding occult themes in them? Because he had an association with Aleister Crowley during the Second World War. Or was this all done by the director?
No. You will definitely find these hermetic themes in the novel. For example, James Bond himself, 007, is of course John D. Queen Elizabeth I court astrologer. When his signature is when he went to the Holy Roman Empire to undermine Rudolph II, and he was went as a spy for QE1. When he would write a correspondence back to her, he would sign a 007. The signature was meant to look like eyeglasses or spy glasses. It was two circles with a line over them, then a line down the side. It looks like 007, indicating that the correspondence was for her eyes only, or he was her eyes in the field, and of course this is where the term for your eyes only originates. So you have that going on with 007, and again, you are absolutely correct. During World War II, Ian Fleming was Aleister Crowley's handler, and Crowley actually turns up in two of Fleming's novels. He's a villain. In Casino Royale, the chief is Aleister Crowley. He was used as an inhaler, and he was a sadomasochist. And when you watch 2006's Casino Royale, you'll see this clearly. The inhalers are in reference to Crowley's asthma, which he developed in the 1920s from chronic drug abuse. And Crowley, of course, was a sadomasochist, and you'll see this in Casino Royale when he tortures James Bond. So the chief is actually Aleister Crowley, and so is Blofeld, Ernst Stavro Blofeld, specifically in On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Casino Royale is the first Fleming novel. On Her Majesty's Secret Service, I believe it's the second one. And this is where Blofeld, the head of Spectre, is running around trying to fake his coat of arms and claiming descent from French nobility, that he's a French count. And this is a cross-reference again to Aleister Crowley when he was in Egypt, when he was in Cairo. Crowley was holding himself out as Scottish nobility. He was running around calling himself Lord Boleskine and pretending to be Scottish nobility. Of course, he wasn't. So yeah, those two James Bond villains, Blofeld in On Her Majesty's Secret Service and the chief in Casino Royale, are Aleister Crowley, technically.
I always learn so much when you're in the program, Robert. Thank you for that. Let's
go to the phone. East of the Rockies, Stacy is in North. Oh, we don't have Stacy. Stacy is in Northern California. She should be on the west of the Rockies, but she's on east of the Rockies. That's all right. Welcome, Stacy.
Thanks for taking my call. I had a question for Robert. He talked about the adult movies, and I have a kid, and I buy him a lot of movies to watch, Disney movies. They seem to be really super full of this blatant symbolism. Some of the movies, like Scene 2, Buzz Lightyear, and the newest one, Turning Red, they're so bad that I don't let him have the movies to watch. Why are they...
Look at the movie and some of the context of it, but I can tell you that Disney is no different from any of these other Hollywood studios. The movies are usually laden with different things going on. Some of it isn't necessarily too negative. I mean, when you get into the early movies, the fairy tale movies like Sleeping Beauty and Cinderella and Snow White, these are all retelling of the sun and the moon, the alchemical wedding, the death and the resurrection of the sun, the dawn, things related to astrology and astronomy. I know that the national treasure, and I've talked about this before, from 2003 is in the Sonic Ritual. That's the Real Arch of Enoch. I document that ad nauseum in my book. The movies that you have mentioned, unfortunately, I haven't seen, and I usually make it a point to not comment on a movie that I haven't seen. So without doing that, again, I'd have to look at it and just see the context of what is being presented. But no, you will find this material in children's movies as well. The Smurfs are communists. You'll find the Marx Engels doctrine embedded in the cartoon The Smurfs. So again, this is really nothing new.
Stacy, thank you for the call. I mean, some films have a particular agenda, which is separate from maybe what you're talking about, Robert. You're talking about a sort of a hidden theme that's just there to give. It's not necessarily to push an agenda, or am I wrong? It's just to add layers to the film.
Well, it just depends. It depends, Richard. I mean, you can't paint, unfortunately, you can't paint with broad strokes with this topic. It's individual. You just have to look at the individual movie. Some movies have political underlying themes. The Wizard of Oz, Joker has it. Some movies, are Gnostic. Some movies are alchemical. Some movies do this, some movies do that. Again, it's just you have to look at the individual movie and take it one movie at a time, as it were. I don't like to paint with broad strokes, and I'm not going to come on here and say, well, every time you see this, it means this. That's erroneous. As a lawyer, that would be like me saying, well, every time someone kills somebody, it's first-degree murder. We know this is not the case. There are surrounding circumstances, there are context. It has to be placed contextually.
Right. I guess what I'm saying is there's a difference between an overt, sort of hitting you over the head with an overt political message, let's say, versus kind of an encoded theme or symbolism or what have you. You mentioned that I just want to explore that a little bit because I'm fascinated by the reference to the Smurfs and communism. I've only fleeting glances of the Smurfs on television. What is the communist reference there?
Right. Well, the Smurfs are communists. They live in the perfect Marx Engels communist society. This is Charles Fourier. This is all the socialist utopian is where all this stuff comes from. I mean, if you look, most people have an understanding of communism. They think of China and Russia. And of course, this really isn't what Marx and Engels was really talking about. I mean, if the whole idea with communism was once you rid the world of capitalism, you're in a utopia. And of course, this doesn't work in reality. But I mean, what happens when you implement communism in Russia and China? Well, in theory, in Marx and Engels' theory, there's no government, there's no police, it's utopia. There's no disease. Once you rid the world of capitalism, you always hear people saying, "Oh, we need socialized medicine." No, there's no hospital. No one gets sick anymore. It's utopian theory. Once you rid the world of capitalism, there's no more crime. economy. Well, there isn't one. There's no more wars. There's no more crime. When you look at the Smurfs, I mean, they all wear the same outfit. They live in a perfect harmony with nature. They each do according to their own. You know, you have the farmer Smurf, the poet Smurf, the smart Smurf. And these are all, of course, run by Papa Smurf, who is, of course, Karl Marx, with the long white beard. And, you know, he wears the red little hat. You know, this is the same Collot from the French Revolution. There's no Smurf hospital. There's no Smurf army. It's not necessary. It's utopia. So when you look at the Smurfs, yeah, I mean, this is the perfect communist society as Marx and Engels envisioned it. And, you know, you look at, like, the character of Gargamel, who's always trying to undermine these guys. You know, you can look at, you know, who's the mortal enemy of the communists. Well, you can look at it through one of two lenses. It's, you know, the Nazis, Nazi Germany, you know, and you have Gargamel, you know, kind of clad in black, reminiscent of the SS, living in a hovel with a, you know, magic book down in the basement. You know, and Himmler was, of course, obsessed with the occult. Or you can look at Gargamel as the West, as capitalism. Gargamel is constantly after money. He's always trying to transmute base metal into gold, make himself wealthier, and of course, this is capitalism at its finest. So you can look at Gargamel as either the Nazis or as the capitalists who are always trying to, you know, wage war against, you know, the perfect little Smurf communist society. And again, this is a very, you know, when you look at the Smurfs, I mean, what's Gargamel do? He's a wizard. I mean, he uses Kabbalah. He uses magic. He takes the base, you know, there's a lump of clay and turns it into a living creature. This is Kabbalah. This is golem making. This is Smurfette, arguably one of the most famous golems ever created outside of probably Frankenstein's monster. And he goes into the Smurf society and he's there to undermine it. But of course, Papa Smurf winds up using white Kabbalistic magic and turns Smurfette into the little blonde-haired, blue-eyed, you know, Smurfette that we all come to know and love. When she originally goes in, she kind of is reminiscent of Frankenstein's monster with the black stringy hair. But of course, she gets transformed by the white magic of Papa Smurf. It associates and assimilates into the society. So yeah, I mean, when you're looking at the Smurfs, yeah, I mean, it's communism 101.
Amazing. If I ever, I'll never watch it the same way again. Obviously. What would you say? Like when I think of occult themes, one of the movies that people mention is The Wizard of Oz, and the guy that wrote The Wizard of Oz is Frank Baum, and he was totally into the occult and theosophy, wasn't he?
Absolutely. He was a member of Madame Blavatsky's Neo-Gnostic Theosophy Society, and when you deal with The Wizard of Oz, again, this is one of those movies that's kind of like Midsommar. It's multi-layered, and that has always made this, when you have a movie that's multi-layered and multiple things going on, that always makes it more interesting. And of course, you have this in The Wizard of Oz, where you really have three layers on top of one another. I mean, the first is you just have this big story of this farm girl going off and having this adventure and going home at the end, reminiscent of something like Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. And again, these two stories run parallel. And again, he was into, psychology, parapsychology, things like that. That's Carroll, Charles Dodson I'm talking about. And then the second theme going on in The Wizard of Oz is the political one. Where you have this retelling of late 19th century, the political, socio-economic scene of the United States, where the Wizard of Oz is President William McKinley, Dorothy Gale is Theodore Roosevelt. You have the Cowardly Lion is William Jennings Bryan and Eugene Debs, the socialists.
Hold it right there, Robert. Sorry for the interruption. We'll pick up on this on the other side. Okay. And Robert W. Sullivan IV, Cinema Symbolism. Here's Playing for Change again, featuring Jack Jones in this time and everyday people taking a good break on Coast to Coast AM.
KFI 24-hour newsroom. To get back for presenters at this year's Oscars is worth more than $125,000. The highly coveted swag bags filled with fun getaways, artsy-fartsy stuff, and the very celebrity-centric procedures like plastic surgery, liposuction, and rejuvenation treatment. Speaking of those getaways, how about an all-inclusive stay at a 10-acre Canadian estate worth $40,000? Or resting inside a restored Italian lighthouse for 3 days, that's worth $9,000. An 18-karat gold bracelet with custom gems and beads is worth $1,200. Celebrities who presented the Oscars are not paid, so the bag is compensation for their time. The most expensive bag to date was in 2020 with a total value of $225,000. Oh, almost forgot. One of the most sought-after items in this year's bag? A loaf of Japanese milk bread worth $18. The Gregory Pingafine. If my weather Sunday's going to have highs in the mid-50s to around 60 at the beaches, inland Metro AOC, the valleys, IE, and high deserts. To leave local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andrew Carabella.
This is KFI traffic. We deal with fast in South LA on the 110 north on Adams. That's blocking the center lane. To Willowbrook on the 105 westbound after Central Avenue, a car fire on the right shoulder. And to Vixen Hills, look out for a wreck on the connector road, 1 2 eastbound to 405 south. That's blocking the right lane. And to Santana, 22 eastbound at Bristol, back along the right shoulder. KFI in the sky. I'll take you there faster. On down to life.
When you go to a place of business or hire a business to come to your home, that business has a legal duty to protect you from harm and injury. Yet many times people are attacked, raped, robbed, and even murdered because the business they trusted violated that duty. Some businesses are in high crime areas, yet because of cost, security was not provided, and serious injuries or deaths occurred. Sometimes the lighting in a parking lot or other parts of the business is so dim or not lit at all, so as to allow criminals to prey on that customer. Many times we have cases in hotels, apartments, and in-home services where rape, mayhem, and physical assault occur because of the lack of security or negligent hiring of criminals with records. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com or on your cell phone dial pound law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Silgan, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities. Really? No, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deepfake.
Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there.
Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the PPP and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the federal-owned payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com. Click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
Attention Southern California, Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting, more than any solar company in California. No one worked harder than Semper does with this free decor and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com.
Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcasts at our iHeart Podcast Awards. in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page, and listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9.
Considering an EV for yourself or your business? Consider the benefits of subscription. I'm Scott Painter, CEO of Autonomy, where an EV subscription is like a lease but way more flexible. It's a debt-free way to get month-to-month access to a new EV. You can even pay with your credit card. Learn more at autonomy.com.
KFI,
AM 640 4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serris.
welcome back. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Serris. Don't forget the website, strangeplanet.ca. Strangeplanet.ca. Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett is certainly no stranger to making out there claims about UFOs and aliens. Speaking during a recent interview with Newsweek, Burchett said that he believes the U.S. government has, quote, recovered a craft at some point and possible beings, end quote. He said, I think a lot of that's being reverse engineered right now, that we just don't understand it, he said. His claims follow on some comments he made back in January after the Pentagon's Office of the Director of National Intelligence released its long-awaited report on UFOs, and you can read more about Congressman Tim Burchett and his out there claims. If they're not so out there, that's in the news section of coasttocoastam.com. Hey, have you checked out the iHeartMedia and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network yet? This exciting network features podcasts of paranormal, supernatural, and the unexplained. And Coast is currently featuring Joshua P. Warren's Strange Things, Sandra Champlain's Shades of the Afterlife, and Heidi Hollis's Dark Becomes Light. And you can look for new episodes every Friday. That's the iHeartMedia and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. Check it out. All right, back to more of your comments, questions for Robert W. Sullivan IV. We talk about symbolism embedded in some of your favorite movies. Stay with us right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner fixed, so my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my unit.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unlawful sexual advances or refuses to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with HUD.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Real people, real stories. I had acute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's miserable. So I started taking Carnivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem, but the chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd just try Carnivora. So lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took him into the vet to have him checked out, and there was no signs at all inside.
My cat had issues that developed in his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the Carnivore advertising, so I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests, I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
All right, let's go back to the phones for Robert W. Sullivan IV and cinema symbolism. Let's see. Our good friend Maya, just in from New York City. Maya, welcome to the coast. Good morning.
morning, gentlemen. Boy, have you woke me up. Such an excellent program, both parts. Robin, I'd like you to pull out your pen and you too, Richard. I have a brief four-parter with some brief comment, and I'll listen over iHeart. First of all, Robin, are you familiar with the Sophia Stewart story as regards much documentation? At one point, she even won copy in the lower court in terms of the plagiarism of her original conception of the Matrix. Quite a story. She's a black woman. The second part of my question would deal with whether you're, I'd like to hear some references to September 11, 2001. A lot of predictive information, and Richard had the good sense to bring S.K. Chastain on, who's the most dangerous book in the world, 9/11 as mega ritual. And when we use the term 9/11 per the programming, we're saying evil magic. The third part of my question, well, also the Western series that predicted Trump and his friends, and he imagines that he was going to hang down. I believe that's. And lastly, I'd like to hear about, to the fellow ladies out there, about the genesis of your research, which we so appreciate, and also the process of your writing. And if you have my four-part question, I'll listen over the air. Thank you so much, Richard and Rob.
Okay, Maya, thank you. All right, so Sophia Stewart supposedly wrote The Matrix and it's stolen from her. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, a little bit. I really, that's not my bailiwick. I don't, I've heard so many stories over the years. I can't discern what's real and what isn't anymore with that one.
Okay.
She wins, she loses. It's something that, I just don't know enough to comment about it.
All right, predictive programming, something we've talked about before, and obviously, there's so many examples for predictive programming about September 11th.
Yeah, I mean, the question about September 11th and Trump, there's loads of evidence in film and in advertising with Trump, that seems to predict these. In 9/11, sure, I mean, you can turn to movies like Fight Club. Just briefly, I'll go over a couple of examples. Fight Club, where Tyler Durden, they destroy the buildings at the end. This is 1999, where he refers to the site as Ground Zero. Fight Club was released, you can always look at this, the countdown. Fight Club, was released like 2 years, like September 10th or something, 1999, which syncs to the Simpsons episode of Homer Simpson versus New York City, which was like September 22nd, 1997. So it's almost like a timing countdown to this. The Matrix with the passport, which is 9/11. If you want to go back further in time, the James Bond movie Thunderball, where Ertz-Stavro Blofeld accuses 9 and 11 of embezzlement, and he kills, I believe, number 9 in Thunderball, but then he kills number 11 in You Only Live Twice, which is the next Bond movie. So many examples with that. Trump, you can look at the sort of mattress ad, where he, it's 11/9 or 9/11, and of course November 11th is when he won the presidency. And I'm familiar with the Western show. I talked about that in the book. The only thing
that was tracked down.
The Western TV show about the guy named Trump who wants to build the wall. I've seen that segment. The only thing I add to all this is you have to also turn to the world of Carl Jung and Emanuel Swedenborg. Carl Jung was a Swiss psychiatrist who gets into the world of the collective unconscious and what he termed synchronicity, that is meaningful coincidences that he claimed was coming out of the world of the supernatural. The Christian mystics, also Emanuel Swedenborg back in the 18th century, also talked about this. He called it correspondences, meaningful coincidences. So when you talk about 9/11 or Trump, you have to also account for that these could be coming out of the world of the supernatural. supernatural as well. It may not be, programmed per se by some sort of hidden hand. These could be coming out of the world of the supernatural. That has to be also taken into consideration when analyzing this. And again, the two names are Carl Jung and Emmanuel Schwettenborg. Very, very, very highly influential people. And the last thing I think you wanted me to touch on was my research into this. Yeah, this began for me back in 1992, over 30 years ago now, when I was a student at Oxford University. This is when all this began for me. I was a student at Oxford. I spent my junior year there from 1992, 1993 at St. Pat's at Oxford. I went back briefly in 1995 during the Michaelmas term. But yeah, this is where I first sort of got, I'd always been interested in the paranormal, the occult, mysticism, UFOs, cryptozoology as a child, as a kid growing up, teenager. And when I went over there, this is where I was really introduced to the idea of the hermetic world, the occult influencing politics, social constructs, people like John Dee, Giordano Bruno, people like that, Freemasonry, secret societies. I'm, of course, a Freemason myself. And it was really my time in Oxford that really showed me the impact of the world of the occult and the hermetic influence on modernity, on the modern world, as it were. And that's where my research began and my writing began into all this. So that's how it all began.
All right, great questions there from my end. All right, wild card line, Kathy's in Pasadena, California. Kathy, good morning. Welcome to Code.
Hi, how are you?
Well, thank you.
I wanted to say, with in regards to that lady that was talking about the snarks and the swastikas and all that stuff, what happened to all the innocents and the kids that don't really need to hear all that junk? I mean, I am not old, but I do know programs like Leave It to Beaver and things like that were very innocent and yet taught such a wonderful thing about caring about other people and very simple things. And they have made things now into such a horrible, how do I say it? Almost like it's sickening. You've got to be gay, or you've got to be this, or you've got to have this in school. And I think if people really just stop watching these things, it might.
Well, yes, Kathy, but that's not really what Robert is talking about. You're talking about a specific agenda, which is in certain programs, but we're talking about the hidden layers in movies that can sort of play on the subconscious, that can also enhance the movie's going experience because of things like occult casting and so forth. But I think we sort of covered that with that earlier caller. Let's go west of the Rockies. Jack is in Alaska. Jack, welcome to Code.
Yes, it's a very interesting guy, Robert. I wanted to ask you, when do you think that the color red is associated with the left? You mentioned the defense colors in the French, the series of France, the revolutionaries, they were concerned were without pants. They were so poor. Correct. The color red is a highly complex subject matter and can mean multiple things depending on the context. Correct. The color red definitely does associate with the red hats of the James Collot, who were your proto-Marxist communists during the French Revolution. If you are dealing with a movie that is alchemical, the color red is critical. That represents something known as the rubido. That is the finishing act, as it were, of the alchemical process. What Carl Jung called individuation. And it's can mean multiple things depending on the context of the film. That's a very good question, but again, can mean multiple things. But yeah, it is a color that definitely associates with the communists. It can also associate with the Nazis. The Nazi banner was red, and that had to do with the blood standard from the Munich Putsch. So again, it's all contextual. It has to be looked at through what context it's being used in.
Okay, Jeff, thank you for that. What about the ruby red slippers in Wizard of Oz? Is that alchemical?
Well, that's very interesting because in the novel they're silver, and if you're familiar with the movie, the Yellow Brick Road, of course, is the gold standard, one of many things. that William McKinley promoted to back up paper money, and of course this is why the Emerald City is green. It's paper money. It's the gold standard leads to the creation of paperbacks, green paperbacks, greenbacks. The silver slippers were was something known as the free, was a reference to something known as the free silver movement. That it's sort of the same thing. It uses silver to back paper money, and this is why in the novel she uses silver slippers to lead to the paper money to Emerald City. Unfortunately, when they made the film, the silver slippers didn't show up. They couldn't see them. They kind of it looked like she had visible feet, as it were. So for aesthetic purposes, the silver slippers were changed to red ruby. And again, this was more of an aesthetic change of anything else because the silver did not show up when they were filming the movie. You could craft the argument that it is definitely a token of alchemical gnosis. Of course, if you're familiar with The Wizard of Oz, Dorothy, the story is about, it is a Gnostic trip of revelation. The little girl leaves home, has this magic adventure, and comes to realize, has her Gnostic epiphany at the very end of it, that there's no place like home, which is her gnosis. And in alchemy, the color red signifies the completion of the alchemical process. Alchemy and Gnosticism, it's very, very, very hair-splitting when it comes to those two things. They walk hand in hand. They are something. There is a very subtle difference between the two, though. I get into that more in my book. But again, just to echo what I said earlier, the color red, it is important that it can mean different things. It's just in the context it's presented.
All right. Wildcard line, Ron in Michigan. Ron, welcome to Coach. Good morning.
Good morning, Joe. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. It's Laurel and Hardy's The March of the Toy Soldiers. And that movie, in my opinion, is so full of symbolism, good and evil. And at the end, it has one of the best battle scenes of any movie I've ever seen. Your comments, please, sir.
Have you seen Toy Soldiers? Familiar with March of the Wooden Soldiers? It's a movie that I always seem to watch around Christmas as a child. To be brutally honest, I have not seen it in many, many years. It's been quite a while since I've seen it, and since I haven't watched it in such a long time, I'm going to reserve comment on it. I'd have to go back and watch it again. But it's a great film, and again, it's one of those movies that when I watch it, when I would watch it again, I'm sure it would bring up memories of my childhood because it was always something that seemed to be on around Christmas time when I was a boy in the 70s and 80s. But again, it's been so long since I've seen it. I had to go back and see it and see what comes to mind. If I remember correctly, it involved a lot of fairy tales. And fairy tales are ultimately archetypal, documenting the sun and the moon. So I have to go back and take a look at it.
All right, Joe, thank you for that. Let's see. Brendan is in Austin, Texas on the wildcard line. Brendan, you're going to be our last call. We'll have to make it fairly succinct.
Gotcha, 100%. So thank you for letting me on. And I had a super quick question. So I was fascinated with the brain of JFK talk earlier, and I was wondering, from my knowledge, whenever somebody is shot with a bullet, unfortunately, there's a pressure cavity that's created inside of them that collapses within a couple milliseconds, but that can be really big, and a lot of times it liquefies the organ. So what was the brain like? Because I would think it would be mostly liquefied. So what do your contacts say about what the brain looked like? I'm really curious about that.
I have no knowledge of what the brain looked like. That was never brought up. I have no knowledge of that whatsoever. I was told that RFK removed it from the archives and put it in Kennedy's coffin, his brother's coffin in 1967. What condition the brain was in at that time, I have no knowledge of. And I also have no knowledge if the brain was placed in the coffin in some sort of formaldehyde glass container, or if it was removed from that. If it was removed, then obviously this would have disintegrated and deteriorated years ago. But what condition the brain was in when it was removed, I have absolutely no knowledge of.
All right, Brendan, thank you for that rather graphic but interesting nonetheless question, and that reverts back to the earlier when Robert was revealing a source close to the Kennedy family revealed to him the location of JFK's missing brain. All right, I don't know where those 2 hours went, Robert, but they always go so quickly, and they're always so jam-packed with fascinating information and film trivia and tidbits, and can't wait for Cinema Symbolism to come out, Cinema Symbolism 4 to come out. Thank you so much for this.
Well, thank you, Richard, for having me on Coast to Coast tonight. It was my pleasure to be here. I thought the show was terrific, and I look very forward to returning.
All right, we should also point out the website, Robert W. Sullivan, IV, as in the fourth, Robert W. Sullivan, IV.com, right?
That's it, correct. Links there to purchase the book, information about me, www.robertwsullivanIV.com.
All right, we've also linked up to your website at coasttocoastam.com. People just have to click on your name. All right, my friend, until next time, thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Richard. Have a good night.
All right, that's it. George Norrie, George Norrie, George Knapp, Lisa Lyons, Stephanie Smith, Tom Dan Galante, Chris Burrow, Michael Cozio, Donna Walker, Jim Banal, and Sean Lattisour. I'm Richard Sterritt. Thank you for your ears and your voices, your beautiful voices. Until next time, so long for now. Never get out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number, put it up on claim.
Just hang up.
How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly.
If you check your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you get reported. Call the Kingdom Medicare Control.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080. In this week's Marketer's Report, Patricia Spanieletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influences. Common sense left California a long time ago. We're bringing it back. We are here to spread love and tolerance. What? You just mock everyone's fault. Because hypocritical assholes. Great thing about diversity and tolerance. This is just a random conversation they take among the LA City Council members. A random one. John and Ken, they're phonies. They're frauds. They're fake. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. My grandfather convinced me to always have it full. Because I'm one of those paranoid idiots. If there's going to be an earthquake, we got to get out of LA. And I don't want to be the a-hole who stopped on the side of the road, telling my wife and my daughter, like, yeah, I was going to get Christine Conway Jr. show. Yeah, well, you got tacos instead. They're really good. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. KFI, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
It's not over yet. I'm Andrew Carabella from the KFI 24-hour newsreel. After more than 24 hours, a man is continuing to barricade himself inside a home in Belinda with police outside after an exchange of gunfire.
The barricade has been going on since 2:30 Friday afternoon. LA County Sheriff's deputies responded to Wheeler Lane because of a man shooting at pedestrians. At least one woman was shot and taken to a hospital. LA County public health officials are asking people to stay away from the beaches because of bacteria. Ocean water is likely contaminated with bacteria, chemicals, debris, and trash from the rainfall this week. The advisory started on Friday and continues until Monday. People who go into the water can get sick. A huge sinkhole is threatening at least 2 homes in Camarillo. The 30-foot by 30-foot sinkhole opened up late Friday morning between 2 homes that face Grata Avenue. Emergency officials say the sinkhole is threatening the stability of all homes in the immediate area. Camarillo Fire Department says 16 people have been evacuated. The sinkhole is likely from nonstop rainfall from the recent storm. And the White House has responded to the 20 recent anti-LGBTQ bills introduced in Florida. Florida's governor called the state a place wokeness goes to die this week. Press Secretary Jerome Jean-Pierre says that it's not about wokeness. The bills are about hate.
Talking about happy young kids and their parents because of how they view themselves, because of how they see themselves, because of how they want to live. Kids and their parents.
Jean-Pierre asked us out on Friday to think about a kid listening to elected officials talking about how they want to take away their rights or change their parents to felonies for seeking health care for their children. He says the White House will continue to fight for the LGBTQ community. Hollywood's biggest stars are getting ready for the Oscars. This year's frontrunner at the Academy Awards is the science fiction film Everything Everywhere All at Once, which leads the pack with 11 nominations. It's closely followed by the German World War I movie All Quiet on the Western Front and the Irish dark comedy The Banshees of Inisherin, both scoring 9 nominations. The Best Picture race also includes Avatar: The Way of the Water, Top Gun: Maverick, Elvis, and Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans. The award will be handed out Sunday night at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. Taking a look at weather from KFI. Sunday's going to be cloudy in the morning, then the clouds will be partly cloudy in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s to around 60 at the beaches, inland Metro AOC, the Valley, 90 in the high desert. Monday and Tuesday will also have highs in the 50s to around 60. Right now, Lisa V. 57, Fullerton, 59, Culver City, 57, and in Arcadia, 59 degrees. You lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Andrew Carazella.
Taking KFI traffic, we do the crash in South LA on the 110 north on Adams. That has all lanes blocked. Through the Bloomington area, and on Cedar, past Ian Lane. Here, car fire, Willowbrook, 105 west on Exit Central Avenue. That's along the right shoulder. Through Monterey Park, 60 east on Atlantic. That's a vehicle fire there along the right shoulder. And through Riverside, 91 east on University Ave. That has a crash there along the right shoulder. Hey, a fire in the sky. Hope to get you there faster. I'm Jonathan White.
If you're involved in a mildly engaging activity, it does free up your mind for creative thinking. That's like walks are really good, maybe showers are good, if you want just a little bit of stimulation.
What a water waster you are. It's really good.
Do you need help? Oh, yeah. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. It's the one animal is most like us, and we keep them in a cage all day and all night at a zoo. I wonder why the zookeepers have not reprimanded the monkeys to the apes for that, throwing their feces at you, and everyone seems to just laugh it off. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. I mean, if I went to Kelsington did that, they'd kick me out forever. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I'm sick of their different interpretations of the world. It's really boring. I'm tired of their rules. They've been proven wrong. Enough with these people. I'm not spending the rest of my life arguing with crazy people. If somebody commits a crime, you put them in jail. Done again. Then they can't commit another crime for a while. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You know, when they let you rent a car when you're 25. Accidents, quote, with assault weapons are very different things. I mean, keep it look remember, he was average age of school shootings since 1966 has been 18. Bill Handle, what does that tell you? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You know, when we book an airline ticket, we can play that for them for 10 minutes, then come on the phone. Yeah, I know I called you to book an airline ticket, but I got very busy. So it's been another 10 minutes. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. Please hold. I'm ready to book my flight in 10 minutes. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Because the only thing left is live sports if you really don't want to record and watch later, it just doesn't work as well. You got
cooling info gel, marine spirit, and just a big fresh set. Here's what a stupid American I am. I'm in France, and I didn't like it, and I read that the LA Kings are playing in Philadelphia. I left Paris, landed in Philadelphia, went to the stadium, and got there 10 minutes before they saw Christine Conway Jr. show. Stayed overnight and then flew back to LA, and I said, F France, I'm never going back. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I got way behind on a bank card right out of high school. The $5,000 limit. Getting out of high school? Yeah, I hit that in about a month and a half. And the guy called me every morning at 8 o'clock. I said, tomorrow, I gotta catch a plane. Can you call me at 7 as a wake-up call? And he said, yeah, I'll do that. It's the Tim Conway Jr. Show. He'll be at his job, so you'll live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We have people that get titles like heat officer to tell us to get to a cooling center. What are you going to tell people? Hey, go to the shade! A heat officer. Is there another city that has a heat officer? People around all like, hey, it's hot out! German again. I'm sorry, chief heat officer. Which means you probably a deputy heat officer. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. There's no law that says you're going to have criminals equally distributed among all demographics. We don't have many women in prison, and nobody makes that argument that men are disproportionately sent to prison. We need to release more men because they're being punished disproportionately. Well, that's basically what we're doing. We're releasing in most cases men. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It sounds better when I say it. Doesn't it sound better with my female voice?
That's the times when you say the F word about it's a little hard.
I haven't said that word yet today.
Oh, yeah, I did. I said it a lot. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You know what? Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Family tragedy in the valley. I'm Andrew Sheriff. I look in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man has been arrested for allegedly stabbing and killing his mother in Porter Ranch. The man walked into the LAPD Devonshire Division Police Station on Friday and told cops he thought he hurt his mom. Cops went to the home inside the guard-gated community of the high-tech Porter Ranch and found the mother dead. Former Vice President Pence has unleashed his harshest criticism yet of former President Trump for his role in the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. Pence made a remark on Saturday evening at the annual White Tie Gridiron Dinner, where politicians and journalists gathered in Washington. Pence said, I had no right to overturn the election, and his reckless words endangered my family and everyone at the Capitol that day. The former VP said he knows history will hold Donald Trump accountable. Pence is expected to challenge Trump for the Republican presidential nomination in 2024. Dragon, SpaceX, on the big loop. We had you for a good contact. Bye. Hello.
NASA Crew Dragon Endurance is returning to Earth following a 5-month stay at the International Space Station before astronauts splashed down on Saturday evening off the Florida coast. Multi-platinum selling artist Wiz Khalifa is coming to California's capital city this summer. The Grammy and Golden Globe nominated rapper is hitting the road and rejoining forces with Snoop Dogg for the high school reunion tour.
I'm looking forward to it too, as well. You know, bringing the classics and giving people a brand new experience to continue the legacy that we all have.
Also joining the tour are two shorts, Warren G and Burner, featuring special guest DJ Drama. The 33-city high school reunion tour kicks off at July 7th in Vancouver, stopping at Brooklyn, Atlanta, Houston, and more. Olympic diving champion Pat McCormick has died. McCormick was from Seal Beach and won gold in the springboard and platform events in both the 1952 and 56 teams. McCormick died on March 7th at a nursing home. He was 92. And Lenny Kravitz is set to perform the In Memoriam tribute during Sunday night's Academy Awards ceremony at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. Kravitz has appeared in many films, including The Hunger Games and the rom-com Shotgun Wedding. The 96 Oscars will be hosted by Jimmy Kimmel and televised on ABC. Southland weather. Sunday's going to be cloudy in the morning, some more clouds in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s to around 60 at the beaches. Inland, Metro LA, Orange County, the Valleys, Inland Empire, and the High Desert. Monday and Tuesday will also have highs in the 50s to around 60. Right now, Dana Point 55, Irvine 59, West Covina 58, and Florida 56 degrees. Chile local, KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Andrew Sheriff.
KFI traffic. We're doing the fast in South LA on the 110 north on Adams. That has all lanes blocked. Leave a Bloomington area. 10 East on a Cedar, fast in lane. In a car fire, Willowbrook, 105 west on after Central Avenue, that's along the right shoulder. 2 Monterey Park, 60 east on Atlantic. That's a vehicle fire there along the right shoulder. At Riverside, 91 east on University Ave, that has a crash there along the right shoulder. Hey, up high in the sky. Hope to get you there faster. I'm just one.
The crash is coming. You can feel it in your gut. According to Time magazine, major investors who predicted the 2008 crash see another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. To hedge against it, there's only one asset that's safe, liquid, and has outperformed stocks 3-1, rare coins. For insider access to coins with the greatest growth potential, there's only one place to go. Tangible Investments is America's top rare coin dealer, and its CEO, Phil DeGenova, is the undisputed expert on this private portable asset class. For over 35 years, Phil's coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. He's been featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains. Call Tangible Investments for a free investor kit and copy of the award-winning documentary Why Money Became Worthless. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
And Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it. Like using a catalog one to answer your call. I mean, 38,000 items in stock. And offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit Uline.com.
On IQ's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more.
You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen.
Listen to IQ's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. To me, the most important word in the world is dignity. There are certain God-given rights to be fed, to have shelter, medicine, and clothing. When many of our clients come to us, they face the great risk of losing much of what they have. In some cases, losing everything. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In one instant, an accident, a natural disaster, or the intentional acts of others can threaten our dignity. Whether it's the loss of a paycheck, paying medical bills, enduring a life of pain and suffering, or a claim with your own insurance company, or a business dispute, and you can't afford to pay a lawyer by the hour, your dignity hangs in the balance. You only pay us if we recover for you. Let my firm fight for you, your family, and your dignity. Call us for a free consultation. Dial pound law on your cell phone. That's pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
The engineer and the public information officer just looked at the lawsuit, which I said, fall through the floor. You didn't want to answer the questions. They wouldn't answer the questions. So finally, I read them that federal law that makes it a felony for a public official to reveal the existence of critical infrastructure activities. Yes, what is governing your response or your non-response here? And they left because the conversation is over and they left the room. So not only was it not discuss the fact that I found there was a second line, they wouldn't even discuss their non-response to this. It was quite something.
Didn't this these water system blueprints and asking questions about them, did they not ultimately lead to you being fired as a reporter?
Well, actually, it was quite a bit earlier than that. It was in 2004, and I was working as a columnist at the Santa Monica Daily Press when I got in this tip-off that something very unseemly had happened with water systems. And I was curious, and I
thought maybe eventually the start would just be kind of making a sort of a global sort of request for water records. So I didn't say anything about anything. Anyway, I just walked into City Hall and plunked down a couple of records tax requests. And within 6 hours, I got a call from the editor, and enraged the editor at the Santa Monica Daily Press, who told me she has not authorized me to make a public records request about water, and that I was endangering her position as an editor of the Santa Monica Daily Press. And yes, I was fired. It's the case for asking to see water records.
So you mentioned Medford, Oregon, you mentioned Los Angeles, Spokane. Do you imagine, not imagine, any reason, any evidence to suggest that this is even far more that is going on in virtually all of the municipalities, major municipalities in the United States?
It's a little hard to hear you, because please repeat that for me.
All right, I'm just wondering if there's any evidence to suggest that this second water line system is across the United States, in other words, in every municipality, or many of them.
It definitely was in everywhere I looked. I would certainly like to find a city in the United States that doesn't have this. I personally checked 4 different states. I've had other researchers kind of just nosing around in like Massachusetts and Connecticut and finding some evidence that the same system exists there. And furthermore, I began to wonder if the U.S. has tried to export this system. And I found concrete evidence of the double line water system in Toronto, Canada, and in through WikiLeaks cable releases. Recent ones, I found descriptions of exactly the same sort of system in Kuwait and Iraq. After they went in and bombed Iraq back to the system, they very nicely went in and reestablished their utility systems, and apparently they put in the double line water system. And also, I found a WikiLeaks cable release from Jerusalem, where a political officer was describing a water system in Jerusalem that smacked of this double line water system. And even Switzerland, the evidence I found there was less direct. It had to do when the city goes in to do work on underground water lines, or underground lines at all. They will generally mark up the pavement with color-coded markings, so that when they dig, they won't inadvertently, run into a gas line or water line. So generally speaking, they're using blue for marking up water, yellow for marking up gas, and so forth. So I did get some photographs in Geneva where they were preparing to do underground work and had marked up the street and had markings that indicated that there was a double line water system there. So,
well, perhaps we'll open the we'll open the phone. We're going to open the phone line at the bottom of the hour here and take questions and comments. And maybe there's someone out there listening who works for a municipality, maybe like an engineer, and maybe they have a more prosaic explanation for the double line water system. I certainly hope there's a more prosaic explanation, because what the alternative is very sinister, potentially very sinister. Let me ask you. Let me ask you something different, and that has to do with the DNA of the what you call it, the obsession with the DNA. And I was reading a piece in the Globe and Mail up here in Canada, a newspaper up here in Canada, the Globe and Mail, story that goes back about 10 years. I think it originally ran in the Atlantic, magazine The Atlantic, and they were discussing how Secretary of State Hillary Clinton had directed embassies to surreptitiously collect DNA samples from foreign heads of state and senior United Nations officials. They saw some sort of, I guess, strategic advantage in knowing the specific biology of world leaders. What's going on there?
That's right. That was actually also, that was picked up by a number of newspapers. It was also in one of the people releases a number of years ago. Right. And at the same time, a book came out by Ronald Kessler, talking about the protection of the president, and revealed that President Obama had a special sort of field team that was dedicated to protecting the DNA, so that when Obama would be at state dinners and so forth, this field team would kind of scurry around after him and pick up whatever glasses or influence he was using, so that they wouldn't fall into the hands of foreign officials who might similarly be looking to collect the DNA of hard-headed individuals. So I thought that was also very interesting.
Right. So,
Okay,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
No, I was going to ask you. I mean, what is the purpose? Are they developing some kind of a genetic weapon to take out world leaders?
Well, that's another rabbit hole, because apparently I ran into an article from 1970 in a publication called the Military Review, which was discussing, actually crowing about how the code had been cracked and they could now develop an ethnic weapon. This was a military journal, and this was long before the code was cracked on DNA and the genetic code, which we know happened around 2000 or so. But this was in 1970. They said they had cracked the code and could now develop ethnic weapons. So it looks to me like there's been some sort of interest or some sort of tangential program that could potentially do this for at least 50 years.
Oh dear. What about the Nuremberg?
I lately about how the Nuremberg Code hasn't been particularly well honored or invoked in multiple situations having to do with the public health crisis of the last couple of years.
We have a very good history in the West of human experimentation. We're familiar with the Tuskegee study, of course, and where I guess it was 1932. You had hundreds of African American men from Macon County, Alabama, and they were enlisted to partake in this experiment. They were basically left untreated for syphilis, and in fact, the Nazi talked about human experimentation at Nuremberg, saying, "Well, we weren't doing anything that the Americans weren't already doing." Do you want to address here in the 21st century to what extent it's still going on? Do you believe?
The first criterion was of the 1970s were attempting to address the fact that the CIA, through multiple secret programs, were actually doing certain kinds of experiments on human subjects and doing them without informed consent, which is, I think, the core of the Nuremberg Code. Unfortunately, what happened on the eve of, I guess, the church hearings is that the then head of the CIA, Richard Helms, chose to destroy most of the records of these programs rather than turn them over to the committee. So the extent to which these programs were actually deployed still remains sort of questionable. Interestingly enough, there is now a movement in the House Judiciary Committee to establish a new subcommittee called Weaponization of Government. And pursuant to that, a number of people who have been victimized by the Havana syndrome, which appears to be related to the use of directed energy weapons against possibly CIA officials and diplomats and maybe even others. A number of victims who are claiming these sorts of abuses are now contacting this weaponization of government subcommittee trying to get their voices heard. However, having looked at the behavior of this subcommittee, that they had some televised hearings, I was a little concerned that comparing it to the church committee might be doing a grave disservice to the church committee. So I'm somebody that actually called this weaponization of government subcommittee, and I was interested in speaking more stuff about concerns that are now becoming rather well established that judges maybe some judges may be accepting bribes to a particular sort of mechanism in order to throw cases. This has been a particular concern of mine, and lo and behold, a presentation was just made to the Arizona legislature by a researcher named Jacqueline Brader, which is actually saying pretty much the same thing.
Okay, I'm going to jump in, Janet. Apologies for the interruption. We'll pick up on that point on the other side. We're going to open up the phone lines, questions and comments for investigative journalist Janet Phelan. Here's Bonnie Tyler taking us into the break with It's a Heartache on Coast to Coast AM.
Nothing but a fool standing in cold rain.
I'm Andrew Garrett. Welcome to KFI 24-hour newsroom. The main convicted of killing college student Kristen Smart has been sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. San Luis Obispo County DA Dan Dow says justice was served.
Today's guilty verdict provides some sense of justice for Kristen, for Smart, and for our community.
Smart was 19 years old when she disappeared in 1996. Her body has never been found. And more presenters for Sunday night's Academy Awards are being announced. Joining the list are Harrison Ford, John Travolta, Halle Bailey, Elizabeth Banks, and Sigourney Weaver. Also scheduled to hand out the Golden Statues are Antonio Banderas, Jessica Chastain, Keith Grant, Emily Blunt, Zoe Saldana, and Nicole Kidman. The 95th annual Oscar ceremony takes place at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, and Jimmy Kimmel will host. KFI weather Sunday will be cloudy in the morning, then some clouds in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s to around 60 at the beaches, inland, Metro AOT, the Valley, IV, and High Desert. We leave local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andrew Carabella.
Taking KFI traffic, we deal with crash in South LA on the 110 north on Adams.
that has all lanes. There's California, Willow Brook, 105 West on after Central Avenue, that's along the right shoulder. The Monterey Park, 16 Sun and Last. That's a vehicle fire there along the right shoulder. And to Riverside, 91 East on University Ave, that's a crash there along the right shoulder. Hey, a fine this guy. Hope to get you there faster. I'm done. Goodbye.
Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at rosettastone.com. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Silvan, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most fascinating, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a secret.
Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there.
Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
We have senior topic presents Medicare scam.
If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person.
Never get on your Medicare number.
They want to get your number, put in a false claim.
Don't say that.
How do you detect the Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly.
If you get your statement and you do something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080.
If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the CPP and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a six-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
Attention Southern California, Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting, more than any solar company in California. No one works harder than Semper does with this free decor and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnaces AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com.
Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcast at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in as the best podcast. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9.
Are you looking for some non-dairy deliciousness? Discover the rich, creamy taste of Planet Oat Oat Milk. It's delicious in coffee, smoothies, cereal, or by the glass. Planet Oat Oat Milk tastes every bit as marvelous as the delicious moments it inspires. Pick it up at your local grocery store today.
KFI, AM
Rabbi.
born east of the Rockies. Call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free. Call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest code strong enough. The Mail online, not say a newspaper in Great Britain, is trying to unravel the mystery of Bigfoot, and they've listed the top 5 theories
about the hairy ape man, everything from a lost species of hominids to a Native American nature spirit. Number two, the creature is actually an ape that's from Asia that wandered to North America during the Ice Age. Number three, Bigfoot is among at least 2,000 ape men walking upright in North America's woods today. Number four, the monster is a Native American nature spirit. Number five, all the videos and alleged photographic evidence is actually a hoax. So you can read the rest of the story in the news section up at coasttocoastam.com. Hey, if you like what you hear from me tonight, this morning, and you want to find out more, you can start by visiting my website, strangeplanet.ca, strangeplanet.ca, and there's a lot of stuff there. You can stream and subscribe to my podcast right there, Richard Garrett Strange Planet. That's the podcast. New episodes drop every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And if you want to get deeper into the podcast, you might want to think about a premium subscription. And there are three subscriber tiers to choose from. You can get access to commercial-free listening, a free subscription to my monthly newsletter, discounts on Strange Planet merch, and even an exclusive monthly Q&A with me over Zoom. StrangePlanet.ca, everything is right there. StrangePlanet.ca. All right, when we come back, your questions and comments for investigative journalist Janet Phelan as we discuss the breaking point of history right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner fixed, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unlawful sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with HUD.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different from me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are. Love has no labels, and one small step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so,
yeah. When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehatnolabels.com/one small step, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing, this conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehatnolabels.com/one small step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Janet Phelan stays with us. The book is At the Breaking Point of History. That's published by Trine Day, Trine, Trine Day, TrineDay.com, the website. Before we go to the call, Janet, we were talking about, I think you were addressing the whole issue of things like electronic harassment. We were talking about human experimentation, and I'm trying to remember, we left off, you were discussing, I think, certain judges, perhaps, corrupt judges had been bribed to throw certain cases. I think you were talking about electronic harassment. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, actually, I was referencing this new subcommittee on weaponization of government, and that's sort of a catch-all that might include a number of different issues. And I did try to reach out to this subcommittee on some of these concerns about what's happening to some of the judges. And I found that the subcommittee really didn't seem to be interested. It's a subcommittee of the House Judiciary Committee, but it didn't seem to be interested in any issues about judges taking bribes. And in fact, the whole impetus of this weaponization of government committee seems to be sort of a partisan political effort to tar the other party while keeping, the spirit of Donald Trump alive. So it seems to be really living up to its name.
All right, let's go to the phone. And first-time caller, Lewis, is calling from one of the cities that has apparently... Oh, we lost Lewis. Oh, that's too bad. He wanted to talk about those blueprints because he's in Los Angeles. All right, that's too bad. We lost Lewis. Maybe he'll call back. Let's say hi to Joe. Is it Medina, Ohio? Joe, East of the Rockies. Welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Hi, Richard. My name's Joe. Hi, Janet. How are you?
Hey, Joe.
Good. A couple quick comments. I have to live with a Vitaset generator. It's human residence because I'm constantly under attack.
Under attack by what? An energy weapon?
Energy weapon, correct. I'm sure you've heard of the Edward Griffin.
Oh, yeah,
correct. And so a couple of doctor friends of mine, he's a gentleman that you have to have on your show. He's the best in the country. His name's Dr. Alfonso Manzo. Remember that name, and you can look him up. I can put you in contact with him. And Janet, if you could leave your email, I have a lot of treasure trove of information for you. Richard, you had a past guest back in 2012 that was a friend of mine. His name was Michael Chapela. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us. He was taken out in January of 2020, poisoned. And I got him in contact with now my doctor friend Alfonso Manzo 2 weeks before he died. And he had an extensive, he was a doctor, my one friend, Dr. Alfonso Manzo, he also has a background in electrical engineering, as well as Michael Chapela. He has Tesla technology. So he was able to dismantle a lot of the AI technology that's being put in all of us today. And I would say he's the foremost expert. He's the best of the best. So I put together specific amount of information to share and how it's impacting all of it, and how we're able to test it. He has the most sophisticated equipment using biofeedback. And those electrical, I can't comment about that Hosanna syndrome, but I do know without a doubt that technology does exist where people can be taken out from hundreds of yards away. This is really could happen.
Joe, thank you for that. Let me ask you again. I don't know if you want to divulge an email or a method where someone like Joe could get in contact with you. That's up to you, Jen. No pressure.
Well, I write for Activist Post, and you can contact me through Activist Post.
Okay, Activist Post. All right, and they're online as well?
Activistpost.com, yes.
Activistpost.com. Okay, Joe, that's the best way. Well, there was I think it was a bill that was introduced around 2000 or 2001 to ban certain types of space weapons. And there was a Democrat, Dennis Kucinich from Ohio, who introduced a provision into that bill. It was defeated, but the provision was to ban psychotronic weapons, which is exactly what Joe in Medina, Ohio was talking about. Any thoughts on that, Jen?
Well, it does seem as if the laws that are governing covert weaponry, whether they're biological weapons, at the top, like photonic weapons. I have here, right in front of me, the prohibitions for chemical weapons. And it looks as though you read in the beginning, this is from the U.S. Potential Section 59, it's unlawful to develop, produce, otherwise acquire, transfer directly or indirectly to the state, stockpile, saying, oh, the death for use, or to use as a chemical weapon. That sounds great. But then you go to the exempted agencies in person, and it says it does not apply to the exempted ownership, possession, transfer, or receipt of a chemical weapon by a department, agency, or other entity of the United States. So, all of these efforts to protect us from weapons that are actually weapons of mass destruction, chemical, biological, radiological weapons, appear to have been spoiled through the passage of laws like this.
All right. Wild card line, Wayne is in Tacoma, Washington. Wayne, good morning. Welcome to Coast.
Good evening, Sir Richard and Lady Janet. Yeah, almost anything can be used for nefarious purposes. I came across something quite a few years ago, and I thought I remembered just about the water, and especially, I know you've been guests on Coast to Coast talking about really the poisoning of the American public through the water system by them putting rat poisons in our water, which is what is it? That's supposed to protect the enamel on the teeth. That's what that was originally used for. That's the fluoride, right?
Right.
Okay. So anyway,
I think it's a byproduct of producing aluminum, and they couldn't figure out what to do with it. That's one theory. So they put it in the water system, right?
yeah. And so anyway, I remembered something about dual water systems. So I just Googled, why do we have dual water systems throughout the United States? And so the first thing that popped up was something from an organization called the National Environmental Service Center, and it was just a short page PDF, so I downloaded it. I'm just going to read the summary, which is just a medium-long paragraph, and it says, dual water systems feature two separate distribution systems that supply potable water through one distribution network and non-potable water through another. The two systems work independently of each other within the same service area, using dual systems and boost public water supplies because they lessen the burden on drinking water systems because they do not have to provide water treatment to drinking water standards for.
Can I interrupt you because I'm aware of dual water systems, and it is not configured at all in the same way as the civil line water system. Dual water systems require more than one service line. So you have a separate service line for the potable water and a separate service line for the non-potable water. But what I'm talking about in this over double line water system is you've got one service line. And that makes a world of difference. So a dual water system is not the same as what I am describing and discussing in this book.
All right, Wayne, thank you for that.
Dual water systems are mostly used for like agricultural purposes, and so the second service line that carries not potable water to be used for flushing toilets or watering fields or so forth comes into the separate service line, not the same service line, which is what we've seen in the double line water system.
Okay, that makes sense. It does make sense. Yeah, why bother to run water through a filtration system if it can be used for irrigation, etc. Right. Okay, let's say hi to.
Right.
Okay, first time caller. I'm glad that Steve is in San Diego and he wants to discuss something that we didn't get to, and that's the WHO and their pandemic treaty. Steve, go ahead. Welcome.
Excellent show today. Thank you so much for providing this guest. I just want to know, under the past 3 years or so, aside from that, in the future, why is the WHO getting involved in who and who doesn't get medical treatment, whether they like it or not, under the Nuremberg Code, under informed consent? from your personal health decisions in Los Angeles or Utah for that matter. The World Health Organization is being controlled by 50 people, and maybe you can elaborate on who, how, why, and how we can stop it, prevent it.
All right, Steve, thanks for the call. Janet? Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch all of that, but I think I caught enough of it to address it. At this point in time, the WHO has launched a two-pronged effort to change the relationship between individuals and national governments and the WHO to give the WHO exclusive dominion over our health provinces. And there are basically two prongs to this effort. One of them is the amendment of the International Health Regulations. I have details on this here, but unfortunately, I probably don't have enough time to go into them. And the other is through the launching of a pandemic treaty. So these are both hovering on the horizon to possibly go into effect in 2024. And either or both of these together will decimate our health sovereignty and our ability to make individual decisions over our own health care. Should there be another public health emergency or a perceived public health emergency?
That's an important distinction, isn't it? And that's perceived. As I understand the treaty, it would essentially give the World Health Organization broad powers to not only, announce officially that there is a pandemic, and then to also prescribe measures such as mask mandates, lockdowns, and so forth. Now, the idea is that this is supposed to be voluntary, and I guess this is the way that governments could adopt it without having to get it sanctioned by a vote in their parliament or in the United States by the Senate. They ratify treaties. So, but if it's voluntary, quote unquote, they don't have to get it ratified. Is that the idea? Do I have that correct?
Well, I'm not aware of this voluntary caveat. What I'm aware of is that it becomes obligatory. What I am aware of in terms of the pandemic treaty is that there is an effort to launch a sort of provisional exception, and that way it will not have to go through a Senate ratification. It would only have to be signed by the president, and it again would change the way that treaties are generally dealt with in the U.S., which is, of course, first President signs it, and then it goes to the Senate for ratification. But under the terms of this pandemic treaty, that would be out the window. And it would only be a deal between Tedros and Biden.
Right. And obviously some concerns here that the communist Chinese have tremendous influence within the World Health Organization. And of course, we have continued questions about the origin of a certain virus. Now even, the FBI and other organizations saying it's coming out of the Wuhan laboratory. So you have potentially the communist Chinese creating viruses, perhaps unleashing them, and then through their puppet, the World Health Organization, imposing lockdowns and mandates on the rest of the world.
That is a clear and present danger. I wouldn't ascribe it only to the Chinese Communist Party, however. I think there was a bit of involvement in the U.S. in the entire public health crisis. And that's true.
Sure, gain of function funding through the NIH.
Right.
So that's been addressed, obviously, in the Senate hearing. Janet, it's great speaking with you. Thank you so much for hanging out for the last 2 hours and providing some very explosive information. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much for having me on this here.
At the breaking point of history, that's available at Amazon and also Trine Day. Trine Day Publishing, TrineDay.com, TrineDay.com. All right, when we come back, symbolism, occult symbolism embedded in your favorite film. Robert W. Sullivan IV, historian, philosopher, antiquarian, writer, and 32nd degree Scottish Rite Freemason is next. Stay with us. You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and tape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be, every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you know how to clog things, all Reader Hero coming in air. Go online at ReaderHero.com.
Heard any of our secret mind control hidden messages recently? No? That's because we're really good at it. Forget about civil rights. Forget about that gay people should have the same rights as the rest of us. How about, what do you care? Like the couple next door to you is gay? Oh, that's horrible. They're great wrestlers. Bill Handel. No, I would be intimidated because they would obviously better than me. Of course. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I love those security questions that I'm asked, to determine that I'm me. What was the name of your first best friend? No friend. What was the name of your first dog? No dog. What's your favorite band? I hate music. It's Bill Handel. I mean, I have a hard time filling those out. How? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And we have a new flavor, the radio-flavored Coca-Cola. That could be their next product, right? Handle World? Oh, no. Oh, you want a soda that tastes like Bill Handel? Bill Handel. How do you want to go there? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Family tragedy in the valley. I'm Andrew Carrot. I welcome to KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man has been arrested for allegedly stabbing and killing his mother in Porter Ranch. The man walked into the LAPD Devonshire Division Police Station on Friday and told cops he thought he heard his mom. Cops went to the home inside the guard-gated community at the Heights at Porter Ranch, found the mother dead. Former Vice President Pence has unleashed his harshest criticism yet of former President Trump for his role in the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. Pence made a remark on Saturday evening at the annual White Tie Gridiron Dinner, where politicians and journalists gathered in Washington. Pence said, "I had no right to overturn the election, and his reckless words endangered my family and everyone at the Capitol that day." The former VP said he knows history will hold Donald Trump accountable. Pence is expected to challenge Trump for the Republican presidential nomination in 2024.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. We had you for a good contract side by side. How do I?
NASA Crew Dragon Endurance is returning to Earth following a 5-month stay at the International Space Station before astronauts splashed down on Saturday evening off the Florida coast. Multi-platinum selling artist Wiz Khalifa is coming to California's capital city this summer.
Grammy and Golden Globe nominated rapper is hitting the road and rejoining forces with Snoop Dogg for the high school reunion tour.
I'm looking forward to it too, as well. Bringing the classics and giving people a brand new experience to continue the legacy that we all have.
Also joining the tour are two shorts, Warren G and Burner, featuring special guest DJ Drama. The 33-city high school reunion tour kicks off at July 7th in Vancouver, stopping at Brooklyn, Atlanta, Houston, and more. Olympic diving champion Pat McCormick has died. McCormick was from Steel Beach and won gold in the springboard and platform events in both the 1952 and 56 teams. McCormick died on March 7th at a nursing home. She was 92. And Lenny Kravitz is set to perform the In Memoriam tribute during Sunday night's Academy Awards ceremony at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. Kravitz has appeared in many films, including The Hunger Games and the rom-com Shotgun Wedding. 95th Oscars will be hosted by Jimmy Kimmel and televised on ABC. Southland weather. Sunday's going to be cloudy in the morning, some more clouds in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s to around 60 at the beaches. Inland, Metro LA, Orange County, the Valleys, Inland Empire, and the high desert. Monday and Tuesday will also have highs in the 50s to around 60. Right now, Dana Point 55, Irvine 59, West Covina 58, Santa Clarita 56 degrees. Philly local, KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Andrew Carabella.
This is KFI traffic. We deal with traffic in South LA on the 110 north on Adams that has all lanes blocked. Through the Bloomington area, from Cedar past East Lane. There's car fire Willowbrook, 105 west on into Central Avenue. That's along Red Shoulder. To Monterey Park, 60 east on Atlantic. That's a vehicle fire there along the Red Shoulder. At Riverside 91 east on University Ave, that has a crash there along the Red Shoulder. KFI in the sky. Hope to get you there faster. I'm Jonathan White.
On IQ's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. As Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more.
You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen.
Listen to IQ's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
There are simple things parents and caregivers can do to help children cope with stress. It's important to talk to children in age-appropriate language and approach the discussion in a calm and sensitive way to help them cope. This Child Hopeful Moment is brought to you by childhope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Child Hope can help. Access Child Hope free and secure mental health services. Call 833-217-1473 or live chat at childhope.org.
If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the CPP and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a six-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
I've been asked 1,000 times, did you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results at trial, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard, and so many former clients refer to family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we deliver for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Injured in an accident? Visit Super Bonus Super Bonus.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serra.
Isn't that beautiful? Peter Gabriel, the Book of Love. Have you ever wondered why 007 is James Bond's numerical designation? Or where the name Luke Skywalker comes from? What's behind the symbolism of all those mirrors in Black Swan? Robert W. Sullivan IV is the author of 3 volumes of Cinema Symbolism, a guide to esoteric imagery in popular movies. And he's coming up next on Coast to Coast AM to reveal the occult, numerological, astrological, mythological, alchemical, tarot, and Kabbalistic iconography and symbolism contained within popular movies. And on a totally unrelated sidebar, after the death of his source, Robert is now free to reveal a mystery related to him by a Kennedy family insider about the whereabouts of JFK's missing brain. That conversation is coming up next on Coast to Coast AM.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I need my air conditioner fixed, so my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unlawful sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with her.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different from me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are. Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, the story is so, yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/one-small-step, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/one-small-step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back. Richard Serra coming to you live from my home studio in Old Thornhill, just north of Toronto. Robert W. Sullivan IV is a philosopher, historian, antiquarian, jurist, theologian, writer, lawyer, and a Scottish Rite 32nd degree Freemason. He's the author of Cinema Symbolism, Volumes 1, 2, and 3, The Royal Art of Enoch, and a work of fiction, A Pact with the Devil. Robert, welcome back to Coast. How are you, my friend?
Hello, Richard. Thank you for having me back on Coast to Coast. It's my pleasure to be here. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you.
I always look forward to speaking with you, Robert. Because like you, I love movies, although I don't have, obviously, anywhere near your depth and breadth of knowledge. And we're going to get into all of these hidden little gems, these layers that directors and, I guess, screenwriters sort of encode in films to really bring them to life. But before we do any of that, because we've had you on a number of times, and it's always great fun discussing symbolism in film. But before that, on a totally unrelated note, you had an acquaintance or a friend who was kind of a Kennedy family insider who related information to you about JFK's missing brain. And I guess now you're free to speak about it because this person has passed on. Is that correct?
Yes, Richard. The person who related this information to me is no longer here. They have been gone for a little while now. And the story, if you want me to tell it, I certainly will.
Yeah, well, before we get right into it, let me just ask you, was this person a member of the Kennedy family, or was he a close friend, and did he know all of the Kennedys, or can you tell us a little bit about them without obviously identifying them?
Right, I'm not going to reveal this person's name, but I just will say that he was a Kennedy, the best way I can describe it is he was a Kennedy family insider. I leave it at that. He knew some people who were very close to the Kennedy family, and I have no reason whatsoever to doubt what this person told me regarding the location of JFK's missing brain.
All right, this sort of sets the scene, like where and when, and what were the circumstances when he, I don't know, leaned over and said, Robert, I got to tell you about JFK's missing brain. Like, I mean, that doesn't come out at a cocktail party exactly, does it, or did it?
Well, no, this person was an acquaintance of mine, and we were just talking one day about, history and the Kennedys and the JFK assassination and the conspiracy theories surrounding it. And this was a while ago now. The Oliver Stone movie had already come out, the first one, the JFK. Stone has subsequently done another documentary about it. And it didn't come out in any way like, oh, this is some sort of closely guarded secret or like, under the table or hush-hush or anything like that. He said, oh, I'll tell you where the brain is. He said, I know exactly where it is. And he related a story, the person, he or she, I should say, related a story to me. And that's, I personally have no, I did not eyewitness this event or anything like that. This is a story that was told to me, so technically as a lawyer it is hearsay. But again, I knew this person, and I know this person would not lie to me, and I have no reason whatsoever to disbelieve or question the story.
Okay, so we'll give a little bit of the backstory just for context here. So November 22nd, 1953, Kennedy struck in the head. The fatal mortal wound appeared to come despite all of the official narratives that it came from behind the sixth floor of the Texas Book Depository building. If you see the Zapruder film, obviously, to the naked eye, it looks like it's coming from the front and to the side, the grassy knoll, we see Kennedy's head snap back. So then he's taken to Parkland Memorial Hospital. He's declared dead. Somewhere now, you can fill in the blanks here. I'm not sure if the autopsy was performed not there, but it was at Bethesda Naval Hospital when they took Kennedy's body there. The autopsy, or was it performed at Parkland?
No, it remember. It should have been done in Parkland because at the time there was no federal law
um, assassination was first-degree murder, essentially. It would have been covered by the state of Texas. There was no, this was not a federal crime at the time. So the autopsy should have technically have been done at Parkland Hospital in Dallas. But of course, the body was moved, one could say illegally, to Bethesda Naval Hospital in Maryland, outside of D.C., where the autopsy was done. And I mean, there's all sorts of suspicious activity revolving around the autopsy. Dr. Sheen was burning his autopsy notes. People were being told to be quiet about what they were finding. There were bullet wounds that didn't tally with what the official story was. There was more wounds than they could account for with the number of shots that were fired. So yeah, the whole thing just is very suspicious. And it was at this point at the Bethesda Naval Hospital where Kennedy's brain was removed as potential evidence, as potential crime scene evidence, and was preserved in the National Archives of all places. And that's where it stayed for at least 4 years.
Right, because obviously if you're looking to determine the trajectory of the bullet that was the mortal head wound, that would be found in the brain. And that's typical in an autopsy. They take out the organs, they weigh them, and so forth, and certainly with the brain. Not to get overly graphic, but whatever was left of the brain. And so it was after the autopsy, the brain is then stored in the National Archives in Washington. Did you say for 4 years?
Yeah, it was there from 1963 to 1967.
Okay, so at what point is it missing?
Well, it goes missing in 1967.
And when did they discover? How did they discover that it was missing?
I know for a fact that it went missing when Jim Garrison, when he was trying to play Shaw 2 years later, they had subpoenaed it, they had requested it to examine it, and at that point the National Archives admitted that it was gone, and they didn't know where it was. Of course, that probably wasn't true. They didn't know where it was. But at any rate, at that point, that's when it was officially, it was determined that it wasn't there anymore, and its current whereabouts were unknown.
Okay, so now along comes your acquaintance, and during the conversation, he tells you, I know where the missing brain is.
Correct.
All right, so let's get into it.
Right, the story that was told to me was, she said that in 1967, John F. Kennedy the body in Arlington Cemetery was moved. It had been buried when they interred him in 1963. They moved the body 4 years later in 1967 to the location it is now. It didn't move very far. It moved a little farther up the hill. And of course, this is where it is now under the monument with the burning torch that you can go to today if you want to. At that point, he told me that when the body was being moved, Kennedy's brother, the former Attorney General Robert Kennedy, went into the National Archives under the table. This wasn't, somewhat surreptitiously, and removed the brain from the vault of the National Archives and put it in Kennedy's coffin. And the brain is actually buried with John F. Kennedy in Arlington National Cemetery. And his motivation for doing this, Robert Kennedy's motivation for this was he was deeply distressed and concerned that the brain was going to wind up somehow, somewhere in the hands of what you would describe as a carnival barker. Or wind up in the hands of a carnival collector, somewhat insidiously, and be put on display or become a sideshow exhibit or something like that. That deeply distressed and worried him.
Hey,
He didn't want that to happen. So when the body was being moved, when JFK's body was being moved in Arlington in 1967, Robert Kennedy retrieved the brain out of the National Archives, placed the brain in John F. Kennedy's casket, and then, of course, it was subsequently buried where it is today in Arlington National Cemetery. That was the story that was told to me, and I have absolutely no reason to doubt it.
So, what's interesting about that, and that's a remarkable story, and I tend to believe it because, first of all, I believe you, And I have faith in your judgment and character. So if you say this person was credible. What's interesting, though, is that one of the theories as to why Robert F. Kennedy was assassinated was because he was trying to get to the bottom of his brother's assassination. Who was responsible? And that brain, as we mentioned earlier, would have contained key evidence. He would have been in possession of the brain for a period of time. I would imagine he would have maybe examined it, would have been interested to know, what the fatal, the mortal head wound, did it come from in front and to the side instead of behind? And yet, he had the brain, he never spoke of it, at least publicly. What do you think of that? What do you make of that?
Right, it's a fair point. But my understanding of it is that it was told to me was that RFK was much more worried about the brain falling into the hands of someone unscrupulous than he was about that at that point in time. Robert Kennedy had always believed that there were right-wing elements in the CIA and the FBI who had plotted against his brother and he killed him. That was no state secret at the time. That was somewhat well known. They had kept it on the wrap. But RFK had always believed something, suspicious had happened on November 22nd. And certainly the idea that the brain could have possibly revealed the tracks of the bullet is certainly possible. The story was told to me that the brain was taken and put in the coffin relatively quickly, so I don't believe that that any examination of the brain was done, after RFK had taken it from the archives and prior to him putting it in the coffin. It's certainly a valid point. I think there's enough evidence without even examining the brain, me personally, to realize just when you look at the Zapruder film, to realize that shot from the front, from the head shot from Kennedy came from the front. I mean, I think that's hard to argue with. But at any rate, again, this person had told me that Kennedy, RFK, Robert F. Kennedy, was deeply worried that the brain was going to again wind up in the hands of someone unscrupulous, and that this was going to wind up essentially in a freak show. And because of that reason, he wanted it buried with his brother, where it would be out of sight forever. And again, I'll just reiterate, I personally have no eyewitness. This is a story that was told to me. I have no firsthand knowledge of this. But the person who did tell me this was 100% credible, and I can relate to you in the audience that he would have no reason whatsoever to be deceptive or to make up a story or anything like that. This was 100%. I believed it when I heard it, and I believe it to this day.
All right, well, another mystery solved. A couple of weeks ago, I think the mystery of Atlantis was finally laid to rest, where it is, and now, perhaps, we have finally laid to rest another mystery, the location of JFK's missing brain. Robert W. Sullivan is with us, and we're talking about, now we're going to launch into our discussion on cinema symbolism. And just give us, I know you've been on the program many times. There may be people new to the program who haven't heard you speak about this. Occult symbols hidden in films. What do we mean by occult symbols hidden in films? Who's doing it and why?
Right. Well, this is a very broad topic, and it's not just symbols. It covers an array of tropes, of themes. I mean, you're dealing with when you're dealing with hidden icons, symbols, themes in films. I mean, it's everything. It's not just one thing, like a symbol hanging on a wall in the background. I mean, it's much deeper than that. I mean, it's an examination of the costuming, the setting, the symbol, the themes, and what makes it even more complex is it depends on the context in which all this is presented. What I mean to say when I say that is the surrounding circumstances of how it's presented can change. It can mean one thing in one film, but can mean something completely separate or different in another film. And that makes it even more complex because you can't paint with broad strokes with it. You have to be it's very detail oriented. Something in one movie can mean one thing, but presented in a slightly different way in another film could mean something that can convey a different meaning altogether. So, and another thing that is very, very interesting, and this is something that I was hoping to delve into a little bit with you tonight, is actually the use of a certain actor or actress can be used to convey something, or hint at something. What I describe as the easiest way for me to describe this is by employing an actor or an actress in a certain film. If they bring cinematic baggage with them from an earlier film, it's not typecasting, and it really creates. The only way I can describe this is it creates what I call pop culture balance, where it invests this new film with some sort of hidden undercurrent that the filmmaker is trying to employ or convey to the audience. And when I first started looking at this, I thought it was very, very narrow. I thought it was very scarce. Years later, 4 or 5 years later, after first discovering this, it's much more widespread. And when you look at really the very sophisticated filmmakers, Darren Aronofsky, Guillermo del Toro, certainly Stanley Kubrick, which is one of the ones I wanted to talk to you about tonight, these guys really know what they're doing. So when we talk about occult themes, occult symbols in movies, again, it's a very broad topic, and it can cover anything from costuming to actors to symbols to themes related to alchemy, Gnosticism, Kabbalah, mysticism, you name it.
Right, and again, the idea here is for those who think we're talking about, some sort of satanic influence that is pervading Hollywood, and that they're trying to, promote Satanism or occultism through the movies. It's not about that. It's about using the cult or hidden symbols, themes, all of the things that you just described, simply to add more depth and meaning, and to turn a film into a truly, piece of art, right?
Yeah, that's part of it. I mean, it's like I said, it's very broad. You just have to look at the context. There are films that I do believe have a very sinister aspect to them that are very diabolical, and really are kind of what I describe as the devil's welding, the celluloid. But again, but my examination of it has led me to believe that you have to look at each film individually, and you can't paint with one stroke.
Okay, Robert, I gotta jump in here. We're gonna take a time out, head on to a break. John Lennon from his rock and roll album, Flippin' in the Slide, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
I'm Edric Arabella from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Officials have arrested 18 people suspected of asking a minor for sex in California. A task force in Sacramento says the arrests are part of Operation Secret Admirer, which catches anyone trying to target children for sex. The operation spanned a month and involved officials posing as children as young as 13. Officials say people can report suspected child sexual exploitation at report.cybertips.org. A coyote in San Diego stuck in an illegal jaw trap has been released into the wild. The San Diego Humane Society's Project Wildlife team was taking care of the animal for 3 weeks. The coyote was found last month dangling on a chain link fence from its jaw trap attached to her left front leg. The humane officers say the coyote does not have permanent damage, and the society is investigating the coyote hunting as felony animal cruelty. KFI weather. Sunday will be cloudy in the morning, then some clouds in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s to around 60 at the beaches, inland, Metro Valley, Orange County, the valley, i.e. in the high desert. Doing local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Edric Arabella. Taking KFI traffic, we go to fast in South LA on the 110 north on Adams. That has all lanes blocked. Through the Bloomington area, sending on Cedar, fast in lanes. Near Pathfinder, Willowbrook, 105 west on into Central Avenue, that's along the right shoulder. Through Monterey Park, 60 east on Atlantic. That's a vehicle fire there along the right shoulder.
If you're beside 91 East on a University Ave, that there can crash there along the right shoulder. Pay a fine this guy. Hope to get you there faster. I'm done for lunch.
Want to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art for more? Here's someone who will tell you why you should call Tangible Investment.
Hi, my name is Allie Eastburn, and I'm the founder of With This Ring.
With This Ring is Allie's charity.
About 11 years ago, I realized that the ring on my finger could literally save an entire village in Africa. So I donated that ring, and now we have rings coming in to our organization from women and men all over the world.
So who buys Allie's donated ring?
Tangible Investments. Our ring donors send our rings directly to Tangible Investments, and they give us more money for those rings than anyone else ever has.
With Bill's out, Allie is changing the world.
It helps us do what we do best, which is drilling clean water wells in Liberia, Africa.
Tangible Investments owner Bill D. Genova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Bill guarantees you'll get more.
Thanks so much, Bill and Tangible Investments, for all you've done for us.
Call now for a no-obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and tape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up with nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you know how to cause things, call Reader Hero coming in air. Go online at ReaderHero.com.
On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Silvan, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really?
I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deepfake.
Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there.
Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Attention Southern California. Temper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting, more than any solar company in California. No one works harder than Temper does with esprit de corps and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Temper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Temper offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Temper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit TemperSolaris.com.
Hi there, I'm Joel Larkar. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy more of what matters. How to Money with Joel Larkar. Today at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Going only occasionally at the heart of massive clusters of galaxies, owning a massive black hole are some of the largest and most elusive objects in the universe. These black holes behemoths have masses exceeding that of 10 billion suns. That's with a B, billion suns, making them far more monstrous than even the supermassive black holes found at the centers of the galaxy, like the Milky Way. And their tremendous size has long perplexed astronomers. Now, researchers studying a rare galaxy discovered the origins of these cosmic monsters. You can read more at the In the News section of the Coast to Coast AM. Sedona and the Sedona Performing Arts Center is a live stage show, part of the Sedona Ascension Retreat, and that's a free show. You have to get tickets, of course, to the Sedona Ascension Retreat, but the stage show is for free. That's happening Saturday, March the 18th at 8 p.m. And for more information, you can go to SedonaAscensionRetreats.com. SedonaAscensionRetreats.com, or just go to coasttocoastam.com and go to the menu bar and find George Norrie and events, and it's all right there. Back to more of my conversation with Robert W. Sullivan IV as we talk about occult casting in the movie right after these on Coast to Coast AM.
For a limited time, it's back to 1-ounce solid silver Ghana alien coin, part of the silver starter kit just for Coast to Coast fans exclusively at BullionMax.com/code. Now, I know there's a lot of you out there that have tried to order in the past, but it's sold out by the time you get there. The Bullion Max was finally able to get more in stock. And here's the great thing. When you have fantastic collector pieces that are solid silver, like the Austrian Philharmonic coin and the Britain Britannia. We all know inflation is getting worse. The stock market had its worst year since 2008, and now is this time to diversify into precious metals that you can store at your home. Bullion Max ships them to you fully insured. Head to the stock market, head to the U.S. dollar, start building your wealth in precious metals at BullionMax.com/code. That's BullionMax.com/code.
Real people, real stories. I've had acute eczema. I have tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine for years. So I started taking Avora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our dog developed this lymph problem, but the chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took him into the vet and he checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My dad had issues that developed in his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the carnivore advertising, so I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's
And we're going to focus on one type of cinema symbolism, and that is occult casting. So just to kind of give us an example, I think there's a good one with, before we get into The Shining and so forth, but there's another example with the actor that's Ralph Fiennes, who of course was Obi-Wan Kenobi in Star Wars. There's another, I think we were talking about his casting in another movie that was, I guess, supposed to evoke memories of Star Wars or something like that.
No, it's the one you're talking about is Max von Sydow.
Ah, okay, sorry.
Well, this is a good example. There's episode 7, when the movie opens, when it says a planet, and this is where Kylo Ren is coming for the relic, that the Max von Sydow character has. He passes it on to the Poe character, and then they confront, von Sydow confronts Kylo Ren, and he ultimately gets killed. And it begs the question, and this is, it's like, why is casting Max von Sydow in this movie for literally what is probably less than 5 minutes of screen time, when any numbers of actors could have played this part. And when I was watching it, there was just something that was like a splinter in my head. It just wasn't sitting right. It wasn't necessarily sinister or anything, but it just stirred this curiosity. I kind of felt like I'd seen this all before. And sure enough, this is kind of what I'm talking about when I say occult casting, the use of an actor or actress to sort of plant something in your subconscious mind. The placing of Von Sydow in the Star Wars Episode 7 is designed to exorcist in Dune. What I mean is this: when the character in the Star Wars movies, again, Episode 7, The Force Awakens, comes out and confronts Kylo Ren and gets struck down. It brings to mind, what other Max von Sydow movie opens in the desert and he stands up to a dark, evil figure. And of course, the first one is The Exorcist, where, he starts out, von Sydow plays a Jesuit priest in the deserts of Iraq, and he finds the
one, which is Dune, where Von Sydow is, of course, on Arrakis, which is the desert planet, and does he stand up to a dark, evil figure? And, of course, yes, it is. It's Baron Harkonnen. And in that movie, he gets struck down right away. So why do this? Why place Von Sydow in Star Wars? Well, the idea is, and the way this works is, by putting Von Sydow at the beginning of that movie, it's transferring the exorcist and Dune to your subconscious mind, as it were, of Pazuzu the demon and Baron Harkonnen. And that's what I mean by a cult casting.
That's for real movie fans, though. I mean, that's the director did that almost just for people like you who are real cinephiles who can do that cross-reference and say, oh, wait a minute, Max von Sydow was in Dune and was in this movie. That's why he's doing it. It's almost like they put that Easter egg in there just for you.
Yeah, it's an Easter egg, and it's very hard to pick up on, but it's also, I can see it, so I mean, I can point it out, but if you're watching the movie, again, what a lot of these guys, what these directors like to do is tweak with your subconscious mind by using archetypal imagery in this case. So it's almost one of those things where it affects the movie goer, but they're not aware of it. That's sort of the level these guys are working on. I know the look for it. So I can kind of spot it. And like I said, when I first started doing this, the very first movie I noticed this with was the sequel to The Matrix. I believe it's called Matrix Reloaded, maybe it was. And it was the use of Anthony Zerbe, the actor in it. And the sequel to The Matrix, the use of Zerbe was cross-referencing Omega Man with Charlton Heston, because Zerbe did the speech in the Matrix movie, which is exactly the same as the one he did in Omega Man, only reversed. Everything is backwards. And if you're familiar with Matrix and you're familiar with my research, those movies are Gnostic cinema. That's the Valentinian strain. And when you're doing Gnosticism, you're doing a lot of reversal of Orthodox Christianity. So the fact that they would use I think the last time we talked, I was rewatching all the James Bond movies, and I actually discovered some anomalies in there as well. And of course, there's really a great within the last week that's fantastic.
All right, well, let's get into The Shining, but before that, I just wanted to mention another example. You mentioned Max von Sydow in Star Wars 7, and he's confronting evil, and that's a callback, I guess, to The Exorcist. But the other one example would be Max von Sydow as Jesus in The Greatest Story Ever Told. Isn't he in the desert confronting the devil, the temptation in the wilderness?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that is another great example of it. I mean, you can look at it like that. In the Star Wars, in the Star Wars movie, though, what I would say is, if you watch the character with a hermit than he is of a Christ-like figure, like a savior figure. So again, it's very narrow by splitting hairs a little bit, but certainly what you're saying is, you could certainly draw that comparison also.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about The Shining, 1980 Stanley Kubrick adaptation of Stephen King's book of the same name.
Right.
Taking place at the Overlook Hotel in Colorado. Jack Nicholson, of course, that classic role is Jack Torrance and Shelley Duvall, Scatman Crothers. So there's an example of a cult casting in The Shining.
All right. So one thing that's really unique with The Shining, and certainly we've talked about this before, is the whole thing with Kubrick exposing the moon landing through the use of a little boy, the Apollo 11 sweatshirt, the route 237, which is the distance from Earth to the moon. And of course, the idea with this is that Kubrick actually, filmed the footage of these guys hopping around in some sort of secret, government soundstage somewhere. And Kubrick is tipping off people to this in The Shining.
He's playing around with it because he knows that people think that he was responsible for faking the moon landing, and so maybe he's just kind of having some fun with it.
Well, the idea is that he actually filmed it, and again, this is not far-fetched. Kubrick used, in the film that he came out prior to The Shining with Barry Lyndon, he actually used NASA technology to film that movie. So Kubrick worked hand in hand with NASA and the government. So the idea that he states that
not that far-fetched, especially when you know that Barry Lyndon was made with NASA cinema lenses, camera lenses. Of course, if you watch The Shining, the whole thing with the little boy with the Apollo 11, sweatshirt, sweater, he stands up, goes to Route 237. The distance from the Earth to the Moon was 237,000 miles. So the question begs, is there anything else in there that Kubrick is sort of tipping you off and that he could have filmed this moon landing? They may have went. I mean, the theory is they could have gone to the moon, but they couldn't film there. So they hired Kubrick based on Strangelove in 2001 to, film this footage in a top secret government lab somewhere, soundstage.
As an insurance policy, so that they could prove to the world that they did go there, even though they did go there.
Correct. They couldn't film what is the theory. They just couldn't.
Right.
So they had.
That makes sense.
Right. They had Kubrick stage this. So the question then becomes: is there any other movie that came out recently prior to The Shining that actually depicts them taking the moon landing in a top secret government soundstage? And the answer is yes. In 1971, the James Bond movie Diamonds Are Forever is released. If you're familiar with that film, this is the last of the Sean Connery James Bond movies. This was the last time he played in a mechanical James Bond movie. Last time he played 007. He breaks into a top secret government facility in the Nevada desert, which is obviously the Area 51, and he's walking around. And of course, he gets found out, so it's safety. He actually winds up inside a soundstage where they're taking the moon landing. They got the astronauts hopping around and taking the soil samples, and they're filming the fake moon landing. So then the question becomes, okay, but Stanley Kubrick in The Shining tipped you off that he still take the moon landing. Is there a James Bond reference in The Shining anywhere? And the answer to the question is, yeah, there's the biggest one of all. And that is, and this will fall through the cracks, is most people, and myself included until recently, if you had asked someone who was the first actor to play James Bond, your answer would have immediately gone to Sean Connery in Dr. No.
Or David Niven. Perhaps David Niven.
False. The first actor to play James Bond, believe it or not, is none other than Barry Nelson, who played it in 1954 in a TV made-for-movie on a TV show called Climax, where they actually put on a live performance of Casino Royale, which is Ian Fleming's first novel. Who's Barry Nelson? Well, of course, if you're familiar with The Shining, Barry Nelson is Stuart Ullman, the guy who hired Jack Torrance near the beginning of the movie.
Oh, the manager of the Overlook Hotel.
Yeah, it's James Bond.
Wow.
The manager of the Overlook Hotel is the first actor to play James Bond. So Kubrick actually places James Bond in the movie by hiring Barry Nelson. And Nelson's hiring is a direct reference, is subconsciously telling your mind that, he is employing James Bond to use the Overlook Hotel to rent it out to hire Jack Torrance as the caretaker. And by employing James Bond himself, I find it to be a completely under the table homage to Diamonds Are Forever. Kubrick is again sort of suggesting that he is the guy who did the moon landing footage. And I found that fascinating. I had no idea about that. I just discovered that, Richard, in the last week. Barry Nelson, Stuart Ullman, is the first actor to play 007. It was not Sean Connery.
It would have been too obvious if he hired Sean Connery to play.
Oh, of course.
Stuart Ullman.
But I mean, I just found that fascinating. I couldn't believe it when I found that out. It was Barry Nelson was the first actor to play James Bond in a TV production of Climax from 1954.
So, I guess you could see that you could view The Shining as a kind of Stanley Kubrick confession.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to put it. I think when you look at the evidence of it, with the little boy with the Apollo 11, and then you have Diamonds Are Forever in 1971, The Shining just a few years later. I think the evidence definitely, as a lawyer, definitely begins to tip the scales without question in favor that, Kubrick definitely must have had a hand in this. And then again, the real smoking gun on the camera equipment all came from NASA, so he clearly had a working relationship with them. I'll just add real quick, the reason he needed NASA technology for Barry Lyndon is set during the Napoleonic era, and he wanted to film scenes
ever watch a movie in the 40s and 50s or even 60s, whenever there's a scene set by exclusive candlelight, you can see that the lighting coming from the side. They're just too dark. NASA had developed lenses that were way ahead of their time that allowed you to do that. That fractured the light, enhanced the candlelight. So Kubrick found this out and went to NASA and got these cameras, got these specific lenses that he used to film these scenes strictly lit by candlelight in Barry Lyndon. And then that's sort of the real smoking gun on this. It proves this relationship, the symbiotic relationship between Kubrick and NASA. And when you couple that with the 21 and The Shining, it's certainly, now you can add in Barry Nelson and the James Bond Diamonds Are Forever reference, James Bond himself. Yeah, I think the scales are definitely tilted to the idea that Kubrick had a hand in this.
Robert W. Sullivan IV, Cinema Symbolism, Volume 1 through 3. Are you working on Volume 4?
Yes, I am.
How often do you have to watch a movie until you start to make all of these connections and determine, okay, this is the occult theme here, the occult cast and so on? How often do you have to watch this stuff?
Oh, more than once. Usually when I watch a movie for the first time, it's usually leaping off the screen, the flat screen at me. But no, more than one time, and even on multiple occasions, I'll miss something. There are movies to this day that if I sit down and watch them, despite the fact of having watched them countless times in the past, I'm never really going to pick up on something new. I think of a movie like Black Swan. The one that I've watched repeatedly that's just overloaded with stuff is the last Halloween movie, Halloween Ends. That's got lots of stuff going on in it. That's what I would describe as if a Halloween movie was made by David Lynch, that's what it would look like. Because that thing really tweaks with reality of what's happening and what's happening on the screen. And is Michael Myers even there? Lots going on in that movie. Like I said to you, I just went back and rewatched all the James Bond movies from start to finish. Lots going on in those. The one that I just picked up on was the one I just mentioned, but there's another one from 1975, The Man with the Golden Gun.
Oh, let's get to that when we come back. Pardon the interruption, Robert. We're going to roll into the top of the hour here. Let's talk about the occult symbolism in the James Bond movie franchise. Robert W. Sullivan IV stays with us. Cinema Symbolism now. Ice and Tina will be in the brain with Sugar Sugar right here on Coast to Coast AM.
You are my candy. Oh, you got me home with you. You are my Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously have a price.
Whoa, you've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the Smoker Plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99.
If you haven't seen it.
Don't need to. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen thing or a mainline sewer stopper. The Smoker Plumbers of Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99.
Almost.
Yeah, there are a few of them. You can read all about them on our website before you call. Just go to thesmokerplumber.com.
Wow, you went up front and everything. I'm sort of buying a brother who wouldn't tell me anything.
No bother, dear ma'am. With professional plumbers, we show up on time, no good, and unclogged drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446. Right. Oh, man. The hour we lose this weekend was the hour I was planning to spend at the gym. Yeah. Oh, well.
I keep
you're during your show, you're saying you're here. I never know if you know how things things work. It's pretty cool. No, that's not what she's doing. It's a crime scene in there, like blood spatter. Well, we need to do a better job of posting guys where you want to get a fun detail. Jerry and Janet. In the hotel room in the daylight, and just people look too close to it.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. It was almost a hero.
Save a baby.
I didn't stop.
You didn't stop.
Well, here's the thing. I'm doing 70 miles an hour.
Yeah.
My goal is to avoid what's happening directly in front of me. Jerry and Janet, one eye is on this car that's traveling across all lanes of traffic.
This is when your lazy eye comes in handy.
Exactly. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
It's not over yet. I'm Andrew Caravella from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. After more than 24 hours, the man is continuing to barricade himself inside a home in Belinda with police outside after an exchange of gunfire. The barricade has been going on since 2:30 Friday afternoon. LA County Sheriff's deputies responded to Wayne Lane because of a man shooting at pedestrians. At least one woman was shot and taken to a hospital. LA County public health officials are asking people to stay away from the beaches because of bacteria. Drinking water is likely contaminated with bacteria, chemicals, debris, and trash from the rainfall this week. The advisory started on Friday and continues until Monday. People who go into the water can get sick. A huge sinkhole is threatening at least 2 homes in Camarillo. The 30-foot by 30-foot sinkhole opened up late Friday morning between 2 homes that face Grana Avenue. Emergency officials say the sinkhole is threatening the stability of all homes in the immediate area. Camarillo Fire Department says 16 people have been evacuated. The sinkhole is likely from nonstop rainfall from the recent storm. And the White House has responded to the 20 recent anti-LGBTQ bills introduced in Florida. Florida's governor called the suit the place wokeness goes to die this week. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says that it's not about wokeness. The bills are about hate.
Talking about attacking young kids and their parents because of how they view themselves, because of how they see themselves, because of how they want to live. And that's harm.
Jean-Pierre asked for on Friday to think about a kid listening to elected officials talking about how they want to treat a waiter rights or change their parents to felony for seeking health care for their children. She says the White House will continue to fight for the LGBTQ community. Hollywood's biggest stars are getting ready for the Oscars. This year's frontrunner at the Academy Awards is the science fiction film Everything Everywhere All at Once, which leads the pack with 11 nominations. It's closely followed by the German World War I movie All Quiet on the Western Front and the Irish dark comedy The Banshees of Inisherin, both scoring 9 nominations. The Best Picture race also includes Avatar: The Way of the Water, Top Gun: Maverick, Elvis, and Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans. The award will be handed out Sunday night at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. Taking a look at the weather from KFI. Sunday's going to be cloudy in the morning, then the clouds will be partly cloudy in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s to around 60 at the beaches, similar to the valleys, IE, and the high desert. They will also have highs in the 50s to around 60. I know Lisa View, 57, Fullerton, 59, over City, 57, and in Arcadia, 59 degrees. You lead also from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Andrew Caravella.
This is KFI traffic. We do the start in South LA on the 110 North line of Adams. That was all lanes blocked. But even blue area, 10 east on Cedar, past East Lane. Here's Power Fire, Willowville, 105 west on to Central Avenue. That's along the right shoulder. 2 Monterey Park, 50 east on Atlantic. That's a beautiful fire there along the right shoulder. And the other side on the right on the University Ave, there's a crash there along the right shoulder. Hey, a fine this guy. Hope to see you there faster. I'm Jonathan White.
3M Seniors how to prevent Medicare scams.
If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never give out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number, put in a false claim.
Just hang up.
How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly.
If you get your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Control.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080. Starting May 7, 2025, you may need a real ID to board domestic flights, and there's never been a better time to apply than right now. Give yourself the freedom of traveling when and where you want. From application from the comfort of home. DMV Online. Ready when you are.
If you earned less than $30,000 in 2022, you can get money back to help pay for the things you need. See if you qualify at CalEITT, the number 4Read.org. Don't miss out. File your taxes today.
In this week's Marketers Report, Patricia Sagniello, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. The House of the Dragon, which was one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio was a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives market insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media outlet. iHeartMedia is your access. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Play.com, Relentless Hope Podcast, a show that will help you love your life, lead with purpose, and leave a legacy of helping others.
I can do anything. You took this girl from youth into teen to true joy and true peace.
Listen to Play.com's Relentless Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Superwoman, superlawyer, superwoman, superlawyer.com.
KFI, AM 640.
I tiptoed in the room. I know you got you ready. Come lay beside me. I've been waiting tonight. Take to me. Must be the luckiest man alive. Did I tell you, baby, you are the joy of my life. First time that I saw you, oh, I was mind there's a way. You might not get to heaven, to walk with the angels that day. Take you by the hand. I am looking with you in life. When I tell you, baby, you are the joy of my life.
To talk to Richard Serra, call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east to the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serra.
Welcome back. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Serra. John Fogarty. Joy of my life. I'd like to dedicate that one to my mighty Aphrodite group. About this little piece of stories about where I'm sitting right now. That's from his Blue Moon Swamp LP that came out in 1997, and I think it was also released by Chris Stapleton as a single from his album, Starting Over. All right, the Asteroid 2023 BW. I keep saying I have to come up with more romantic names for these celestial bodies and
Look
meteors
at
and
this.
androids
This is a good one.
and comets and planets that they discover. They give them such cryptic names. Anyway, asteroid 2023 DW was just discovered in late February, but NASA says it's tracking it closely to learn about its orbital path because the asteroid has a very small chance of impacting Earth in 22 years. The asteroid's diameter is listed at nearly 50 meters. That's about the size of an Olympic swimming pool. It takes 271 days to orbit the sun. NASA says that after a new object is first discovered, it takes several weeks of data to reduce the uncertainty and adequately predict their orbit years into the future. So as for how small the chance of impact is currently estimated to be, NASA puts it at 1 in 560 odds of impact. 1 in 560. Put another way, that's about 0.18%. 0.18% chance of hitting the Earth. Or a 99.82% chance that the asteroid will streak harmlessly past our planet. You can read more about this video in the news section of the coasttocoastam.com. And coming up tonight on Coast to Coast, Connie Willis will be in the air chair, and in the first half, he's known as he was known as the king of fitness. Jack LaLanne was the first person to ever have an exercise program on TV. His wife, Elaine LaLanne, called the first lady of physical fitness, will join Connie again in the first half to discuss aging, health, cognitive fitness. And she's still doing push-ups at the age of 97, keeping her iconic husband's spirit and advice alive. In the second half, with 45 plus years experience in the fields of electronics, computing, and AI, Charles Hoffman has been a senior fellow at the Institute of Global Futures, and he'll talk with Connie about nanotechnology as a core catalyst for accelerating next stage evolution. That's coming up tonight, Saturday night into Sunday morning, with your guest host, Connie Willis, on Coast to Coast AM. That's more of my conversation plus your calls for Robert W. Sullivan IV as we talk about cinema symbolism right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerous and easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. If you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggott's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. For a limited time, it's back. The 1-ounce solid silver Ghana alien coin, part of the silver starter kit, exclusively at BullionMax.com/coast. With inflation on the rise and a teetering stock market, now's the time to diversify into precious metals that you can store at your home. Go to BullionMax.com/coast and they'll ship your silver directly to your home, fully insured. Now start building your wealth in precious metals at BullionMax.com/coast. That's BullionMax.com/coast.
And we are back with Robert W. Sullivan IV, historian, philosopher, writer, lawyer, antiquarian, and we're talking about occult symbolism in ancient movies. And before the break, we started to talk a little bit about James Bond, and we wanted to talk about was it the man with the golden gun or Goldfinger?
Right, the man with the golden gun. This was I was just going to give briefly just another example of what we were kind of talking about. Is if you ever watch that movie, which is 1975, based on Fleming's novel, the movie is all about is using the power of the sun, harnessing the power of the sun. And this is being done by Scaramanga, who is played by Chris Lee, and the Bond girl, and in this one was Brett Eklund. I believe it was Miss Goodnight. And what kind of makes this unique a little bit is it was, in my opinion, and again this harkens back to what we were talking about before the break, is this was 1975. If you go back in time, just a year, two or 3 years, who played the two most famous sun worshippers of them all? It's Christopher Lee and Brett Eklund in The Wicker Man. So again, by putting them in there, it just sort of reinforces this whole solar undercurrent going on. To have Lee and Eklund in there, just 2 years earlier, they're, like I said, worshiping the sun in The Wicker Man, and now here you have a movie that's all about technically worshiping the sun, solar energy, solar power, in The Man with the Golden Gun. Again, same sort of idea being carried forward, the use of an actor or an actress to convey to your subconscious mind some sort of occult theme or agenda, or trope or something like that. Very fascinating.
So Ian Fleming, not the director in this case, but was he writing these books and imbuing them or embedding occult themes in them, because he had an association with Aleister Crowley during the Second World War, or was this all done by the director?
No, you will definitely find these hermetic themes in the novel. For example, James Bond himself, 007, is of course John Dee, Queen Elizabeth I's court astrologer. His signature is when he went to the Holy Roman Empire to undermine Rudolph II, and he was went as a spy for QE1. When he was writing a correspondence back to her, he was signing 007. The signature was meant to look like eyeglasses or spy glasses. It was two circles with a line over them, then a line down the side. It looked like 007, indicating that the correspondence was for her eyes only, or he was her eyes in the field. And of course, this is where the term "for your eyes only" originates. So you have that going on with 007. And again, you are absolutely correct. During World War II, Ian Fleming was Aleister Crowley's handler. And Crowley actually turns up in two of Fleming's novels. He's the villain. In Casino Royale, the chief is Aleister Crowley. He was used as an inhaler, and he's a sadomasochist. And when you watch 2006's Casino Royale, you'll see this clearly. The inhalers are in reference to Crowley's asthma, which he developed in the 1920s from chronic drug abuse. And Crowley, of course, was a sadomasochist, and you'll see this in Casino Royale when he tortures James Bond. So the chief is actually Aleister Crowley, and so is Blofeld, Ernst Stavro Blofeld, specifically in On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Casino Royale is the first Fleming novel. On Her Majesty's Secret Service, I believe, is the second one. And this is where Blofeld, the head of Spectre, is running around trying to fake his coat of arms and claiming descent from French nobility, that he's a French count. And this is a cross-reference again to Aleister Crowley when he was in Egypt, when he was in Cairo. Crowley was holding himself out as Scottish nobility. He was running around calling himself Lord Boleskine and pretending to be Scottish nobility. Of course, he wasn't. Those two James Bond villains, Blofeld in On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and the chief in Casino Royale are Aleister Crowley, technically.
I always learn so much when you're from the program, Robert. Thank you for that. Let's go to the phone. Steve to the Rockies. Stacy is in North. Oh, we don't have Stacy. She dropped off. All right. How about? Oh, it's Stacy is in Northern California. She's just on. She should be on the west of the Rockies, but she's on east of the Rockies. That's all right. Welcome, Stacy.
Thanks for taking my call. I had a question for Robert. He talked about the adult movies, and I have a kid, and I buy him a lot of movies to watch, Disney movies. They seem to be really super full of this blatant symbolism. Some of the movies, like Scene 2, Buzz Lightyear, and their newest one, Turning Red, they're so bad that I don't let him have the movies to watch. Why are they putting that into the movies, and what does it mean?
I have not seen those movies per se, but I'm not seeing them. I'm sort of flying blind with it. I'd have to look at the movie and determine the context of it, but I can tell you that Disney is no different from any of these other Hollywood studios. Their movies are usually laden with different things going on. Some of it isn't necessarily too negative. I mean, when you get into the early movies, the fairy tale movies like Sleeping Beauty and Cinderella, Snow White. These are all retelling of the sun and the moon, the alchemical wedding, the death and the resurrection of the sun, the dawn, things related to astrology and astronomy. I know that the National Treasure, and I've talked about this before, from 2003 is the Masonic Ritual. That's the Royal Arch of Enoch. I document that ad nauseum in my book. The movies that you have mentioned, unfortunately, I haven't seen, and I usually make it a point to not comment on a movie that I haven't seen. So without doing that, again, I'd have to look at it and just see the context of what is being presented. But no, you'll find this material in children's movies as well. The Smurfs are communists. You'll find the Marx Engels doctrine embedded in the cartoon The Smurfs. So again, this is really nothing new.
Thank you for the call. I mean, some films have a particular agenda, which is separate from maybe what you're talking about, Robert. You're talking about a sort of a hidden theme that's just there to give. It's not necessarily a pushing agenda, or am I wrong? It's just to add layers to the film in part.
Well, it just depends. It depends, Richard. I mean, you can't paint. Unfortunately, you can't paint with broad strokes with this topic. It's individual. You just have to look at the individual movie. Some movies have political underlying themes. The Wizard of Oz, Joker, Hazardous. Some movies, are Gnostic. Some movies are alchemical. Some movies do this. Some movies do that. Again, it's just you have to look at the individual movie and take it one movie at a time, as it were. I don't like to paint with broad strokes, and I'm not going to come on here and say, well, every time you see this, it means this. That's erroneous. As a lawyer, that would be like me saying, well, every time someone kills somebody, it's first-degree murder. We know this is not the case. There are surrounding circumstances. There are context. It has to be placed contextually.
Right. I guess what I'm saying is there's a difference between an overt, sort of hitting you over the head with an overt political message, let's say, versus kind of an encoded theme or symbolism or what have you. You mentioned that I just want to explore that a little bit because I'm fascinated by the reference to the Smurfs and communism. I've only caught fleeting glances of the Smurfs on television. What is the communist reference that?
Right. Well, the Smurfs are communists. They live in the perfect Marx Engels communist society. This is Charles Fourier. This is all the socialist utopian is where all this stuff comes from. I mean, if you look, most people have an understanding of communism. They think of China and Russia. And of course, this really isn't what Marx and Engels was really talking about. I mean, if the whole idea with communism was once you rid the world of capitalism, you're in a utopia. And of course, this doesn't work in reality. But I mean, what happens when you implement communism in Russia and China? Well, in theory, in Marx and Engels' theory, there's no government, there's no police, it's utopia. There's no
you always hear people saying, "Oh, we need socialized medicine." No, there's no hospital. No one gets sick anymore. It's utopian theory. Once you rid the world of capitalism, there's no more crime. Well, and this is what you have in the Smurfs. I mean, where's the Smurf hospital? Well, there isn't one. Where's the police? Where's the army? Well, there isn't one. There's no more wars. There's no more crime. When you look at the Smurfs, I mean, they all wear the same outfit. They live in a perfect harmony with nature. They each do according to their own. You have the farmer Smurf, the poet Smurf, the smart Smurf. And these are all, of course, run by Papa Smurf, who is, of course, Karl Marx, with the long white beard. He wears the red little hat. This is the same Collot from the French Revolution. These are the proto-Marxists. And, again, there's no Smurf police station, there's no Smurf hospital, there's no Smurf army. It's not necessary. It's utopia. So when you look at the Smurfs, this is the perfect communist society as Marx and Engels envisioned it. And you look at like the character of Gargamel, who's always trying to undermine these guys. You can look at who is the mortal enemy of the communists. We look at it through one of two lenses. It's the Nazis, Nazi Germany. And you have Gargamel, kind of clad in black, reminiscent of the SS, living in a hovel with a magic book down in the basement. And Himmler was of course obsessed with the occult. Or you can look at Gargamel as the West, as capitalism. Gargamel is constantly after money. He's always trying to transmute base metal into gold, make himself wealthier, and of course this is capitalism at its finest. So you can look at Gargamel as either the Nazis or as the capitalists who are always trying to wage war against the perfect little Smurf communist society. And again, this is a very when you look at the Smurfs, I mean, what's Gargamel do? He's a wizard. I mean, he uses Kabbalah, he uses magic. He takes the base, there's a lump of clay and turns it into a living creature. This is Kabbalah. This is golem making. This is Smurfette, arguably one of the most famous golems ever created outside of probably Frankenstein's monster. She goes into the Smurf society and she's there to undermine it. But of course, Papa Smurf winds up using white Kabbalistic magic and turns Smurfette into the little blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Smurfette that we all come to know and love. When she originally goes in, she kind of is reminiscent of Frankenstein's monster with the black stringy hair. But of course, she gets transformed by the white magic of Papa Smurf. It associates and assimilates into the society. So yeah, I mean, when you're looking at the Smurfs, it's communism 101.
Amazing. If I ever, I'll never watch it the same way again. Obviously, what would you say? Like when I think of cult scenes, one of the movies that people mention is The Wizard of Oz, and the guy that wrote The Wizard of Oz is Frank Baum, and he was totally into the occult and theosophy, wasn't he?
Absolutely. He was a member of Madame Blavatsky's Neo-Gnostic Theosophy Society, and when you deal with The Wizard of Oz, again, this is one of those movies that's kind of like Midsommar. It's multi-layered, and that has always makes it, when you have a movie that's multi-layered and contains multiple things going on, that always makes it more interesting. And of course, you have this in The Wizard of Oz, where you really have three layers on top of one another. I mean, the first is you just have this base story of this farm girl going off and having this adventure and going home at the end, reminiscent of something like Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. And again, these two stories run parallel. And again, he was into, psychology, parapsychology, things like one in The Wizard of Oz is the political one, where you have this retelling of late 19th century the political, socio-economic scene of the United States, where the Wizard of Oz is President William McKinley, Dorothy Gale is Theodore Roosevelt. You have the Cowardly Lion is William Jennings Bryan and Eugene Debs, the socialist.
So to hold it right there, Robert. Sorry for the interruption. We'll pick up on this on the other side. Okay, and Robert W. Sullivan IV. Cinema Symbolism. Here's Playing for Change again, featuring Jack Johnson this time, and everyday people taking a bit of a break on Coast to Coast AM. I'm right. Got to be wrong. My own beauty started my the things that go away. Make no difference from me.
Major Caramello from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The creator of The Mandalorian says he's got some ideas for Disney Imagineers.
Jon Favreau says he'd like to see a Mandalorian attraction at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge at Disneyland. In an interview with IMDb, Favreau says he'd like to see an immersive attraction that would allow people to feel the ride using haptic technology. It would also center around the Razor Crest spacecraft, which the Mandalorian and the kids traveled around the galaxy in, and so it got destroyed in the second season of the show. While the Mandalorian made their see a dream, an avatar attraction at Disneyland is a planned reality, according to CEO Bob Iger, who made that announcement in February. Amy King, KFI News.
Weather brought to you by Bank of America. KFI weather Sunday is going to have highs in the mid-50s to around 60 beaches, inland, Metro LA, Orange counties, the valleys, Inland Empire, and the high desert. Really local. For the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andrew Carabella. KFI traffic, we do the traffic at Spring 605 southbound Washington Avenue, blocking the right lane. Through Long Beach on the 710 southbound Carolina, blocking the center lane. And through Anaheim Hills, look out for a wreck on the 91 westbound before the 241 solo crash, blocking the right shoulder. Super climb on the 118 eastbound at the 5, the crash there, blocking the opposite.
Like everything about it, except your face, bitch. Then I slapped this motherfucker with my fist.
Your Dickerson, all your trophy muscles are irrelevant. What are you talking about? See, the world's evolving. Just look at the Ford F-150. It's not just wrong. It's got brains, too. Big brains. With cutting-edge tech built right instantly, turbo generators, hybrid engines, and wireless start. That's great, but I've got both. I'm the whole package. Humble, too. Truck month is going on now. Head to your Southern California Ford dealer for great offers on a Ford F-150 truck.
There are triple things parents and caregivers to use out children cope with stress. It's important to talk to children in age-appropriate language and approach the discussion in a calm and sensitive way to help them cope. For Cowhope Moments is brought to you by cowhope.org. Life is uncertain. If you're stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated, Cowhope can help. Access Cowhope's free and secure mental health services. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at cowhope.org.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environments, terminations, that was my problem, people complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's the KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The people who prison committed a crime, period. And that's all that matters. They're telling their history doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Gun and gun, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
What the fuck was that? What is that? Maybe I scared the shit out of me. You know, this is the most. Yeah, dog.
Call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The free non-caller line at 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Welcome back. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Serrett. Don't forget the website, strangeplanet.ca. Strangeplanet.ca. Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett is certainly no stranger to making out there claims about UFOs and aliens. Speaking during a recent interview with Newsweek, Burchett said that he believes the U.S. government has, quote, recovered a craft at some point and possible beings, end quote. He said, I think that a lot of that's being reverse engineered right now, but we just don't understand it, he said. His claims follow on from comments he made back in January after the Pentagon's Office of the Director of National Intelligence released its long-awaited report on UFOs, and you can read more about Congressman Tim Burchett and his out there claims. If they're not so out there, that's the news section of the coasttocoastam.com. Hey, have you checked out the iHeartMedia and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network yet? This exciting network features podcasts of paranormal, supernatural, and the unexplained. And Coast is currently featuring Joshua P. Warren's Danny Fenton, Sandra Champlain's Days of the Afterlife, and Private Policy Dark Becomes Light. And you can look for new episodes every Friday. That's the iHeartMedia and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. Check it out. All right, back to more of your comments, questions for Robert W. Sullivan IV. We talk about symbolism embedded in some of your favorite movies. Stay with us right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Yo, that guy's just like a
Having repairs done in your apartment could never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly questioned.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner fixed, so my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I did something.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. Fair housing has protections from harassment, including someone making unlawful sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with her.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Real people, real things. I had acute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine for 3 years ago. So I started taking Alabora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
I will God develop this one problem. I took chemotherapy for 6 months. We started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try turn water. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took them into the vet and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside.
My dad had issues like developing his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, let's go ahead and remove the eye. Now the carnivore advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his
call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. So visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
All right, let's go back to the phone for Robert W. Phillips IV and cinema symbolism. Let's see. Our good friend Mayad, speaking from New York City. Mayad, welcome to the show. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen. Boy, have you woke me up. Such an excellent program, both parts. Robert, I'd like you to pull out your pen, and you too, Richard. I have a brief four-parter with some brief comment, and I'll listen over on. First of all, Robert, are you familiar with the Sophia Stewart story? As regards much documentation, at one point she even won copy in the lower courts in terms of her the plagiarism of her original conception of the Matrix. Quite a story. She's a black woman. The second part of my question would deal with what is your I'd like to hear some references to September 11, 2001. A lot of pre-scripted information, and reaching out the distance to bring S.K. Zainon, who's the most dangerous book in the world, 9/11 as mega ritual, and when we use the term 9/11, per the programming, we're saying evil magic. The third part of my question, well, also the Western theory that predicted Trump, and his sense, and he, in that instance, he was sent out of town, I believe, actually. And lastly, I'd like to hear about to the fellow writers out there about the genesis of your research, which we so appreciate, and also the process of your writing. And if you have my four-part question over the air, thank you so much, Richard and Rob.
Okay, Maya, thank you. All right, so Sophia Stewart supposedly wrote The Matrix and it was stolen from her. Have you heard about that?
You know, I've heard so many stories over the years. I can't discern what's real and what isn't anymore with that one.
Okay, predict.
It's something that, I just don't know enough to comment about it.
All right, predictive programming, we talked about before, and obviously, there's so many examples of predictive programming about September 11th.
Yeah, I mean, the question about September 11th and Trump, there's loads of evidence in film, and, in advertising with Trump, that seems to predict these. In 9/11, sure, I mean, you can turn to movies like Fight Club, I mean, just briefly, I'll go over a couple examples. Fight Club, where Tyler Durden, they destroyed the buildings at the end. It was 1999, where he refers to the site as Ground Zero. Fight Club was released, it was really just a countdown. Fight Club, was released like 2 years, like September 10th or something, 1999, which syncs to the Simpsons episode of Homer Simpson versus New York City, which was like September 22nd, 1997. There's almost like a timing countdown to this. The Matrix with the passport, which is 9/11. If you want to go back further in time, the James Bond movie Thunderball, and it kills, I believe, number 9 in Thunderball, and then he kills number 11 in You Only Live Twice, which is the next Bond movie. So many examples with that. Trump, you can look at the Soda Mattress ad, where he, it's 11/9 or 9/11, and of course November 11th is when he won the presidency. And I'm familiar with the Western show. I talked about that in the book. The only thing that was Crackdown. That was Crackdown. That was a Western TV show about the guy named Trump who wants to build the wall. I've seen that segment. The only thing I add to all this is you have to also turn to the world of Carl Jung and Emanuel Swedenborg.
Carl Jung was a Swiss psychiatrist that gets into the world of the collective unconscious and what he terms synchronicity, that is meaningful coincidences that he claimed was coming out of the world of the supernatural. The Christian mystic also, Emmanuel Swedenborg, back in the 18th century, also talked about this. He called it correspondences, meaningful coincidences. So when you talk about 9/11 or Trump, you have to also account for that these could be coming out of the world of the supernatural as well. These may not be, programmed per se by something into consideration. When analyzing this, and again, the two names are Carl Jung and Emmanuel Swedenborg. They're very, very highly influential people. And the last thing I think you wanted me to touch on was my research into this. Yeah, this began for me back in 1992, over 30 years ago now, when I was a student at Oxford University. This is when all this began for me. I was a student at Oxford. I spent my junior year there from 1992 to 1993 at St. Pat's at Oxford. I went back really interested in the paranormal, the occult, mysticism, UFOs, cryptozoology as a child, as a kid growing up, teenager. And when I went over there, this was the Giordano Bruno, people like that, Freemasonry, secret societies, and of course, a Freemason myself. And it was really my time in Oxford that really showed me the impact of the world of the occult and the Hermetic influence on modernity, on the modern world, as it were. And that's where my research began, and I went began into all this. And as Richard has mentioned during the course of the show, there are 5 books out. There are more on the way. That's how it all began.
All right, great question, Jeffrey. Wildcard line, Kathy's in Pasadena, California. Kathy, good morning. Welcome to the
Hi, how are you?
Well, thank you.
I wanted to say, in regards to that lady that was talking about the snarks and the swastikas and all that stuff, what happened to all the innocents in the kids that don't really need to hear all that stuff? I mean, I am not old, but I do know programs like Leave It to Beaver and things like that were very innocent and yet taught such a wonderful thing about caring about other people and very simple things. And they have made things now into such a horrible, how do I say it? Almost like a strictly, you've got to be gay, or you've got to be this, or you've got to have this in school. And I think if people really just stopped watching these things, it might
but that's not really what Robert is talking about. You're talking about a specific agenda, which exists in certain programs, but we're talking about the hidden layers in movies that can sort of play on the subconscious, that can also enhance the movie going experience because of things like occult casting and so forth. But I think we could have covered that with that earlier caller. Let's go west of the Rockies. Jack is in Alaska. Jack, welcome to the show.
You're a very interesting guy, Robert George. I wanted to ask you, when do you think the color red is associated with the left? You mentioned the fans colors and the plants theories of science that the revolutionaries they were trying further were without pants. They were so poor. Correct. The color red is a highly complex subject matter and can mean multiple things depending on the context. Correct. The color red definitely does associate with the red hats of the Saints Crow, who were your proto-Marxist communists during the French Revolution. If you are dealing with a movie that is alchemical, the color red is critical. That represents something known as the rubido. That is the finishing act, as it were, of the alchemical process. What Carl Jung called individuation. And the red can mean multiple things depending on the context of the film. That's a very good question, but again, it is a color that definitely associates with the communists. It can also associate with the Nazis. The Nazis and red, and that had to do with the blood standard from the Munich Putsch. So again, it's all contextual. It has to be looked at through what context it's being used in.
Okay, Jack, thank you for that. What about the ruby red slippers in Wizard of Oz? Is that alchemical?
Well, that's very interesting because
because in the novel they're silver. If you're familiar with the movie, the Yellow Brick Road, of course, is the gold standard. Well, it's one of many things. That William McKinley promoted to back up paper money, and of course, this is why the Emerald City is green. It's paper money. It's the gold standard leads to the creation of paperbacks, green paperbacks, greenbacks. The silver slippers were the sort of the same thing. It uses silver to back paper money, and this is why in the novel she uses silver slippers to lead to the paper money to Emerald City. Unfortunately, when they made the film, the silver slippers didn't show up. They couldn't see them. They kind of looked like they had invisible feet, as it were. So it was for aesthetic purposes. The silver slippers were changed to red, ruby. And again, this was more of an aesthetic change than anything else because the silver did not show up when they were filming the movie. You could craft the argument that it is definitely a token of alchemical gnosis. Of course, if you're familiar with the Wizard of Oz, the story is about it is a Gnostic trip of revelation. The little girl leaves home, has this magic adventure, and comes to realize, as her Gnostic epiphany at the very end of it, that there's no place like home, which is her gnosis. And in alchemy, the color red signifies the completion of the alchemical process. Alchemy and Gnosticism, it's very, very, very hair-splitting when it comes to those two things. There is a very subtle difference between the two, though. I get into that more in my book. But again, just to echo what I said earlier, the color red, it's important that it means different things, just in the context it's presented.
All right. Wildcard line, Ron in Michigan. Ron, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Good morning, Joe. One of my favorite movies of all time is Laurel and Hardy's The March of the Toy Soldiers. And that movie, in my opinion, was so full of symbolism, good and evil. And at the end, it has one of the best battle scenes of any movie I've ever seen. Your college, please, sir.
Have you seen Toy Soldiers? Familiar with March of the Wooden Soldiers? It's a movie that I always seem to watch around Christmas as a child. To be brutally honest, I have not seen it in many, many years. It's been quite a while since I've seen it, and since I haven't watched it in such a long time, I'm going to reserve comment on it. I'd have to go back and watch it again. It's a great film, and again, it's one of those movies that when I watch it, when I would watch it again, I'm sure it would bring up memories of my childhood because it was always something that seemed to be on around Christmas time when I was a boy in the 70s and 80s. But again, it's been so long since I've seen it. I had to go back and see it and see what comes to mind. If I remember correctly, it involves a lot of fairy tales. And fairy tales are ultimately archetypal, documenting the sun and the moon. So I have to go back and take a look at it.
All right, Joe, thank you for that. Let's see. Brendan is in Austin, Texas, on the wildcard line. Brendan, you're going to be our last call. We'll have to make it fairly.
That was followed.
Gotcha. 100%. So thank you for letting me on. And I had a particular question. So I was fascinated with the brain of JFK talk earlier, and I was wondering, from my knowledge, whenever somebody is shot with a bullet, unfortunately, there's a pressure cavity that's created inside of them that collapses within a couple milliseconds, but that can be really big, and a lot of times it liquefies the organ. So what was the brain like? Because I would think it would be mostly liquefied. So what do your contacts say about what the brain looked like? I'm really curious about that.
Yeah, I have no knowledge of what the brain looks like. That was never brought up. I have no knowledge of that whatsoever. I was told that RFK removed it from the archives and put it in Kennedy's coffin, his brother's coffin in 1967. What condition the brain was in at that time, I have no knowledge of. And I also have no knowledge if the brain was placed in the coffin in some sort of formaldehyde glass container, or if it was removed from that. If it was removed, then obviously this would have disintegrated and deteriorated years ago. But what condition the brain was in when it was removed, I have absolutely no knowledge of.
All right, Brendan, thank you for that. Rather graphic, but interesting nonetheless question, and that reverts back to the earlier when Robert was revealing that a source close to the Kennedy family revealed to him the location of Kennedy's JFK's brain.
God.
All right. I don't know what those 2 hours went, Robert, but they always go so quickly, and they're always so jam-packed with fascinating information and film tidbits and can't wait for Cinema Symbolism to come out, the Cinema Symbolism 4 to come out. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, Richard, for having me on Coast to Coast tonight. It was my pleasure to be here. I thought the show was terrific, and I look very forward to returning. All right, we can also point out the website, Robert W. Sullivan, IV, as in the fourth. Robert W. Sullivan, IV.com, right? That's it, correct. Links there to purchase the book, information about me, www.robertwsullivan.com. All right, we've also linked up to your website at coasttocoastam.com. You can just have to click on your name. All right, my friend, until next time, thank you so much. All right, thank you, Richard. Have a good night. All right, that's it. George Norrie, George Norrie, George Knapp, the line, Stephanie Smith, Tom Danwright, Dan Galante, Chris Burrow, Michael Cozio, Donna Walker, Kim Bernal, and Sean Lattisaur. I'm Richard Serra. Thank you for your ears. And your voices, your beautiful voices. Until next time, so long for now.
Planet. Go to bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, N.A. Copyright 2023.
In this week's Marketers Report, Patricia Spaniello, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Director of Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia is marketers, access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the same types and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Home South French Toast is so good. Summer better than their mom's French toast.
Standard oil
Perfect in every way. Try Wendy's Home South French Toast today. And see if they're better than your mom.
Price is right for you. Probably have plenty of
I did.
some days where they had to breaking news and people go nuts. Oh, but there are people that play the game around that. I said to neighbor, he goes, I gotta go Oprah on. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Yo, dog.
This is how I am. If you don't bring your cross forward this weekend, you'll be living in the past. Just like every day. No matter what. Also,
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Yo, dog.
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Well, what's supposed to do?
24-hour newsroom. Daylight saving time is back. Clocks come forward in most of the U.S. at 2 a.m. Daylight saving time is not observed in Hawaii and Arizona, except on the non-island basin. Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Americana Samoa, and Guam also observe the clocks and wind. The correct time right now is 12. 4 hours ago, the pups went forward, as I mentioned, and now we have one less hour of sleep. It is now day 3 of a standoff between LA County Sheriff's deputies and an armed man barricaded inside a home in Belinda. It started around 2:30 Friday afternoon when deputies responded to spring rain because of a man shooting at one woman was shot and taken to a hospital. Dozens of people have been rescued in Northern California because the 100-foot wide levee reached in the Pajaro River in Monterey County. Supervisor Luis Alejo said they fell short of preparation.
Worst case scenario has come to fruition here in Pajaro. We were trying to avoid this over the last set of storms.
Roughly 10,000 residents were urged to evacuate following the breach, which happened early yesterday across the state. Here in Southern California, a dry day, but another storm is set to arrive by Tuesday. Huntington Beach has sued the state again over affordable housing mandates, while the state follows suit with litigation threats of its own.
Their goal is just to urbanize quiet private property owning communities. Mayor Tony Strickland says the city's already fully developed, while 95% of the state sits undeveloped. If the city actually built 13,315 areas at 20% inclusionary rate, the city will nearly double in size in the next few years. Governor Newsom says Huntington Beach is thumbing its nose at 3 state housing laws.
Huntington Beach is Exhibit A in what's wrong with housing in the state of California, and it will be taxpayers' money.
Because the city tried the same antics and lost in 2019, and the city will lose again in Huntington Beach. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Hollywood's biggest stars are getting ready for the Oscars. My consumer writes for The New Yorker and says, don't be surprised if Best Picture goes to be critically acclaimed Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
People have just fallen in love with that movie. There's so much goodwill in the Academy, and it's just won over and over and over again in some of the other awards, including all the Guild Awards such as SAG,
Look at this, SAG.
Producer Guild.
He is this year's frontrunner at the Academy Awards, leading the pack with 11 nominations, closely followed by the German World War I movie, All Quiet on the Western Front, and the Irish dark comedy, The Banshee.
Yoshi, look at this fancy.
Both scoring
Yoshi, like this. This can't. What?
Tonight at the Golden
Yoshi.
in Hollywood. And city council members in LA have postponed a vote on whether to use a robot dog to help with policing.
The LAPD says the device would only be deployed in certain situations where SWAT had to be called in, but people want the city to reject the robo-dog, calling it dangerous. These come from the Police Foundation. Humans are all beholding to this foundation. They thought you'd find us close. They run this city more than you run this city.
The robot has been approved by the LA Police Commission and cost nearly $300,000. The council said yesterday it will delay the vote to allow time for reflection. Chris Adler, KFI News. Now headed out to Santa Fe Springs, where there's a crash on the 605.
Chevy on the southbound side of Boston Avenue, crossing the right lane. To the Diamond Bar area, look out on the 15th Sonic Coast ramp. We have a crash there blocking the left lane. And it looks like we do have a problem in the Diamond Bar area. 15th Sonic Coast ramp that's blocking the left lane. To the ferry out 15 northbound to 395, a wreck there blocking the left lane. They're fine this guy. I'll get you there faster. I'm down to one.
In this Chief Marketer's Report, Patricia Spanioletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner encounter. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
That water plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone. Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. They obviously have a price.
You've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the Snugger Plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stopping. The Snugger Plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99. There are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website, snuggerplumber.com. Contact your license number 39917.
At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, jumps to downward dogs, and battle ropes to box jumps. It's all here at LA Fitness. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities and basketball courts, Olympic lifting platforms, pools, and saunas. This is the best time to make a new day resolution. Any day can be your day to start fresh at LA Fitness. Get your pass today, come in the club, or join online with our latest offers. From yoga to Zumba classes, cycling to our signature bodywork classes. Your muscles might get tired, but your workouts never will. Get started at startlafitness.com with your free 3-day pass at startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. Amenities vary by location. Certain amenities may be available for an additional fee. Free 3-day pass is redeemable by non-members only. Other restrictions apply.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement credit. Six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett Kitchen, best-selling author and star in the new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. All you can cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020.
Southland Wilson, KFI, partly cloudy in metro LA, inland OC, highs in the mid to upper 60s, a mix of sun and clouds in the valleys in the Inland Empire, beaches partly cloudy, and windy highs in the low 60s. Right now, 54 degrees in Baldwin Park and Sherman Oaks, 65 and 66. Garden Grove. You read local watching the KFI 24-hour news from Dane Yamamoto.
I walked with her into inspiring the pains and the ultimate sacrifice. The God who loved the world, that it gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. Today, you and I could talk voice to voice. You could ask me anything. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. The Jesus Christ Show. I am your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday. As I'm with you every single Sunday right here, answering your questions about what things truly matter in your life and the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave and go to the phone and ask the all the questions online. We'll see questions. New York State, that 1-800-520-1524. Also, to follow us during the show on Twitter.
Yeah, I got a bunch of people coming over. Yeah, it's gonna be a whole bunch of people. How many? Oh man, how much? 5,000 motherfuckers coming over.
Way
Holy shit!
especially if they're working. The right way is almost never
At least.
the easy way.
Where did it come
And scripture echoes this often, but consistently throughout life, even in the church.
clarify. Go one at George Tennis. Oh man, former fucking director George Tennis. Oh no.
You want it. And if it wasn't for that, some shipping organizations would not make as much money as they do. Because you see something in the catalog, you see something online, and you want it now. And you'll pay extra for it, and you'll pay whatever it takes to get it shipped overnight, because you want it now. Whereas before, those services were there for specific needs that were urgent. Certain documents, certain types of products. But then it starts to blur the line and it becomes, well, whatever you want. If you want it, you might as well have it now. You might as well pay for it. But cutting these corners or trying to do things quicker does not make them better. And often those ways that are the right way are not easy. Matthew 7:13, you've heard it many times, says, enter through the narrow gate, the wide gate is broad, and the road that leads to destruction, and many is good. And kind of broad, that idea of the broad road where you've got a lot of room to play, just mosey along, where the narrow path you have to be more aware of your surroundings, more aware of where each foot is placed. The right way is often like that. The right way is with great specificity. Each step. And sometimes that throws people off. I don't want you to be one of them. I don't want you to get lost in that attitude of, I want it easy. But the good things aren't easy. They have structure and purpose. They're thought out. And you have to work for it. But where that first is what I want you to see. Yeah, on its own, I have issue with it. But the reason for that, but how many times a day do you experience something that by its very nature has a process that's going to take time, something you're going to have to be focused on, work for, but you look for that easy way out. You look for that way that doesn't demand you to be focused or to invest in time. And the outcome is never that good. Luke 6:47-49 says, everyone who comes to me and hears my word and acts on them, I will show you who he is like. He is like a man building a house. He does deep and lay the foundation on the rock. And when a flood occurred, the torrent burst against that house. He could not take everything built. But the one who has heard and has not acted accordingly, like a man who built a house on the ground without any foundation. Oh my God! And the torrent burst against it, and immediately it collapsed. And the ruin of that house was great. Do you do this? Do you build things in your life upon sturdy foundation? Or are you trying to do it quickly? Throw it up. You don't need to take the time to pray to build that foundation. Just build the house that looks like a house, got a door, got windows, got a roof, and it's a house. But that foundation is showing you the security of that home. And whether it actually is something that's inhabitable or not. You wouldn't do this with anything else. You wouldn't half-heartedly fix the break. You look for that shortcut, that easy way.
I fucking fine for that.
That you too do these things and cause possible harm to yourself and to the people around you. What is it? They're trying to cut those corners. And And today I want that to stop. Today I want you to get to a place where you look for ways to not remove structure to make things quicker, easier, but how you can make things stronger. So the narrow path, the more difficult path, but always the right way. And the sooner you understand that the process that goes along with the right way is usually difficult. That's a good test of any decision you have to make is, well, which is the really easy decision? The chances are the really easy decision is not the good one, not the healthy one. It's difficult to do things the right way. It's difficult to try and align yourself with the words of God, with the will of God, the desires that God has for you in your life. But it's not possible. And how many things you do, and I don't want you to do that. This week I want you to think about the person who built their house on that rock foundation. I want you to think about going on the narrow road rather than the wide. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. To ask this question, dial 800 520 1534.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America. Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses. You can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, N.A. Copyright 2023.
Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby & Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby & Myers. Justice for you since 1972. Do you have heart failure and often hear, those stomach issues ruined your birthday?
You're too tired to think that, Grandpa.
Well, you haven't touched your tools with the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis. If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wendy's homestyle French toast are so good. Some are saying they're better than their mom's French toast. Perfectly crispy on the outside, perfectly fluffy on the inside, perfectly perfect in every way. Try Wendy's homestyle French toast sticks today. You think they're better than your mom. Win Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Enjoy free love, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more private than. That's the special deal now at NordVPN.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will drop online hackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers, internet without malicious websites, internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Then, that's the special deal now at NordVPN.com. NordVPN, private security built for every day.
Poor Sam was a mess. Always just things licking. His paws were soaking wet. He had bald spots on his back. He had CP. 2 weeks after he started dynamite, I started seeing great improvement, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynavite is nutrition. Dynavite is the best thing you can use for your dog. How did your dog will be? I get my Dynavite from DINOVITE.com. Here's from Blinds.com. We're celebrating over a quarter century of best dressed windows by giving you up to 50% off site wide. Head to Blinds.com for great deals on shutters, curtains, motorized outdoor door stays, and more. Relax. Let Blinds.com handle the install. Just like installation and checkout. Plus, Blinds.com has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Shop Blinds.com now for anniversary savings up to 50% off site wide. Save up to 50% at Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply.
KFI traffic. We do have a crash in the Anaheim area, 57 north onto 91. That's on the right shoulder. 21 east on the 7th stop on the Del Amo. Look out for a wreck in the center lane. And to the east on the box area, 60 east on at Phillips Branch Road. A crash here blocking the left lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm John for life.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is open, that we see. No, I won't be afraid. No, 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 I won't be afraid. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. As you stay back.
It is the Jesus Christ Show. I am your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday as I'm with you every single Sunday right here, answering your questions and talking about the things that truly matter in life and the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave and go to the phone for a theology question or life situation question anywhere in the U.S. of A. Dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. So the Oscars are the hubbub right now, and one movie stands out as a sci-fi, strange, interesting, fantasy, martial arts film. IMDb describes it as a middle-aged Chinese immigrant is swept up into this insane adventure in which she alone can save existence by exploring other universes and connecting with a life she could have led. Nothing new in the sci-fi genre, that is, the premise of other universes. Whatever you think of the film, it's left up to you. My producer Neil loved it. It's his life. But what I want you to look at is many other recent films, especially with the Marvel Universe, have versions of this multiverse concept. Multiverse, or this multiple universes, come with different names and have been talked about for some time. Philosophers, even prior to Socrates, would talk about the concept of having these multiple universes. And they've been hypothesized in cosmology, astronomy, physics, religion, philosophy, in literature, particularly in science fiction, and comic book fantasy. But now they're here in film. And one of the reasons is because film technology can actually produce imagery that points to this concept. You talk about a single person. They can have a person looking two different ways in two different universes. They can show different outcomes. Now, prominent physicists are very divided about whether any other universe exists outside of your own. But all these movies have one thing in common.
It was designed by assholes.
They show the different circumstances, whatever they may be, and different decisions will lead to different outcomes.
Maybe they're like, oh, God, you gotta give it,
Now, all of these movies, and most movies from mankind, are built on a savior concept.
Yo, dog. Oh, I've been like, dog.
That they just come together, or they just harness their energy, they can save some outcome, which is good.
Oh, dog.
Itself, the powerful lesson from God. We just heard about the thought of building something. We've learned this on the program before, the strength, the importance of building things properly. And with that comes wisdom and strength. And yes, you can end up building a better home, or you can.
But it's like, you don't know anything about it. It could be like, oh, only for like.
When I start getting down to saving the universe or saving the world, they'll start pointing to the theology of salvation and the importance therein.
Remember when you
and sometimes they will lose sight that there is one Savior, one that will save. And the importance of their decisions are really the powerful tools in there. And with those tools are making decisions and properly building wisdom. That is the exercise. That is the muscle that you should be working on.
Oh, God. Remember when it was like,
You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show.
what's the fucking
To ask your question, dial 800 530 1534.
I'm taking Yamamoto license to hit by 24-hour news service. The Federal Reserve is set to hold a closed board meeting of its Board of Governors tomorrow. Their goal, of course, is just Friday's collapse of the Silicon Valley Bank has played a factor in the meeting. SpaceX is celebrating another successful mission. 157 days in space. SpaceX Dragon splashdown.
are you done?
SpaceX Dragon capsule splashdown yesterday off the coast of Florida, bringing two NASA astronauts to launch another from 10 and one Russian cosmonaut Casper, who spent 5 months in orbit aboard the International Space Station. LA County has 1.2 million fewer voters.
That's because county election officials say they're either ineligible or inactive. A settlement agreement between the government-watchdog group Judicial Watch and the county instructed the registrar and recorder to verify 1.5 million voters as part of a voter roll index. From the 1.2 million voters that have been removed, about half hadn't voted for 5 or more consecutive federal elections. About another 465,000 voters haven't been active for 2 federal elections. The National Voter Registration Act requires the removal of voters from rolls if they're inactive for 2 general federal elections. Some states ignore that requirement. Gregory, testify news.
And what better way to spend part of your vacation? Having a pint and staying the night at the pub featured on Ted Lasso. The third season of Ted Lasso March 15th, Airbnb is offering free super fans a chance to stay overnight at the Crown and Anchor Pub in Richmond. And Matthew Grace May, the owner of the pub, Annette Badland will be your host. This will give fans the opportunity to experience the same camaraderie and sense of community Coach Lasso inspired. It's a one night in October for 4 guests for $13. The chance to book is 10 a.m. March 21st at airbnb.com/Ted Lasso. It's first come, first served, so you need to act fast and believe. Amy Kane, KFI News. And now headed out to Australia with his press on the 15th.
Going to be on the northbound side after 395. This one has the left lane blocked. Also, look out in the Palm Valley area. 405 southbound before Warner Avenue. Back here along the right shoulder. Yeah, it's in the area. 101 northbound of 101. Three right lanes closed out for 7 a.m. And a bunch of closures in Hollywood due to the opposite to Hollywood Boulevard. Eastbound is shut down between North Orange Drive and Highland Avenue. Stay upon this side, shift it there faster. I'm Jonathan White.
This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Southbound Road 5 partly cloudy in Metro LA and NYOC highs in the 60s, average the sun and clouds in the valleys and inland empire. Highs in the upper 60s and DC, partly cloudy and windy highs in the low 60s. Really local, by Pasadena by 24-hour news, again, Yamamoto.
The Chief Marketer's Report. Patricia Sayuleta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard trust to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the honored talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. For the people. People.com for an office near you.
Could you use monthly payments to help me pay the bills? Like putting food on the table, paying the rent, or buying new shoes for growing kids? Find out about supplemental security income. You may qualify if your income and financial resources are low, and you are 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability, or who's blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI. Produced by Social Security, U.S. Taxpayers. Right, please. Oh, yes, she is on his record. Oh, yes, yes, she is record. Oh, is anybody a boat now? No one's repping boat.
Doing there yourself can do well taxes. So hiring a tax professional sounds great. Beware. Not all of your local tax pros are California approved. In fact, the state enforcement reports show that thousands are doing business illegally in your area, and their mistakes can get you in major legal trouble. Protect yourself, find out who's legally qualified, and get tips on what to know before hiring a tax pro at ctex.org. That's ctec.org. Paid for by the California Tax Education Council. Watch Top Star Battle on Tennis Channel at one of the sport's biggest events, the BSC Carabao Open in Indian Wells, California. Exclusive daily live coverage at 10 a.m. now through March 19th on Tennis Channel. The experts at Amco have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. AA, MCL. Check engine light on? No, check it for free. CFI, AM 640.
Let me in there. Yo. Yo, are you done? Hey, study family. Let's ask a bunch of questions. Okay? Yeah. Study alone. On YouTube.
Your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday as I am with you every single Sunday.
No, go back. Yoshi, game over.
And of course, the afterlife.
Yoshi, it's game over. It's game over. Yoshi could be like, please may I hit the button?
Or life situation question. Dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534.
I got food.
So it is Oscar season. You look at many of the movies, including one up for an Oscar, for many Oscars actually. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. IMDb calls it, says it's a middle-aged Chinese immigrant. It's left out into an insane adventure in which she alone can save existence by exploring other universes and connecting with the lives she could have led. A lot of films deal with multiple universes.
Oh, dude, later? And then, how about, no, never. Never?
And their fascinating concepts sometimes can be quite difficult to understand how that would work.
Let's talk it out, man. Let's talk it out. My man, let's talk it out, bro.
It just can't,
and then what?
There is no way to measure it or ever know. There's no way to empirically test it. So it becomes a difficult
oh my god, it was so sick. Yoshi, oh my god, he's so blind, it's connecting.
Theology.
Yoshi.
Well, this argument, notwithstanding, it has its time and place in the halls of science and philosophy. Of course, science.
Please, I did all that work. Please just remove it.
That there is something to be learned from this concept of wanting different outcomes. I think often reincarnation or these concepts of
you
are attracted to people theologically.
That's like your opinion, man.
In a lot of cases. But really, they all kind of focus around a circumstance and a different decision that led them down different paths. For instance, in the movie Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, in one life, one universe, she's a star. A star, a very famous person, and that's the one that she really likes. In the Prime universe that starts the story,
she talks to me.
She works and owns a family dry cleaning laundry place. And then there are some other absurd universes she lives in as well that are part of the fun. But all of these come from different decisions, and there's even points where she wants to go back to just one. That one was good, and you could imagine which one that might be. But with us, when you get to the point and you shuffle in the importance of faith.
That was amazing.
It's a whole different thing.
Are you done?
With that faith, comes understanding of the rules of God. With your faith, with your belief, comes an understanding of Scripture on how to make decisions, how to put yourself in the best life now, not in another universe, not in another incarnation, but now how to set yourself up to do the best now before the ultimate glory of standing before your Maker.
Also, who would you choose? That's one of the Indian kids?
Scripture tells us about the decisions. All decisions should be made first
I want
to
Asian
the
girl
glory
over
of God.
anybody that's slowly changing.
There are some decisions that people will call up and get frustrated about because
Yo, dog.
it's easy to do that.
This motherfucker
They're neutral.
is lit.
The glory
Yoshi.
doesn't come because you're working at a church
Yoshi.
or charity,
Tell him,
although those are
Yoshi was
marvelous
like, oh,
jobs.
Marcus, he was so lit.
It comes from
This one guy
doing
was like,
something
oh, dog,
honestly
he was lit. And Marcus was like, oh, dog.
that shows
You know
your
how lit I am?
craftsmanship
Marcus was
or
like,
your
oh, man.
dedication, whatever it might be,
Yeah.
to glorifying God. You do it well.
Calm down,
And therefore, after God said, take this job, well,
Yoshi.
if it's doing things with your hands and your heart, if it's doing them to the glory of God and working to show your love of God, and I don't even have to be a religious position. You could be waiting tables, but if you do it in an honest, godly way, live by the promises made, connectedly, then that's a great job too. All decisions should start and be made to glory of God. 1 Corinthians 10:31. So whether you eat or drink or whatever you do all to the glory of God. Using the will, the understanding, the importance of those things of your life. Living in an echo chamber is not good for you. You'll never, ever get out of that. It won't help you grow original life only listening to your own opinion. It will get you nowhere. It's one of the biggest problems in the United States right now. The separation of just being in your tribe is not the way things were supposed to be. The Tower of Babel was exactly that. To separate, to grow, so that you could come together. Because just the single-mindedness was not going to help. Proverbs 18:1-24. Whoever isolates himself,
I'll never forget it. It's one of the most
keeps his own desire, he breaks out against all sound judgment. A fool takes no pleasure in understanding, but only expressing his opinion. When wickedness comes, contempt comes also, and with dishonor comes disgrace. The words of a man's mouth are deep waters. The fountain of wisdom is a bubbling brook. It is not good to be partial to the wicked or to deprive the righteous of justice. And you see that concept of locking you in your own thought, isolating yourself, seeking your own desire, running from sound judgment, takes no pleasure in understanding, but only expressing his opinion. These are the hang-ups that often show themselves and often put people into horrible situations. It's good to have friends, and it's good to have like-minded friends. You, of course, should have other believers in your circle. But there is this belief that you have to live on a Christian cul-de-sac with Christian families, having Christian fake sales and playing Christian games and all of these things, which is not helping to the world, and they're stirring it away. So only the people you think should have it. And it's a fear of sharing and being an example to others. Put yourself in a place where you can be like somebody who doesn't have it.
that process,
where's my notification?
seeing that life is truly scary. Not just about proselytizing, but it's about being an example in which begs the question from people around you. You know, who are you? I noticed you went through a really hard time and you dealt with it quite well. You know, how did you do that? And therein lies the 1 Peter 3:15 to be ready and willing to answer when asked about the hope that lies within you. Great show. Valley, 520-1534.
So my coat, live from the Hayes bedroom, it's another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his like Michelle is trying to engage and elbows. He's leaning for the count. He should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires the sleep apnea. Treatment comfortable, restful sleep at the click of a remote. With no mask and no home. John. Learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com.
Four-quart meals are that in order. Get our four-quart meals on the four-quart price starting at just $6.99. That is four-quart meals. Salad, entree, and dessert.
Oh my God, what kind of person?
Or try our new
Maybe they'll find serious. I don't know. But yeah, that's part of it.
your way. With grilled or blackened salad. That's where this time and are looking to sell for top dollar. Bill DeGenova, CEO and owner of Tangible Investments, has become legendary by beating his so-called competitors' offers on these items by as much as 500%.
I had a diamond ring that didn't have one in my family for many years, so I went to a local jewelry store and they offered me $600. I just wasn't comfortable. I took it down to Tangible Investment and they offered me over $10,000. That store is absolutely awesome.
Stories like these are why Tangible Investments has become America's top dealer in precious metals, jewelry, and collectibles, and why Bill has been featured on CNBC and quoted on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Over the past 30 years, Tangible Investments has bought billions in collectibles. That's billions with a B. Right now, demand is through the roof. Bill encourages all his clients to shop the competition and then call him last. You'll be amazed at the difference. Guaranteed. Call now for an absolutely free professional, no obligation appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
Mascot is a strategy. Losing some hair, my best. If it always must be allergic to chicken, none of that. That keeps the drain. None of that. There's the weather. Then somebody said, it's just 2 weeks. And the dog stopped itching. The hair stopped falling out. The dynamite is a big part of Maxwell's diet. And your dog will be
Here's from Blinds.com. We're celebrating over a quarter century of gas-dressed windows by giving you up to 50% off site wide. Come to Blinds.com for great deals on shutters, curtains, motorized outdoor solar shades, and more. Relax. Let Blinds.com handle the install. Just click installation at checkout. Plus, Blinds.com has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Shop Blinds.com now for anniversary savings up to 50% off site wide. Save up to 50% at Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply.
Enjoying Facebook and more private internet gaming. 3 more cyber then. Catch the special deal now at NordVPN.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will drop online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers, internet without malicious websites, internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Then, the special deal now at NordVPN.com. NordVPN, cyber security built for every day.
Yeah, NordVPN. Let's see from the English.
City terrified traffic. We do have a crash in the Elysian Park area. 110 southbound at Hill Street, just blocking an off ramp. Long Beach on the 710 southbound at Del Amo, looking up for a wreck here in the center lane and through the Santa Monica area. Getting rid of a wreck on the 10 west on Lincoln, it's blocking the center lane. And through Anaheim, 91 westbound before the 241, look out for a wreck there along the right shoulder. Terrifying this guy. I'll get you there faster. I'm John for one.
I like to drop this good.
The Jesus Christ Show. I am.
Look at that, yo.
Happy to be with you this Sunday, and I'm with you every single Sunday. Right here, answering your questions and talking about the things that truly matter in life, and of course, the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave. We will be taking your calls. Go to your phone, dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. It, of course, is Oscar season, and one of the movies that is getting a lot of buzz, as they say, is Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. And this movie takes place in multiple universes with different outcomes. And this is becoming a very popular concept. Marvel is doing it, and it is something that gives different looks into what could happen in different universes. As a matter of fact, Marvel did a wonderful insight that very thing with a series of animated movies based on the Marvel movies, but these were called What If, and the series is What If. And it really takes a look at certain things that they would change, if decisions had been changed, the outcome could be very different. And it's a fascinating look at decisions, timing, and how things come about. So I thought it was a good time to talk about decisions and how you make your decisions and how you set forth your path. It's a fun thing to think there's a do-over somewhere, I suppose, to think that you have other options. But this is the one you are living in. This is the one you need to make the best decisions. Because there is no evidence of anything like a multiverse existing. We started with all decisions should be made to the glory of God. So says 1 Corinthians 10:31. That when you live in an echo chamber, when you isolate yourself with other people of like mind, or don't get out to hear other opinions, Scripture says iron will sharpen iron. Because the representation is two people coming together in dialogue to sharpen both of their views and ideas. Proverbs 12:15 says, the way of a fool is right in his own eyes, but a wise man listens to advice. So where do you get that?
Are you done?
Trust with you and give insight based on their life and things they do. And also, have you observed them from afar to see how their life seems to be working out for them?
Did you adjust your class?
You know, if you're being
for sure, dog.
probably not a great person to use for wisdom unless it's what they aren't doing. Take my advice, I'm not using it type person. But mostly you want people of good characters that you like to see how they manage themselves, but aren't necessarily specifically some sort of echo of you. It's a very popular thing now. People get their news from news sources that speak like that. Well, news sources shouldn't think like anything. They should think that the facts are the most important thing, and we work to get them and present them as we find them. And that seems to go by the wayside. Arrogance is an abomination to God. Proverbs 16:1-33. The plans of the heart belong to man, but the answer of the tongue is from the Lord. All the ways of a man are pure in his own eyes, but the Lord weighs the spirit. Commit your work to the Lord, and your plans will be established. The Lord has many things to give. The Lord has made everything for its purpose, even the wicked for the day of. Everyone who is arrogant in heart is an abomination to the Lord. Be assured, he will not go unpunished.
As an explorer, he had a lot to be desired, yet his deeds are almost unparalleled in the history of exploration. The local optometrist in his great Democrat facilities, as he started with notes, without about channels
Look at this move. Roshi. Sounds about it. Yeah, to be like, well, my concern is
Someone who cares. I say don't swing your front clothes this weekend and be late to everything. Forever. Well, particularly.
Mikey.
Everywhere. Video.
You're just you're athletic.
Dr. Gridlock in and around the Golden Theater today for the star-studded event. Hollywood's Oscar hopefuls are gearing up for the movie's biggest night. Variety senior editor Mark Malcolm says everything, everywhere, all at once appears to be the frontrunner. United States Academy Award.
They've been speaking almost every award show. This is a wacky, goofy movie that, voters in all different fields and different film award shows have been embracing.
The film leads the pack with 11 nominations. It is closely followed by World War I epic All Quiet on the Western Front and Irish Dutch comedy The Dances in the Sheeran, both scoring 9 nods. The Best Picture race also includes 2 of the highest grossing films of the year, Avatar, The Way of Water, and Top Gun Maverick, along with Elvis, Steven Spielberg's Fableman, and Tar, Triangle of Sadness, and rounding out the category is Winning Rockets. Going in the forecast for the canvas is set up just in case a few sprinkles rain down on the stars today. A bank in Northern California has become the largest bank to collapse since the Great Recession of 2008. NBC's George Solis says Silicon Valley Bank was closed by regulators on Friday. The FDIC took control of its assets.
For companies that had money at SVB, on Monday, the FDIC will provide insured depositors up to $250,000.
Silicon Valley Bank has been a solid institution for tech startups for decades, but a major venture capital firm is faced by trying to withdraw their deposits, cause the bank's value to free fall and spread panic over the U.S. banking sector. But Grant, Philip, and demanding Hall of Fame coach has died, Grant took the Minnesota Vikings and their mighty Purple People Eaters defense for 4 Super Bowls in 8 years. Grant was 9 years old. He after getting hit with a Russian rocket while volunteering with the combat.
we were told to go check out a Ukrainian occupied trunk that was in the town.
Giovanni Roman was an infantry sergeant in the Marines turned emergency room technician in Orange County. A person riding in the Humvee with Roman captured sharp footage of the nighttime attack last Valentine's Day.
The rocket vehicle, which was also in the I faced, I lost my eye, I went to go back to
It was the second time Roman took off from work, bought a plane ticket, and a few $1,000 worth of battlefield medical supplies and flew back to the war in Ukraine.
Why? Because the Russian was bombing things pretty from spoken civilians. I can't sit here, I could also job, there's good life outside of I live here. I couldn't watch on TV, so I decided to go help.
Roman says he's still coming to terms with losing his eye. He's had 2 surgeries with more on the way. To help out, head to GoFundMe and search Help Heal Recover at an undisclosed hospital in Orange County or in Carson, KFID.
Two-time Olympic gold medalist out next year, Mikhail Schifrin now holds the record for yesterday and speed. A moment celebrated on the same hill Schifrin won her first World Cup title 11 years ago. Once again, she was surrounded by family. And this is Megan Fitzgerald says the 27-year-old from Colorado broke the record set 34 years ago by Swedish skier Denmark, who sent her congratulations to Schifrin to her demise. The World Cup finals are set for next week, with Schifrin expected to hit the slopes once again and potentially push the record even further. And singer Shakira's collaboration with Argentinian DJ and producer ROTHSCHILD on a music session volume 53 is breaking 14 Guinness World Records. Some of those new achievements included most streams, Latin track on Spotify in 24 hours, most used Latin track on YouTube in 24 hours, fastest Latin track to reach 100 million views on YouTube. They received their certificates from the WR backstage during the recent appearance on the Tonight Show showing the South. Now headed out to Santa Monica, where there's a crash on the track.
On the restaurant side of the town. Still a bunch of closures in Hollywood through the Oscars later tonight. We're inside, shut down between Hollywood Boulevard and Orchid Alley. Also a closure on Northwest Drive southbound between Franklin and Hollywood. Two-way side, typically southbound at Blaine near the Grand Sale along right shoulder. Still a fire in the side. I'll take you there faster. I'm down for lunch.
Hi everyone, I'm KTLA Samantha Cortez. Here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter. I have the latest here at Union Seriously, KTLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain comes through. Covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team. The most local news from Southern California. KTLA 5 News, join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
Live Golf is live all season, so battle for the Max Prize money and golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready to live? Spring training on the CW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network.
Next weekend starting at 10 a.m. on KTLA 5 with $2.
On IC's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icons unveiled words of wisdom and motivational quotes we've collected over the years. No punches, of course, as Ice shares a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more.
You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen.
Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Social supports our vital part of child development, and will help mitigate the negative impact of stress. Future Kids Connected, their loved ones, friends, teachers, grandparents, and coaches. This Health Hopeful Moment is sent by townhope.org. I think uncertainty and home to give stress, anxious, worries, or frustrated. How help? I love How Help free and secure mental health resources at 821-743-73 or live chat at townhope.org.
Enjoy cleanup. More private internet daily. more either than the special deal now at NordVPN.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will drop online hackers unhide your virtual location. It makes superior devices from malware-infected downloads and drop access to malicious websites. Enjoy the internet without hackers, internet without malicious websites, internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your country protected. Then, the special deal now, NordVPN.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
That was my letter to KFI Public County in Metro LA. And then there's beehives in the upper 60s. And this is done in clouds in the valleys of the Inland Empire. Highs in the upper 60s. And Research Public County and windy highs in the low 60s. Right now, 55 degrees in Texas, 53 degrees in Glendale and McSource, and 54 degrees in Northern Del Rey. We live local, live from the KFI 24-hour news, and I'm Daniel Murphy.
I encourage you to be bold and brave and go to the phone with your theology question or life situation question. Theology dealing with God, religion, spirituality, worldview, the Bible, of course. Life situations are the things that come your way in a good way, or sometimes come your way in a bad way, and make you feel you're never going to get back on track again. I'm happy to talk to you about those as well. Anywhere in the U.S. of A, you can dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. Randy, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show. Hi, Randy, you there? Going well? Praise God. We'll put you back on hold, Randy, and see if we can't get you there in a moment. Try this once again. And talk to Mark. Mark, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show. one, going toy. I'm going to say that's a legit phone issue, so I will let them take care of that. Randy's question is whether or not Jesus was a vegetarian. This is a question that comes up quite a bit, and it's mostly due to not so scrupulous vegetarian or vegan outlet. PETA has done this many times. And really, although some would see PETA, and I've heard many throughout the years, there was one time that they had talked about the screening of lobsters when you boil them, without thinking about the fact that lobsters don't have vocal cords. It's just their statement. But they have used me as a poster boy saying that Jesus was a vegetarian. And that's not true. That has tied into you could get a group of religion that were vegan or vegetarian ministers. But the reality is it talks in scripture about eating fish. It also says that I adhered to Passover meals, which would have the Passover lamb. So all Jews had to exercise and prior to my death, consume those things. So, in addition to that, the New Testament makes it very clear that killing and eating animals is perfectly acceptable to God. It is not so you can do it in a mean or ugly way. It is not to be done in an argument for factory farming, being not good, it's arguing for all the things if you wish, but there is nothing in Scripture. 1 Timothy 4, 1 through 4, the Holy Spirit foretold that some were going to depart from keeping the truth and were going to command people to abstain from food which God created to be received with thanksgiving by those who believe and know the truth. For every creature of God is good, and nothing is to be refused if it is received with thanksgiving. For it is sanctified by the word of God and prayer. So notice that this passage, the sense in which God refers to animals as good, so that they're good for food. And the idea that God and Jesus, the Bible, somehow morally obligated people to be vegetarian is not true. There's no place for that, record of that at all. And to understand that is important. Art, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show.
I saw last week that you answered some questions that I asked last week, so I was on hold and I came on board, so we looked about it. But anyway, I kind of think there could be some more vegan groups out there, especially look at the sky. I know it's not around here, but back in the Midwest where you can see stars and stuff, you can look at the stars and stuff like that and think that there is another universe out there. And maybe some of those universes started the same way we did, with Adam and Eve and that kind of stuff, and maybe they didn't have each apple or the fruit or the whatever, the cinnamon or whatever people want to call it, and they were still driving with them, and that's where they lived the rest of their life. But we, on Earth, we not do that. So, well, yes, I had a meeting over committed first or whatever you want to call it. And there was no wars, there was no, everybody worked together, or, to the good of everything. It's something I always wondered if there's something as a kid now, I'm 82, and I'm not going to be able to, I'll find out, I think in this life, I might have to check that way as a kid and find out what there is. So, and I do believe there's no do-over. What you do on the surface is what you're going to do for eternity. And we're only on the surface for a cup of coffee in my case. Like a family too. Just seemed like time was too far past. And so there's something that I always thought for all my life, and I kind of lived my life by saying, great God's face if I do this. And I didn't always do what I thought God was pleased now. And he knows what I know it, and that's about it. Maybe somebody else don't know it, but I know it, and God knows it, and he knows everything, so I don't know, I think I might be way out in the field of in a lot of people's minds, but I kind of listen to it, so, and that's, I get a lot out of it.
Well, I appreciate that, and it's worth the thought. But in a moment, I'll explain why that has issues from a spiritual standpoint as well. You were listening to the two discussions. Last discussion, Valley 530
At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, jumps to downward dogs, and battle ropes to box jumps. It's all here at LA Fitness. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities and basketball courts, Olympic lifting platforms, pools, and saunas. This is the best time to make a new day resolution. Any day can be your day to start fresh at LA Fitness. Get your pass today, come in the club, or join online with our latest offers. From yoga to Zumba classes, cycling to our signature bodywork classes. Your muscles might get tired, but your workouts never will. Get started at startlafitness.com with your free 3-day pass at startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. Amenities vary by location. Certain amenities may be available for an additional fee. Free 3-day pass is redeemable by non-members only. Other restrictions apply. This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt for your guaranteed savings refund and 50% off tax prep. Mr. Jackson Hewitt. 50% off is a limited time offer for new clients buying a participating location. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
Are you working way too hard for way too little? There's never been a better time to consider a career in IT. You can enjoy a recession-resistant career in a rewarding field with plenty of growth opportunities and often flexible work environment. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take a free career evaluation. You can start your new career in months, not years. Take classes online or on campus, and financial aid is available to qualified students, including the GI Bill. Now is the time. mycomputercareer.edu.
4 p.m. always issues looking to call back 2 weeks after you started Dynamite and started seeing work improvements, and today 99% of the issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can eat for your dog. Your dog will be. Dynamite is DINOVITC.com. Here's from Blinds.com. We're celebrating over a quarter century of black dress windows by giving you up to 50% off site-wide. Come to Blinds.com for choice deals on shutters, curtains, motorized outdoor solar shades, and more. Relax. Let Blinds.com have all the install. Just click installation at checkout. Plus, Blinds.com has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Shop Blinds.com now for anniversary savings up to 50% off site-wide. Save up to 50% at Blinds.com. Global restrictions may apply.
access to militia websites. Enjoy internet without trackers, internet without militia websites, internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data, your secure, your connection protected. That's the special deal now. More VPN.com. More VPN. Cybersecurity built for every day. Reset your RAM. Dad's Answer Phone's big close sale. Shop our brands today and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base with electric assist. Time to score big savings on your dream bed.
Typically at 5 traffic, we have a crash here in the Santa Monica area. 10 west on Lincoln, that is now off to the right shoulder. Through Ontario on the 10 front of Greenwood, the crash here blocking the off ramp. There's a crash in Indonesian Park, 110 South on Hill Street, left there blocking the off ramp. To right east, 710 South on Alamo, we have a dark rear blocking the center lane. Clarifying the sky, help push you there faster. Please down to north.
Show I am your holy Lord. Happy to be with you this Sunday, as I want you every Sunday, right here in the port, the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave and go to the phone with your theology question or life situation 01534. 800-520-1534. Mark, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show. Thank you so much for taking my call. I appreciate it. My pleasure. What's going on, Mark? Your background. I'm 16 years old. When I was 8 years old, I got a cancellation cancer. It was very every time I tripped out and pushed on the church. I feel like I got things when I was a teenager. I've heard a lot of people treat the crazy banners. Yeah, well, pretty sure I went the way wrong. I treat my life wrong. I keep bleeding, but I still got 50 ways to God. I don't know how to get rid of this. Your story, although unique to you, is based in the story of the West. That people lose something and you lost it at an age where you didn't truly have the proper tools. And God knows that. God knows that you weren't dealing with all the tools that you will be given in life. And so you made a decision with an 8-year-old brain, and God understands that. And God is with you every moment of pain. The enemy, however, loves bringing that back up to the America. The enemy loves saying, no, you remember when you said this, you remember when you did that. You were trying to stay away. But think about the things that you did. You tried first to build discipline. You were searching for your father. And discipline, and structure. And faith is the last part of it for you. And it has to be understood that God has already told you. The death on the cross was before you were even born. Before your dad was born. Before your dad's dad was born, and so on, and so on, and so on. I went to that cross knowing all of it. got this.
Discovery expedition was the first official British exploration of
Well,
the
somebody
Antarctic.
was going to say,
Adventured to the frigid land some 60 years earlier. The expedition was enlarged
I don't know how to describe
the
it.
banner of the Royal Society and the Royal
So,
Geographical
do you think
Society.
that the blood and the cross,
To carry out
God's
scientific
sacrifice,
geographical
can't
exploration of
cover
Antarctica, and
your
mistake taking a crack at
mistake,
the South
your
Pole
rebellion,
major objective.
your bad
Said it
decision,
out loud.
but it can cover everyone else's?
Shackleton and his attendant for lecture in the summer of 19.
No, I know. This is one of my, I just, I don't know, took a hard time with it.
Explorers like Henry Morris Stanley and Richard Mansfield were celebrities. They wrote books with world's
That's true. And you're not alone.
Now Shackleton
You are not alone.
for exploration, but it's not as if this was his life.
There are many that struggle on a daily, if not monthly,
Simply an opportunity
with regret or past
and a way to satisfy
stupidity. Some hurt others, some hurt themselves. And the devil himself would love for you to wallow in that. Just keeping you down, because in that you have no ability to help others. Imagine you're somebody being a military man, somebody just kept laughing at you, you know, whatever, the great stuff going, there's that going, there's just a point where you can't live that anymore. But God keeps saying, Mark, let me take this. And you go, no, it's my burden. And God's going, technically it's my burden now. And you keep holding these things. And God wants to transform you and allow you to feel the transformation. And you keep holding on to your target.
However, while the expedition formed, money was hard to come by. The budget had been set at £100,000.
Not sure how to get pictures. That's it. Give it to me. Get on your knees. Thank your God for the sacrifice. Accept that sacrifice. And every time you look back at you, Mark, not the Savior, trying to deal with it, get back on your knees and give it to God. Lord, how can I learn something today that takes one piece away from me? Oh, help me understand. And it's going to be a little bit here, a little bit there. But ultimately, it has to be done. It is not your battle. God tells you that. You are purposely bringing this on for yourself. When God's saying, you know what, Mark? It's already done. It was paid for before you did it. And your goal is to live the best life, not a fake one, not using Christian words, just to use them. Not just giving it to God and moving closer and closer to Him. Valley Code 520-1534.
Danielle Russell watching the by 24-hour newsroom managed to shot at a mall in Redondo Beach. Police say the victim was shot yesterday afternoon at the South Shore Galleria. Two men ran into the scene in a car, and the victim was taken to the hospital. The Academy Awards will be handed out later today. This bag contenders at this year's Oscars is worth more than $155,000.
Everybody's GI Gang filled with fun getaways, arts and party stuff, and the very celebrity-centric procedures like plastic surgery, liposuction, and rejuvenation treatment. Speaking of those getaways, how about an all-inclusive stay with Haynes Canadian estate with 40 double bracelet with custom gems and beads is worth $1,200. Celebrity presented the option not paid, so the band is compensation for their time. The most expensive bag to date was in 2020 with a total value of $225,000. Oh, almost forgot. One of the most sought-after items in this year's bag, a loaf of Japanese milk bread worth Hill Street, that is blocking the off-ramp. Look out in Ontario, we have a crowd pushing on 45. This one is also blocking the off-ramp. We won't be heading on St. Gabriel Boulevard, a crash over on the right lane. And we do some closure for the Oscar. Hollywood Boulevard is going to be shut down between Highland and Orange Drive. Also, Highland goes down between Franklin and Sunset Boulevard. Hey, if I was a guy, I'll kick you there faster. How much guys for one?
Southline waters from CFI, partly cloudy and metro LA, inland of 3 highs in the upper 60s, amidst the stunning clouds in the valleys of inland Empire, highs in the upper 60s and 50s, partly cloudy and windy, highs in the low 60s. Really local, live from the CFI 24-hour news with Daniel Martin.
You locked your set up this tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. He's scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for this.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did he come from? And where's your map and coat?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're Rooter Heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
So, sir, you enjoy.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a question, call Reader Hero coming in or go online at readerhero.com.
Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, joins them on building trust.
About that, our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the honor account.
As the #1 audio brand, iHeart Music gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Four-course meals are set at norm. Get our four-course meals with us at four-course price, starting at just $13.99. Every four-course meal comes with cereal, salad, entree, and dessert. Feast your eyes on our classic sirloin steak burrito, or try our meat steak and chicken fajita platter. And have it your way with grilled or blackened fish. That's for a limited time and only at
Progressive Commercial Insurance is protected small business with over 30 coverage options. With easy-to-use mobile apps, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections that are available in all states and situations.
Are you working way too hard for way too little? There's never been a better time to consider a career in IT. You can enjoy a recession-resistant career in a rewarding field with plenty of growth opportunities and often flexible work environments. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. You can start your latest available to qualified students, including the GI Bill. Now is the time. mycomputercareer.edu.
Could you use monthly payments to help me with basic needs? Let's put a trade on the table, pay the rent, or buy a new suit for guaranteed. Find out about supplemental security income. You may qualify if your income and financial resources are low and you're 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability, or who's blind. Call 1-800-772-8212 and their staff.
Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcast at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Winners of that podcast get home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page, and listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9.
Are you looking for some non-dairy deliciousness? Discover the rich, creamy taste of Planet Oat Oat Milk. It's delicious in coffee, smoothies, cereal, or by the glass. Planet Oat Oat Milk tastes healthy and as marvelous as the delicious moments it inspires. Check it out in your local grocery store today. Research and activate. Visit superhomesupermarket.com.
What's wrong? You know, baby.
Don't you remember this thing? You know the things done you in. Like a dream, huh? Oh, Jesus, go away. What's wrong? If your world fall down, that's all it is. And it has to be. The Jesus Christ Show. I am answering your questions and talking about things that truly matter in life and, of course, the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave and go to the phone with your theology questions or life situation questions. Anywhere in the U.S. today, dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534.
Yeah, well, something that I think is very relevant, not just Christians, but to everyone. Although I am a Christian, I believe in Jesus Christ, and he died on the cross for us, for our sins. Basically, what I want to get into is something that I was ashamed of when I first came across working on putting ball. And what I'm on is firm and immovable, and there has been great discussion from the part of you that we are supposed to believe that we want a spinning ball and that you can exit what God has created for us. And for these other scholars who kind of talked about every universe is some days that, we just got to continue speaking out there that we're just, kind of a separate brain and God expands many other earths and universes out there, but I more so believing in the Bible verses and believing that, we're miraculously made. Every single person is designed for a purpose, and basically, I think that we've been lied to about our basis, that we're created from an eight mushrooms, and that, we shouldn't necessarily know what gender we are. And I think believing now more than ever, the creation from the Bible is more relevant than ever. And before I let you on, I gotta also just reiterate that God be true and every man a liar. As it's stating in Scripture. But I got the Bible verses that I'd like to talk about it today.
Well, first, let's look at one, why do you believe the earth is flat? And what benefit or what reason would there be to hide that fact? And how do you believe that ties into Scripture?
Okay, well, let's say just recently, like the Daniel Kunshan Grand Bridge in China. What's interesting about water, and that we live primarily on supposedly a bottle full of water, but what's interesting about water is that it always seems to find its level. Water cannot and has never been proven to stick on a ball, especially if it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour around its equator. And since water has reached its level, how is it possible that water can be sticking to a spiritually shaped earth? And if we are supposed to believe that this earth is spiritually shaped, then at some point, somewhere, there's got to be evidence that water is turbulent, or that it is a cloud that's spinning ball. And like I mentioned, the Grand Bridge in China, it's over 100 miles in length. And not only these bridges, but railroad tracks, anything that's constructed over land or over water, you think that if they were long enough, at some point in the blueprint, in the construction and engineering of this grand construction, that they would have to take into account the curvature of the earth, and yet it's never been taken into account on any of the structures. And that's interesting, when I was a child, we were, and I got to give my own background as a I'm a prior crew chief in the Navy, so I used to fly in helicopters and things like that. We were told that, oh, we live on the spinning ball, so you can go out to the beach and look out into the sailboats that are sailing around the earth, and you'll soon start to go down the hole and then the mast, and you know that it's sailing across, over the curvature. But now we live in a technological time where we have cameras like the C900, the Nikon C900 that can have super zoom capabilities, and you go to that chain boat that supposedly has sailed over the curvature, and out of your viewpoint you can zoom right back in on it with your naked eye. And all the tests and things like that that have been tried to create curvature of the earth or curvature of water has failed. There's been no documented scientific proof that we live on any sort of earth.
There's photos, there are eclipses, there are many things that you're eradicating from your equation and conclusion, like the fact that gravity, you are not going to be able to duplicate gravity in the same way, in the same sense on a ball here on Earth that it would be in space, which is a completely different atmosphere for one. The things that you're saying are visual statements mostly based on how optically something looks to you, and I will tell you that's one of the lowest forms of observational science, because that's just saying, well, this is what it looks like. Well, if you look out on a hot day, it looks like there's an oasis. It looks like there's water too. That has nothing to do with water. It has to do with manipulating the way light travels and the way you see it. There are so many conclusions that write that theory off of a flat Earth that even on Scripture, in Scripture, it talks about somebody being awake in the day, tending to the land, and someone asleep at night, and then they disappear at the same time in the same moment, which would not be possible with day and night in the same way and in the same sense. The star configuration would be flat, and they are not. They don't roll across the sky flat. They roll across the sky in a circular motion. We see things in space that cross, that go out of our view into a different hemisphere, and then come back. We know positively that the moon is a sphere, the other planets are a sphere. There is nothing out there that is rational to come to the conclusion that there is a flat Earth. I think that it is a very small way of thinking here without going outside and getting high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. And what you're using to kind of argue for that is that a lens, a curved lens, to reach further to capture that object. But that lens itself distorts what's taking place as well. So many things. I would love to talk to you more, but at the time, we need to move on. And now, a few words from your daughter.
Will you join me and my team of Wake-Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd for Pasadena Humane's Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help them care for the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
everybody who comes to our firm at their time of need is a somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a queen to us. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for you and your family in your time of need. The insurance company has unlimited money and resources. You need the strongest in price bill. Notice that. For right at 30 years, we have fought in the courtrooms throughout America. Our results speak for themselves. And always remember this. Everybody is a somebody, and nobody is a nobody. Visit ForThePeople.com to learn about our firm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. And visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you. What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Greg Gibson, best-selling author and star in the new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. You get your whole retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. The market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are off track with gifted money get this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop work 2 hours of promise behind-the-scenes footage. All you can cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. But don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020.
Here's from Blinds.com. We're celebrating over a quarter century of flat Dutch windows by giving you up to 50% off site-wide. Cut to Blinds.com for great deals on shutters, curtains, motorized outdoor solar shades, and more. Relax. Let Blinds.com handle the install. Just click installation at checkout. Plus, Blinds.com has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Shop Blinds.com now for anniversary savings up to 50% off site-wide. Save up to 50% at Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply.
Maxwell can distract you and easily compare my guess to the orange concealer is to none of that, so it's the green. Third that, then it's the winner. Then somebody says, it's just for you. And the dog stops with you, the hair stops falling out. The dynamite is part of Maxwell's dial. And your dog will be
the lowest prices on water heater repairs and replacements? Water heaters only. Got to. Or visit waterheatersonly.com for the lowest prices and quick same-day service. That's waterheatersonly.com. Waterheatersonly.com.
Taking care of our confidently do the work. So in the South Carolina area, one comes down past the 105 that's next to the west. 105 going to be closed down to roadway at 1 p.m. Also, if you rotate here, they crash on the east on San Diego Boulevard that has the off and the stop. Then we do have some Oscar closures in Hollywood. Highland Avenue shut down between Franklin and Sunset. Also, Hollywood Boulevard closed between Highland and North Orange Drive. Stay up high this time. Let's get to their cancer. Come back to one.
This is the Christ Show. I am your holy host. Navigating you through this Sunday as I am with you every Sunday right here, answering your questions and talking about the things that matter in life and the afterlife. I encourage you both to go to the phone with your theology question. I would like to request 01534. Check 800-520-1534. Welcome to the Jesus Christ Show.
Good morning, Rick. This is my friend and my radio rabbi.
Well, thanks so much for listening and hanging out with us today.
I really enjoy your show and your spirituality. It always comes through, and I really appreciate it. I have a stone in my shoe. I was hoping you could help me with it. So I haven't been there.
Let's take a look at it. What's going on?
Well, it has to do with the way people pronounce your name. Sometimes to me it seems blasphemous for them just to say Jesus Christ. You know, some people, of course, they swear when they say it, which swears in my heart. But I was thinking all the denominations is, using their name, Jesus Christ, rather than Jesus and their Christ. And I'm thinking if they have a square saying, Jesus or Son of God, he's not even my doing well, I'm simply saying, hey, I'm not going to do that. But seriously, I'm not going to fit to me that there sometimes that it's blasphemous for people to say, even though I can name you share, just so Jesus Christ. Am I wrong in this? Should I worry about this?
Theologically, no, but I understand what in the Hebrew is the Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus the Messiah. However, written in Scripture quite often is Jesus Christ. Even a flip sometimes is Christ Jesus in Scripture as well. So the emphasis can mean something different depending on where it's put, but ultimately it is not needed to say the Christ because Christ covers that. There can only be one. So ultimately it's really focusing on it does say Jesus the Christ. I mean, some people get into the details of, well, why is it Jesus and not Joshua? Is the name. So how my name plays out, context, but really it's not a last name. As a matter of fact, in bygone times, that it was usually yours you did that came after your name. You had your given name or what you did. That's why Smith is such a popular name, because there were a lot of Smiths. Leather Smiths, metal Smiths, all these things. So technically, it would be the title as the anointed one. But all at once.
Almost hurt me so much. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Those are people that got a shit over a lot of things. Christians will be offended by the use of BCE instead of AD, but BCE could be before Christian era. As simply as people can use it as before Common Era. It is really one of those things that thinking is never a waste of time. It's always a powerful thing to understand these things and to come together to use things. But ultimately, your focus should be on the things of God, showing who God is to other people by the way you live your life. I know it may pain your ear and sound crass, but it's not. And it's written in Scripture that way as well. And I think that there are bigger, more important things to weigh heavier on your heart. I'll ask you a question. Don't focus right there. Just tell her what to play.
Okay, Google, tell me if I bring up your voice.
Pay past time.
KLXT is T2.
Los Angeles and time.
Everywhere on the radio app.
More rain. I'm getting a motor license to KFI 24-hour news. Another storm is set to hit the Southland with rain and wind in the next 48 hours, but weather will make conditions even more difficult for mountain communities still getting up from the storms that dumped historic snow just a few weeks ago. Dozens of people have been rescued in Northern California because a 100-foot wide levee leaked in the Cairo River in Monterey County. Supervisor Leho said they fell short of preparation.
Worst case scenario has come to fruition here in Colorado. We're trying to avoid this over the last set of storms.
Over 10,000 residents were urged to evacuate following the breach, which happened yesterday morning. At least 2 people are dead as the heavy rain and flooding countryside across the state. The news brought to you by American Roofing Windows. It is now day 3 of a standoff between LA County Sheriff's deputies and an armed man barricaded inside a home in Belinda. It started around 2:30 Friday afternoon, and deputies responded to wind, rain, because a man shooting was shooting at pedestrians. With one woman was shot and taken to a hospital. Hollywood's biggest stars are getting ready for the Oscars. Michael Truman writes for the New Yorker and says, "Don't even be surprised if Best Picture goes to critically acclaim everything, everywhere, all at once."
Falling in love with that movie so much with Will in the Academy, and they just won over and over and over again in some of the other awards, including all the Guild Awards like SAG, ROTHSCHILD, Producer Guild.
The official frontrunner at the Academy Awards, leading the pack with 11 nominations, closely followed by the German World War I movie All Quiet on the Western Front, and the Irish dark comedy Adventures in the Spirit, both scoring 9 nominations. The awards will be handed out tonight at the Golden Theater in Hollywood. A law prohibiting drag shows on public property is moving forward in the Kentucky General Assembly.
CRED is great for reasons they shouldn't do in the public sector. Similar performances from men or dress designers shouldn't be in the public sector as well.
Legally passed the Senate on all the reviews on children. Olympic diving champion Pat McCormick has died. McCormick was from Steel Beach and won gold in the springboard and platinum events in both the 1952 and 1956 games. McCormick died on March 7th at a nursing home. He was 92. The creator of the Mandalorian action at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge in Disneyland, in an interview with IMDb, Favreau says he'd like to see an immersive attraction that would allow people to feel the ride using haptic technology. It would also center around a research spacecraft, which the Mandalorian and the ship traveled around the galaxy until it episode in the 7th season of the show. While the Mandalorian makes it see a dream, an avatar attraction at Disneyland is a planned reality, according to CEO Bob Iger, who made that announcement in February. Amy King, KSI News. And now headed to Roseland where there's a crash on the track.
Keeping a little slow here because the off-ramp blocked off here. As you make your way through Irvine, you've got a 405 San Diego Freeway southbound at Irvine Center Drive. The left lane here is going to be blocked off. Through South LA, it works down here, and we do have some slowing from the 110 Harbor Freeway southbound at the 105 connector. They're going to be there till about 1 o'clock today, and there's going to be some delays. And we've got a problem through Long Beach. That continues here, 710 Long Beach Freeway, the southbound side of Del Amo Boulevard. Center lane taken away by a wreck. Through Bellflower, so vehicle right lane blocked on the 91. There's a hazard here for the Riverside Freeway eastbound at Bellflower Boulevard. Anaheim Hills, traction on 91 westbound at the 241. It's up to the right, and through Anaheim Hills. Got bigger than the roadway on 91 westbound Italy Canyon. KFI in the sky, have to get there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. Live here in the movie.
Seriously, KSI 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekend. Really heavy rain comes through. We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KSI 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KSI is LA's very own.
From Tucson, Arizona, where golf is live all season long, so battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the TW.
Are you ready for this?
Every Friday on the TW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your TW network.
Next weekend starting at 10 a.m. on KCLA 5, the TW. On the podcast Really No Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Philbin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? That features a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a secret.
Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's really no really right
free on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. It may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. Here's from Blinds.com. We're celebrating over a quarter century of flat-dress windows by giving you up to 50% off site-wide. Head to Blinds.com for great deals on shutters, curtains, motorized outdoor solar shades, and more. Relax. Let Blinds.com handle the install. Just click installation at checkout. Plus, Blinds.com has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Shop Blinds.com now for anniversary savings up to 50% off site-wide. Save up to 50% at Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply.
Maxwell can distract you and losing some hair. My bet, because always must be allergic to chicken nut vat that keeps it green. Bird vat, it stands for sore. Then somebody said, INOPICE. If you took the weed and the dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out, the diet is part of Maxwell's diet. It's not about how happy your dog will be. INOPICE.
Southline weather from J5, partly cloudy in metro LA and the inland OC, highs in the mid to upper 60s. Amidst the spreading clouds in the valleys of Inland Empire, highs in the upper 60s. East is partly cloudy and windy, highs in the low 60s. Right now, 56 degrees in Gardens Road and Newport Beach, 51 in Pasadena, 53 in Alhambra. Really local, live into J5 24-hour news. I'm Jane Yamamoto.
2,000 years ago and change, I wasn't the only one walking around claiming to be the Messiah. There were many people doing it. So signs and wonders and things like that really were ways to show, hey, this is different. This isn't parlor tricks that some people were doing to try and say, hey, I'm Messiah, look what I can do. I mean, on every corner, there was someone. So the things that I did specifically were to set myself apart for people to really understand the difference between the claims that were made and the claims that I made. So resurrecting the fullness of the body, or what is referred to as the glorified body, there's only one of those. And there's only one situation in which that took place, and that was mine. So it's not necessarily an exact duplicate that Christians will be living, experiencing during that transition. What you do have is, yes, to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. Again, it is appointed for man to die once and then the judgment. So you're dealing with something that is time-based on earth, but not in heaven. So when this is the time you are living is all seen and done in heaven, outside of time. So, go ahead. So, what the body refers to the resurrection of the saints. The body. What are we comprised of in the presence of the Lord before our bodies are resurrected? And let me give you some context to this question. Sure. My dad died of Alzheimer's at the last 2 years of his life. He wasn't there. His uncle, I believe, he was not present. And I wonder, was he young? An excellent question. And there's no reason that he could not have been in the presence of God. There are all kinds of nuances to that question. There are some that believe, and this program is one of them, that even in what would be called death, moments, seconds, milliseconds, Scripture says over and over that a day is to 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is to a day. That God, in that moment, could make a lifetime. And how he talks with us in those times is not known except to the individual experiences. But the reality of Scripture, or the sketch of Scripture, is what is taking place, is at death, the believer does have their disembodied spirit immediately entering the joyful presence of God. And that's what happened in the 3 days in the tomb. The body still lies there. Just like I said to the thief on the cross, today we will be together in paradise. Yes, my body was still in the tomb, and so was his. No, what ends up happening is, depending on the structure you believe and how soon it goes down at the rapture, the saint spirit joins his or her resurrected body. It is not the exact same body. It's a glorified body. It doesn't age, it doesn't have illness, it doesn't have disease and suffering. 1 Corinthians 15, 42 to 53 talks about this. So it's the combination that comes afterwards, where you are in that
physical, glorified body, but it is one kind of beat up and seen the world body that you're walking around in now. It's so different, keep this in mind, was a lot of the apostles, they just didn't recognize it. So there is a change that takes place, and that will be a merge between the spiritual body and a glorified physical progression. So it's kind of hard to put that in a perspective where you can say this is exactly what it would look like. But I suppose you could imagine by breaking down all the sin or the temperament of life, wrinkles, fatigue, sadness, lack of sleep, all these things, bad eating choices, all these things that you hear that if you slowly subtracted those things, it might be childlike. Coming in the simplest form, the most form of youth and interest and curiosity and all of these things. And in that is probably the closest you can conceive of how that meaning will look like. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. To ask your question, dial 800-520-1524.
Local supports our vital part of child development and will help mitigate the negative impacts of stress. Keep your kids connected with loved ones, friends. I think uncertainty is okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Cal Hope can help. Access Cal Hope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org. Could we use monthly payments to help replace the bills? Like putting food on the table, paying the rent, or buying new seeds for growing seeds? Find out about supplemental security income. You may qualify if your income and financial resources are low and you're 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability or who is blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI. Produced by Social Security, U.S. Taxpayer Expense.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business needs. From quick repairs to exceptional coverages, including payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Hey, OSD Sharp, are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to use my secret weapon, WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Go to WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com.
Seriously, Mike, you should just fix the transmission.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fit. AA, MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. See more cyber days. Catch the special deal now at NordVPN.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers, internet without malicious websites, internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Then, catch the special deal now at NordVPN.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day. Greetings, Sebastian Gorky. I've mentioned how much Relief Factor has helped the pain in my lower back. Gary from Ohio shared his experience too. He writes, I tried Relief Factor due to its botanical ingredients to reduce pain in my shoulder, knee, and lower back. After just a few weeks, the knee pain was completely gone, and the shoulder and back pain were reduced quite a bit. I can now exercise much more comfortably and practically pain-free. Thank you, Relief Factor. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. So it looks like a lot of people are thanking Relief Factor. 3 weeks from now, your first step to becoming pain-free should be to order at the reduced price of $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. That's relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. Feel the difference with Relief Factor. relieffactor.com. Crash to Irvine. This is on the 5 southbound at Alton Parkway. It's going to be the center divider here. Watch for some slowing as you approach. Now, crash through Ontario. The 10 eastbound at Vineyard. San Bernardino Freeway there. Just a slight delay to make your way through. Downtown LA, a new crash on the 110 northbound after 101 connector. That's the downtown 4 level. Increased solo vehicle crash is going to be in the right lane and a slow drive there at ATF Road. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. This is the Frank Show. I am your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday, as I'm with you every single Sunday right here, answering your questions and talking about the things that truly matter in life and, of course, the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave and go to the phone with your theology question or life situation question anywhere in the U.S. of A. Dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. So we chatted a little with a body that you use here on Earth. But you know, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It was simply for that your present mortal bodies are not fit for eternity. But you're going to have new ones. So these new bodies will never become ill, grow old, or die. And you will live gloriously with your Lord, with God, in perfect bodies through the endless ages of eternity. So that is the imagery in Scripture. Apostle Paul broke out the sting of death is sin, the power of sin is the law. But thanks to God, the victory is there through Jesus Christ. 1 Corinthians 15. And that's a hard thing to understand, and although it's important for, theological, is the eternal life. And if the purpose of all of this is not to get into the biggest, coolest party in heaven, the important thing to understand is that you're going home. Our lifespan, when you look at humanity, your goal as a human running through your life is all pointing towards wanting to be with the Creator. You kind of ultimate game of baseball going on where each stage is part of your life, but the reality is the Spirit's desire to just go home and be with the Father, be with the Maker, that it's going to be very different than you can imagine and better than you could even perceive. Your treasure. Valley 100. 520-1534.
I'm being not so live from the by 24-hour news. At least 8 people have been killed in a boat crash in San Diego. Police say 2 smuggling boats crashed late last night as blast finished at 40 times. One of the boats overturned. A school in New Jersey is hoping to stop students from being bullied. They are high.
Students here facing the same bullying issues as kids across the nation, now taking matters into their own hands, set up with the status quo. They're being picked on females, they're talking about other females. 9 student leaders pushing a new path forward.
NBC's Brian Thompson says school officials say it's 2 years no homework Fridays, along with the ice cream truck and students getting past the day off. SpaceX is celebrating another successful mission. 157 days in space. SpaceX Dragon splashdown. SpaceX Dragon tested splashdown yesterday off the coast of Florida, bringing 2 NASA astronauts, another from Japan, and 1 Russian cosmonaut back to Earth. The crew spent 5 months in orbit aboard the International Space Station. And if it's Oscar time, it's also Rabbi time.
The Golden Raspberry Awards are Hollywood's worst, and this year's Kinsley say Jared Leto and Adria Arjona won Worst Actor and Worst Supporting Actor for Marvel's vampire flop Morbius, which sucked, and the Razzies gave themselves the Worst Actress Award for initially nominating a 12-year-old they said shouldn't have been considered. Mark Rahman, KFI News.
Hey, that's Irvine with his pass on the 5.
Southbound sign, the 10 and the freeway at Olson Parkway. We've got tracks there in the center divider. It's going to be a little heavy and further as you approach. Also through downtown LA, the 110, the left-hand side, the 101. There's a solo crash here in the right lane, and that has some delays there for both the 110 and the 101 northbound. As you get to South LA, the 110 south at the 105 connector. Caltrain there till 1 o'clock, and it's slow. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
This is Jacob Amon. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Southline Road from KFI, partly cloudy, Metro LA, Inland OC, highs, limited to up to 60. Tomorrow, virtual repeat of today, and Tuesday, rain and cold temperatures, highs in the 50s. Mix of sun and clouds in the valleys of Inland Empire, highs at the upper 60s. And Tuesday, partly cloudy and windy, low 60s. Really local, live from the KFI 24-hour news from Unchained.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options. An easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states and situations.
And at Sport Fitness, take advantage of premium fitness amenities with a free 3-day pass. Sign up today at startatsportofitness.com. Get more workout for less with features like state-of-the-art strength and cardio equipment, free weights, a functional training area, and so much more. It's time to start fresh for less with our $0 enrollment fee. From battle ropes to box jumps, tire flips to treadmill, cardio to kettlebells. We have everything you need for a low monthly cost. And Sport Fitness has your back, no matter what your fitness motivation is, with a premium gym experience for a not-so-premium price. This is your chance to try it all and make the most of a quality gym experience at a low monthly cost. Get started today at startatsportofitness.com and grab your free 3-day pass at startatsportofitness.com. That's startatsportofitness.com. Subject to annual fees. Must pay first and last month's fees of $29.99 to join. Terms and conditions apply. Amenities and facilities may vary.
In this week's marketer report, Patricia Sayula, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
As America's largest injury firm, we have advantages few others do. Our results and reputation are well known to the other side, and we have a track record of going toe-to-toe with them and winning big. But what does that mean for you? What does that mean for your case? I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One of the things we're most proud about is that we set up our firm so that your case gets lots of attention from a lot of people. Our technology and army of lawyers give us insight and oversight into every detail and every moment of your case. Paralegals, legal assistants, investigators, buildings with boxes of evidence. Every resource is carefully designed to get you the most possible. And at Morgan & Morgan, we even have a dedicated team to make sure that your calls are returned that very same day. Injured Southtown Law. That's pound 529. All law firms are not the same. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured, visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Who has over 6,000 five-star reviews for water heater repairs and replacements? Water Heaters Only. That's true. Visit waterheatersonly.com for quick same-day service. And if you want low prices, that's their business. Waterheatersonly.com. That's waterheatersonly.com.
Welcome. Always so much better when you are here with us as we are here with you every single Sunday, answering your questions and talking about the things that truly matter in life and, of course, the afterlife. I encourage you to give us a call should you feel moved to, whether it's a theology call or something you're going through. I'd love to hear from you. 800-520-1534. 800-520-1534. Jerry, welcome to Jesus Christ Show.
Hello, Jesus. I just nice to this morning. I listen to you every Sunday.
Oh, thank you.
And have enjoyed your show throughout the years. I am a member of a church that it's kind of a big church, but what we did was we got the new pastor. We were pretty excited about it, but when he came, let me tell you a little bit about my background. I'm in the music ministry and have had the privilege of being able to go on missionary journeys basically around the world. And so then I'm kind of nervous. But anyway, what happened was we got a new pastor. And when we got the new pastor, he decided, he came into the church, he said, I don't like the way the church looks. So he said, we're going to totally redesign the church. Get rid of everything in it, and we're going to make it into a studio so he could have a broadcast every Sunday. The services would be broadcast, I think they call it live stream. Mm-hmm. And so what he did, he came to the choir. I'm in the choir, and there were about 80 of us. So he came to the choir and he said that we did not want the choir anymore because he thought a praise team would be a better fit for his new situation. So he was going to dismiss all of us and put in a
he decided that, okay, well, we'll keep you around for a while. But his philosophy was, and he told us this to our faces, that people don't get saved when they see old people on a stage. They get saved when they see young people on the stage. So he wanted us to be removed and replace us with a praise team, like a lot of churches are doing. That was my first issue, but I'm having trouble. They've allowed us to come back in another room, so we're not allowed in the worship center. So they put us in another room where they have Bible study and other services. So that's where we are right now. But we're not allowed to do any of our productions. We have a lot of productions and things there, but we can't do any productions anymore. They literally threw our productions off the campus, and we have to rent an auditorium now just to have, a Christmas program or an Easter program. So I'm having a real hard time just accepting it. And, every time I sit down in the service, like last week, I sat down in the service, message. So then when the singers come up, that's where inside of me gets angry. Because I'm going, wait a minute, we should be doing that too. And we did that for free. They got a $300,000 budget to pay 5 or 6 musicians when you had 80 people serving the church for free. And not just for free, these people are professional writers, professional musicians, professional singers, and those kind of people. So every time I see the praise people give us, I just really have to start working on my own inner anger because I'm so jealous about it. That's one thing, and maybe I won't even get to the other.
Well, let's focus on that for now, because that's a lot to chew on. Oh, Jerry, I feel for you and everything you're going through, and I know some of it you're going to want to, do some introspection on your end. But the way this sounds went down, and of course I'm only hearing it from your side, the pastor's not here to explain. I'm sorry?
He was dismissed from the church because of the way he treated people. He was then dismissed from the church. So now we're looking for a new pastor. The big pastor was dismissed from the church, but the elders have continued his philosophy.
Wow. Well, why should they believe his philosophy was better and then was dismissed for mistreating people?
Oh, he was dismissed for treating people. I can't tell you. With the way we first met him, he came into our choir with us. So we hadn't seen him for a couple months, even though he's the new pastor. But he came to our choir with us and basically sat down and laid down the rules to us. This is the way it's going to be. And if you don't like it, there's 12 doors to the exit, and you can take one of them. And that was his attitude. The elders decided that, we need to, have him, we need to have a talk with him so he could change his behavior. So they gave him an opportunity to stay as our pastor if he would go through counseling and change his behavior. But he decided he wasn't going to change his behavior, and this is the way he was going to be. So they just decided that he wasn't going to be our pastor anymore. So now he's gone, but what they've done was they kept his philosophy of old people are not supposed to be on the stage. It's supposed to be young people so they can encourage people to get saved. I told the elders that when I got saved, there was a bunch of old white men on the stage.
And when they had an altar call, I then, the Holy Spirit led me into that altar call. It had nothing to do with the ages of the men there. And I was 24 years old, a college student. And it had nothing to do with the ages of the men. It had something to do with I knew that that was the day that I was going to get saved. And so the pastor's attitude was so bad towards people. He fired everybody that worked there. We had people working there for 30 years. He fired them all. He fired all the professional musicians. That's the way he treated people, and they just decided that he needed to make a change. And he decided he wasn't going to make a change, so they decided they were going to make a change with him. But they kept his philosophy.
Did they tell him there's 12 doors and you can leave out one of them? That would have been ideal.
They gave him an opportunity to get counseling, to change some of his behavior. He had a lot of political things in there. You know, he's come up with this political stuff, and I'm sitting up there going, no, please don't.
No. Okay, so, you know, Terry, I noticed there's just so much haphazard, pastoral style is massively in question. I don't know why a person like that would have been chosen by a body. They can throw around, oh, we're going to bring in young people, we're going to... God needs a bunch of marketing tools and tricks. My producer, Neil, like you, he was born and raised Catholic, but at 17 was asked to go to a church. It was a 99% all African American church, and did exactly what you just said you did. Just knew something was happening that day and could feel it in the spirit of the people there. Not caring about the age or color or anything, but just the movement of God was in that place that day. And I find when churches start going towards, I mean, it's one thing to be current enough to speak a language that people understand, including young people, but or to try and find ways to keep playful or with modernisms and things like that. But when you are trying to fake it, you know, bring in a team that isn't part of the church, pay musicians and do those types of things. None of that fits well with me at all, and I understand why it doesn't with you. Here's the final say on this, Gary. If you are not feeling it in your spirit to be there anymore, then unfortunately, it's time to find another church. That's the reality. If they're wanting to speak to someone else in Scripture, those that are more seasoned are of great worth and power and wisdom. And if they don't want to put wisdom in front of the church, then I am concerned about their ideas and what's important to them. That's just sick. That is just Hollywoodizing your church. And in that, all you're trying to do is get those baskets filled and be at the church. And none of that has any importance to God. So I think you need to pray and look inward, Jerry, because it sounds like this church is moving away from the things that you love. And I know that's hard because you've been there and a part of that church. And maybe we get together with others who feel the same way and look for a place where you can at least get fed. You're not going to get fed here if you're in resentment. You know, it doesn't, I don't like how everything went down for your description, and I don't like that the church elders are taking the direction of someone that obviously was a horrible fit and probably not a great pastor to begin with, and that they've kept those things makes me raise my eyebrows at that as well. You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. To have this record, Valley Company, 1534. On IC's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice has a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Four-quart meals are second norm. There are four-quart meals without the four-quart price, starting at just $13.99. Every four-quart meal comes with fruit, salad, entree, and dessert. Feast your eyes on our classic sirloin steak trio, or try our new steak and chicken tikka platter. And settle your way with grilled or blackened fat. That's for a limited time only at Hey, it's your buddy Ministry Baker. Replace your old leaky windows with new, affordable, custom-made windows. Do it once, do it right with American Vision windows. With all the rain and all this crazy snow, now is the time to upgrade your windows. We replaced our worst wood prevent dust, mold, moisture, bacteria, and kept the sound from getting in your house. You know the owners don't have to. They started American Vision windows because they bought free installation. CSW number 778-326. Trust the window companies that I trust. My family and friends trust American Vision Windows. Call today, get us the estimate, 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. These rules either then. That's the special deal now at NorthVPN.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online hackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without hackers, internet without malicious websites, internet without malware-written files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Then, that's the special deal now at NordVPN.com. NordVPN, private security built for every day.
Here's from Blinds.com. We're celebrating over a quarter century of gas-dust windows by giving you up to 50% off site wide. Come to Blinds.com for great deals on shutters, curtains, motorized outdoor solar shades, and more. Relax. Let Blinds.com handle the install. Just put installation at checkout. Plus, Blinds.com has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Shop Blinds.com now for anniversary savings up to 50% off site wide. Save up to 50% at Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply. Poor Sam's was a mess. Always itching, licking. His paws were soaking wet. He had bald spots on his back. CINO-CICE. 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements. And today, 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can eat for your dog. How does your dog will do? I get my Dynamite from CINO.
We'll drive right now through Encino. We have a work zone here. One lane is closed off on the 101. The northbound side, between Harrison and Balboa Boulevard. They will be there for another hour or so, and we do have delays. Now, if you head through the south of Lake portion, the 110 south of the 105 connector, we do have a work zone there for Caltrans. And some flowing through Ontario, the 10 Vineyard Pass on the off-ramp there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Jesus Christ Show. I am your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday, as I'm with you every single Sunday right here, answering your questions, and talking about the things that truly matter in life, and of course, the afterlife. You know, talking with Jerry about churches. Jerry had just called in about a change in the church with the pastoral staff, the new pastor, and how they got rid of their choir. And as he described it, it was because nobody's going to get saved by seeing old people on the stage, which I'll get to in a moment. And this pastor wanted to put young people up there to these new praise teams, and which is basically concerts. And some of them are quite nice. The music moves you and it's fun. But I think that there is some issues that are penetrating the church, which are highly problematic. When you try to build a facade, when you try to manipulate emotion, when you try to force something, there becomes a problem. Now, if you go through the history of churches, yes, there were these facades. Cathedrals and churches and temples, they would build them in grandiose ways, spending lots of money that could have been used on things like poverty. To do that with the guise of building something glorious to God, which is never the focus. The first churches were in homes. The goal was to create a space for people to come together and worship. Is music important? Absolutely. In the book of Numbers, you can see that at times musicians were named by name, and the priests were not. Music, worship, connecting with God with a joyful noise is powerful. But I think that the aesthetic, and even worse, politics, permeating a church takes away the reality of God. The biggest idols in the church right now are politics, particularly conservative politics, that have become an idol and a part and a leader of the church, which is a vulgar way to really break the walls of the church, and some sort of need to feel sick. I think both those things can be quite dangerous, because one is dangerous because of tying the two together that have no place together with politics, and the second is, if it becomes a show, then it's just perception. Reality goes out the window of what is being said is shrouded in sparkly and shiny and wow factor, which brings nothing to the table. Feeling the presence of God because it's surrounded by the people of God is close to that ever. Remember, with all the craziness in the world, the simple word. Good morning, my friends. This morning sharp, the House Whisperer. It's just about 9 o'clock on this lovely Sunday morning, which means for the next 3 hours, I'm here for you as your personal guide to turning your ordinary house into an extraordinary home. We are talking concrete today, concrete part 2, and it all gets in just a couple of minutes, so stay tuned. Welcome home. It's KFI and KLC HD2 Los Angeles,
Live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. KOSP HD2.
Los Angeles, right time.
Live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app.
Downtown to the Oscars. I'm Jane Yamamoto, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Traffic gridlock in and around the Golden Theater today for the star-studded event. Hollywood's Oscar hopefuls are gearing up for the movie's biggest night. Variety senior editor Mark Malcolm says everything, everywhere, all at once appears to be the front line of the 6th Academy Award.
They have been streaking almost every award show. This is a wacky, goofy movie that, voters in all different fields and different film award shows have been embracing.
The film leads the cast with 11 nominations. It is closely followed by a World War I epic All Quiet on the Western Front, an Irish dark comedy, The Banshees of Inisherin, both scoring 9 nods. The Best Picture race also includes 2 of the highest-grossing films of the year, Avatar: The Way of Water, and Top Gun: Maverick, along with Elvis, The Silver Fablemans, and Tar, Triangle of Sadness, and rounding out the category, including Power. Snowing in the forecast, but a great canopy instead of just in case a few sprinkles rain down on the stars later today. The bank in Northern California has become the largest bank to collapse since the Great Recession in 2008, and received George Soros. Silicon Valley Bank was closed by regulators on Friday, and the FDIC took control of its assets.
For companies that had money at SVB, on Monday, the FDIC will provide insured depositors up to $250,000.
Silicon Valley Bank has been a solid institution for tech startups for decades, but a major venture capital firm this week advised clients to withdraw their free fall and spread panic over the U.S. banking sector. The White House says the U.S. banking system is sound, even though the Silicon Valley Bank is taken over by the government.
More resilient, has a better foundation than before the financial crisis. That's largely due to the reforms put in place after the financial crisis.
Office of Management and Budget Director Yolanda Young says the administration is closely watching the situation. Silicon Valley Bank was shut down by regulators Friday, making the biggest U.S. bank failure in 15 years. Bud Grant, the soap and demanding Hall of Fame soap aside, Grant took the Minnesota Vikings and the mighty Purple People Eaters against the 4 Super Bowls in 8 years. Grant was 95. The 2-time Olympic gold medalist alpine skier Michaela Schifrin now holds the record for all-time World Cup winners for a short 87th victory team yesterday in Sweden.
A moment celebrated on the same hill Schifrin won her first World Cup title 11 years ago. Once again, she was surrounded by family.
In the Vegas, Fitzgerald says 27-year-old from Colorado broke the record 34 years ago by Swedish skier Igmar Stenmark, who sent congratulations to Schifrin. You heard the news. The World Cup finals are set for next week, with Schifrin expected to hit the slope once again to potentially push the record even further. And Sugar Shakira's collaboration with Argentinian DJ and producer ViralRabbi on Music Session Volume 53 is breaking 14 Guinness World Records. Some of those new achievements included most streamed Latin tracks on Spotify in 24 hours, most viewed Latin track on YouTube in 24 hours, and fastest Latin track to reach 100 million views on YouTube. The pair received their certificate from the JWR backstage during their recent appearance on the Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon. Now heading out to Chino, where South Transit is on the 101.
Some to freeway northbound from Even Reach about Balboa. Just got a westbound here with one-lane road stop for about another hour or so to watch the delays. Now through downtown, still crashing the 110 northbound at the 101, the downtown court level, right lane activity affected. Got a wreck to Anaheim Hills from the 91 westbound, under the Stay flying in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Miller. For emergency backup power, there is only one name you need to know: Duffy's Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy's for power in the most critical situations. We're talking hospitals, high-rises, data centers, school districts, radio stations, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs, as you know. Well, whether it's a new generator that you need, or an emergency rental, or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services for your existing generator, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live or if you do business in Southern California, it is no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It is only a question of whether you're going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. Learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that at DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DUCHIE Power.com.
Southland weather from 3 to 5. Partly cloudy in Metro LA and Inland OC. Highs in the mid-upper 60s. Amidst sun and clouds in valleys and inland Empire. Highs in the upper 60s. This is partly cloudy and windy. Highs in the low 60s. Right now, just outside the KFI studio here in Burbank, 56 degrees. 56 degrees in Inglewood, 57 in Fullerton and Hamilton Beach. We lead local live from Certified 24-hour news. I'm Jane Yamamoto.
Well, here we are, 3 to 5, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. It is just a few minutes after 9 o'clock on this cool Southern California Sunday morning. Welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I am Gene Sharp, and that one, the house whisperer, custom home builder, custom home designer, and your turning your ordinary house into something truly extraordinary. Why don't we do that today? All right, fine. If you insist, okay. Whether you are listening to the local broadcast right here in Southern California or streaming us live because you're digital native across the country, or if you've joined in for an episode of The House Whisperer on Demand, our podcast, I am just so glad that you are here. Welcome to the program. Our team of crack broadcast professionals have assembled for you this morning. Raul and Tony are on the board. Hey, guys. Okay. Misty and Nate are standing by to take your calls. I'm not even going to ask if they're near a microphone. Jane Yamamoto is at the news desk. Good morning, Jane.
Good morning. They are. I can see them. They're smiling.
Okay.
Give me a thumbs up.
All right, good. That's good. All right. And sitting across the table from me, my better half, my design partner, my best buddy in the universe. Should I turn your mic on? Of course I should. Sure. Is it going to matter anyway? You're going to get your point across no matter what. Tina is here. Welcome home. All right, y'all. I hope you're having a good Sunday morning thus far. Now would be a perfect time for one of those warm comfort beverages, right? Here, let me pour you a cup of coffee. I just love doing that. Nobody has given me any feedback whether they like the coffee sound, but I like it. So we're just going to keep real. It reminds me of I was listening to a stand-up comedian last night. He was doing a great bit. And right in the middle of it, he said one line that really kind of took everybody back a little bit, but didn't really get any laughs. Just sort of gave everybody a dramatic pause, and then he looked at the audience and he said, "That line has never elicited a laugh, but a line like that, once it's in the show, it stays forever." So that's how I feel about our coffee sound. It's going to be there. Just going to be there. Exactly. All right, folks, let's get to it, shall we? We are on a two-part series this weekend, as we do so often, covering big topics. This one, concrete, and there is very few topics larger than concrete that we can talk about in regards to your home. Why is that? Well, concrete is, it's synthetic rock. It is humankind's
in a way of making rocks that work for us, any shape, size, form, pourable, to a synthetic rock. It is quite literally the foundation of our lives, literally. It is holding up your entire house right now, or whatever building you are in right now. It's in your driveway. It's the sidewalk. It's the patio. It's on your walls in the form of stucco. It is on your roof in the form of tiles if you have likely concrete tiles. It's in your house as grout in between your tiles, as mortar underneath your tiles. It may even be on the finished floor of the garage or in your home or on a countertop. And that is just scratching the surface of all the concrete does in our lives. Please, if you are interested in what we're talking about today, hang with us, of course, but also make sure you go back onto the podcast. By the way, every episode that we ever do, every live broadcast that we ever do, ends up in podcast form on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, wherever you listen to your podcast, your favorite podcast, you will find us there at home with the Sharp. Go back and make sure you listen to episode 1 of this series. That would be the episode directly before this one, where we get started. Yesterday I gave a lot more history that I'm going to give today about the concrete, kind of setting the context, and so you're not going to want to miss that. I'm going to do a quick review for you, though, super quick. Here we go. Ready? Yesterday, in addition to talking about the fact that the Romans built an entire empire from concrete, that concrete is the most used man-made material in the world. It is the most used, the second most used resource in the world after water. Yeah, no, it's true. It all changed about 200 years ago when an Englishman named Joseph Aston created Portland cement, which is basically the basis of all modern concrete. Our use of concrete is increasing. Concrete manufacturing is global CO2 emissions. This is something that we have to deal with. It would be the third largest emitter of CO2 in the world right after the U.S. and China. That is how significant concrete manufacture is. Strangely enough, though, after concrete is produced, it is endlessly recyclable because it's a synthetic stone. So we can crush it again, we can reuse it, we can turn it over again. So we're kind of a double-edged sword with concrete. A massive CO2 emissions to produce it in the first place. And then, if we keep recycling and upcycling it, it can stay in our industrial and personal systems for a long period of time. Last thing I mentioned yesterday, it cures. So the secret to getting your concrete strong is to keep it wet. Concrete is not waterproof. It's essentially a giant stone sponge. Concrete is strong, reinforced steel inside of it. More on that today. And your concrete is going to crack. Oh, yes, it is. All concrete eventually cracks. For today's show, when we come back, let's talk about some innovations in that reinforced steel that may actually change the way we do concrete in the very, very near future. And we're going to start with just a basic pour, and I'm going to walk you through the whole thing. We'll talk about how to control those cracks, how to possibly stop them, if that is even possible. Join us this morning. You're home. The Bean starts the house.
As Daniel was building, the fire started around half an hour ago on the third floor of the 6-story apartment building. The collapse of the Silicon Valley Bank continues to cause shockwaves around the world, and screens just bears off its competition in the horror film from the Twin franchise tops the weekend box office. Headed up to 91.
All right, here's something I have not thought about at all this week, my water heater. Why? Because, it's working. It just sits there in the background, silently serving me every day, yours too, of course, until it stops heating water, and then it's about all working. If that is you right now, you need to call Water Heaters Only. Water Heaters Only has been getting that job done right since 1968. They specialize in water heater replacements, in tankless water heater installs, and while you're at it, have them install a water-saving research pump. These pumps fit in any home and use hot water right away and lower water both at the same time. So whether you need a new water heater or you want to add a money-saving recirculation pump, Water Heaters
The only water heaters only. The only ones you should call. They're honest. They're reliable. They get same-day service, quality products, the lowest prices around, 0% deferred interest financing. So call the company that does water heaters only. Find them on the web at waterheatersonly.com, waterheatersonly.com.
From the King High Weather Center, this report brought to you by Memorial Care. Partly cloudy in Metro LA and in the highs in the mid to upper 60s. We're now headed out to Anaheim Hills where there's a crash on the 91.
Westbound before the 241 vehicle that went over the side, and it looks like just some slight delays there. More of a hazard than we think. Be careful as you approach. Now, if you have a busy drive, you hit there at the 15 northbound at Rancho Road. There's got 2 lanes closed off and a heavy drive as you come up on it. Back to Riverside, the 215 northbound at Lane Street. That's off to the right. Just some slight delays. And the 405 south at Inglewood Avenue for some flooding the off-ramp. KFI in the sky, help get to their faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Whether it's Sunday afternoon or 3 a.m., wherever, they're with you at Memorial Care. Get high-quality care virtually or in person. With video visits, day or night, 24/7 telephone support, and more. Visit choose-memorialcare.org for more information.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options. An easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states and situations.
At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, strength to downward dog, and battle ropes to box jumps. It's all here at LA Fitness. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities like basketball courts, Olympic lifting platforms, pools, and saunas. This is the best time to make a new day resolution. Any day can be your day to start fresh at LA Fitness. Get your pass today, come in the club, or join online with our latest offers. From yoga to Zumba classes, cycling to our signature bodywork classes. Your muscles might get tired, but your workouts never will. Get started at startlafitness.com with your free 3-day lafitness.com. Amenities vary by non-members only and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts and newsmakers and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? I think there's a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a difference.
Really? That's news to me. That's really no really right there.
Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I never chose it to become a gambling habit. What I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Protect, support, 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Could you use monthly payments to help you pay for mental security income? You may qualify if your income and financial resources are low, and you are 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability, or who's blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI. Produced by Social Security, U.S. Taxpayers Fund.
If you've ever taken the journey through the final days or weeks of life with a loved one, you know how difficult it is on everybody. But it doesn't have to be that way. I'm inviting you to join me in supporting an amazing project with my friends at Roundtree Gardens. Roundtree Gardens, the beautiful senior living community in Orange County, needs our help to open up Compassion House. That's their faith-based hospice center. Compassion House will offer end-of-life care, comfort, and dignity. Your donation means patrons pay nothing, and if your family can stay close by next door for free. Join me and our KFI family in supporting Compassion House at Roundtree Gardens. It's charity that supports community families during a difficult time. Make your tax-free donation by visiting RoundtreeGardens.com and then clicking on the Compassion House banner. Again, please click on the Compassion House banner at RoundtreeGardens.com. That's RoundtreeGardens.com.
Looking to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art? Meet Cindy. She's been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell. I've been going to Canada for about 6-7 years.
Tangible just pays more.
Here's a great example of the character difference. I bought a gold and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around. They offered me 50. They offered me 100. I bought it for $10. usable, and gave me $475 for it.
More cash? More respect.
Tangible speaking as well as would be the person coming in with, $10,000 worth of gold.
Principal investment owner Phil DeGenova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. He'll guarantee you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Welcome to Pray.com's Relentless Hope Podcast, the show that will help you love your life, lead with purpose, and leave a legacy of helping others.
I can do anything. And you put this girl from deep into the true joy and true peace.
Listen to Pray.com's Relentless Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Here on Fox as the host. You want that news? What? Give you that news. And it doesn't matter if it's not the truth, because what's more important than anything else? Ratings, which turns into income, zero handle, which turns into I don't fly in a private jet, Sean Hannity does.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
The house whisperer at your service.
Hey, thanks for joining us on the program today. We're talking concrete. It's Concrete Part 2. Don't miss yesterday's episode as well if you want the whole picture. Also, though, as is our custom, I want to hear what's going on with your home today. I'm talking concrete. You can talk to me about anything you want. Coming up in just a bit, we're going to go to the phone as we do. The lines are open now, so now is your chance. Jump into the queue. Maybe you and I can figure out what's going on with your home. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-D. 833, the numeral 2-ASK-D, 833-2-ASK-D. Lines are open now. Nick and Misty are standing by, ready to take your call. Jump into the queue. We'll put our heads together. We'll fix whatever your issue is. Just give it our best shot. All right. Back to concrete. I promised before the break that not only did I want to talk about I just want to understand the components. Before that, we talked a lot about rebar yesterday. I want to talk about rebar again today because there is no talking about concrete in any structural sense for your house without seriously talking rebar. Okay. If you will remember, in the last 2 years, we've seen some instances of disasters that have happened in concrete structures. It was just like a couple, 3 years ago, maybe a couple of years ago, that building in Florida collapsed, that apartment building in Florida. Recently, we had the earthquake in Turkey that just devastated a number of what looked like very sturdy concrete structures. What was that?
And then all the contractors were leaving the country.
Contractors were fleeing the yeah. So now, can that be the fault of the concrete itself? Well, sure. There are ways to mix concrete that are proper, ways to mix it that are improper. You can also skimp on the cement. You can mess up the recipe. You can skimp on the recipe. But, by and large, in situations like this, I will just tell you, having been asked to look into many of them, investigating many of them myself, seeing a few in my own career, it is almost always, not an issue of the concrete itself, but an issue of the lack of rebar or the improper design of the rebar inside the concrete. Okay? Concrete, like I said yesterday, has great compressive strength. Compressive. Meaning, if you push down on it, it's not going anywhere. Because it's a rock, okay? The minimum
concrete strength these days using Portland cement is typically about 2,500 pounds of pressure per square inch. That's what it can handle. A square inch of concrete handling 2,500 pounds of pressure. That's a car, okay? That's a car bearing down its entire weight on 1 square inch of concrete, and the concrete being able to hold up to it, okay? It goes from there, that's where it starts, all the way up to, upwards of 15,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. Concrete is strong, but as is true in many ways in life, those of us who have strength, we also have weakness. Most things, most people are strong in one way and not strong in all ways. And the way in which concrete thus far in its life is not strong is that it has very little tensile strength. Meaning it's not bendable, it's brittle. Concrete is brittle. So that same, let's say, the same square inch cube of concrete that could literally hold the weight of your car, whack it with a hammer and or a hammer and a pointed little chisel, and watch it just crack and shatter in front of you because concrete is brittle. So when we see concrete failures in structures, it almost always has to do with the other element that we need to integrate into the concrete that didn't get done right. And that element is rebar, reinforcement bar, steel. Okay? Steel has not so much fantastic compressive strength, but fantastic tensile strength. So the combination of the two together. The steel is made in such a way, if you've ever seen rebar, I'm sure you have, it's got all these sorts of bumps and knobbies on them. That's so that the concrete can lock in around it, grab onto it, and then the rebar does a fantastic job as like central bones. Or I should say more, actually, the concrete would be the bone and the rebar would be the ligaments that are holding it all together. Just a tremendous combination of elements. And I told you the story yesterday. We bought in the old extraction valve mill, and our own home has no rebar in it, none whatsoever. I had somebody call me, and which I don't even know how they got my number, but they called me after the show, and they said, "Oh yeah, that whole thing was just an urban legend." No, it isn't actually. I know these legends are all across the country, but most of the time they're well preserved. The developer who actually did this tract of home kept moving the rebar, one set of rebar after inspection, on and on and on. This house has no rebar in it, and our flat had no rebar in it when we bought it, and no wire mesh whatsoever, zero, just concrete. And most of the houses in this neighborhood just cracking like crazy. Anyway, that's how important it is. All right, when we come back, let's talk about how to do rebar properly, where it counts, and something that's happening right around the corner that may change the rebar game forever. Your home. We start the house with Virginia Yamamoto.
November 2nd, 2008, regulators shut down the Silicon Valley Bank on Friday. The FDIC took control of its assets. South Carolina Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace said she is not in favor of the federal government coming to the rescue of the bank taken over by the government.
We cannot keep bailing out private companies because there's no consequences to their actions.
Silicon Valley Bank catered to tech startups, and it's too early to tell what impact failure could have on the economy. A man has been shot at a mall in Uganda Beach. Police say the victim was shot yesterday afternoon at the South Bay Galleria. He then ran from the scene in the car, and the victim was taken to a hospital. The Academy Awards will be handed out later today. The gift bag for presenters at this year's Oscars is worth more than $125,000.
Behind Kevin's swag bag filled with funny getaways, artsy-fartsy stuff, and the very celebrity-centric procedures like plastic dollars. Or, resting inside a restored Italian lighthouse for 3 days, that's worth $9,000. An 18-karat gold bracelet with custom gems and beads is worth $1,200. Celebrities who presented the Oscars are not paid, so the bag is compensation for their time. The most expensive bag to date was in 2020 with a total value of $225,000. Oh, almost forgot. One of the most sought-after items in this year's bag, a loaf of Japanese milk bread worth $18. The Gregory Pioneer.
I love that. And now, headed to Hysteria, where there's Hellfans work on the 16th.
And quite surprisingly busy through the stretch here on the northbound 15, stop and go at Rancho Road. On the 15 northbound, give yourself a little time through this area. Now, we have an accident clearing out. Good news through the Anaheim Hills, 91 westbound to 241. And through South LA, still the work zone on the 110 Harbor Freeway, southbound at the 105 connected there. We've got that connector closed off, and there are some delays if you're first. And the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Miller. If you're ready for that new dream kitchen, now is the perfect time, because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, you know them, you love them, the Kitchen Store, they're having their huge winter sale. Everything from conventional entry-level cabinets to literally any custom configuration imaginable. The Kitchen Store has covered. Imagine just one place to find every door, every color, finish, storage option, every hinge, every hardware accessory on the market, so you can make the most informed choice. Find it all and more in Southern California's largest cabinet design showroom. It's waiting for you right off the 405 in Culver City. And as always, it all starts with a free in-showroom consult with one of the Kitchen Store's expert kitchen designers. They have 12-month famous cash financing, pricing that beats the big boxes, and happening right now, a huge winter sale. Start that new kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen, and find the Kitchen Store on the web at 310kitchen.com.
Southline water from 305, partly cloudy in Metro LA and Inland Ocean highs in the mid upper 60s. And Inland Empire highs in the upper 60s. Beaches partly cloudy and windy highs in the low 60s. Women local watching the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jane Yamamoto.
In this chief marketing support, Patricia Sayaletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, brings in the physical task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which was one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Very live, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help the future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org. If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, it's important to work with an experienced team. At Jacoby Myers, we've been fighting for California accident victims for over 50 years and have helped clients get 10, 20, even 100 times more than the initial offer. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972. Hi, I'm Burt Ward, Robin for TV's Batman, inviting you to feed your dog natural, non-GMO, Gentle Science dog and puppy food. Dogs feed Gentle Science and following our specialty and care program are living as long as 27 healthy, active years with a wonderful quality of life. Holy wow, 27 years! Think of all the extra years you could enjoy with your dog at Target, H-E-B, and stores near you. Try Gentle Giant cat and baby food too. For official rules and more information about content on this station, go to KFIAM.com/rules. News, gratification, follow us out at KFIAM 640 on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Your home with Dean Sharp, Val Fisher. That's hey, coming up next segment right after the break. We're going to go to the phones. I want to hear what's going on with your home today. So the lines are open now. Now you can see.
Send you the keys. Number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-BEAN. 833, the number 2-ASK-BEAN, 833-2-ASK-BEAN. See, the board is lighting up all over the place, but we still got room for you. If you've got a question, give it a shot. Who knows? Who knows? You and I might be on the air together, talking it out. All right. Where was I at? I was talking rebar, right? I cannot talk about this enough, but I will have to stop talking about it at some point because there are other things to discuss. What I want to do, though, is I want to seriously introduce you to something that could be happening right around the typically, not by the way, rebar. I'll give you a little primer on rebar. The rebar that goes into your home is far more important than most homeowners would ever think about it being, and that is why I am overemphasizing it. Another reason why some people think it's really unimportant is because there's not as much of it going into a home foundation or slab as people think. It's not like, when you're driving down the freeway and you see a new overpass being built, there's gigantic 1.5 thick rebar every, foot or so coming out as a steel cage. That's not what your slab normally looks like. It usually looks like a grid. It's usually like what we call number 4 rebar, which is half-inch diameter rebar, tied in 16-inch or 18-inch. Sometimes it's a heavy-duty application, a 12-inch grid. And then down in the footings, there's usually a couple of pieces of rebar way down at the bottom of a footing, and maybe one near the top. And people are like, well, what the heck is that? What's that going to do? Why don't we just put that stuff all through the footing? Well, here's why. Rebar at the bottom of your footing is the most important rebar there is. Because, what did I say about concrete not having tensile strength? Okay? If we were to, if we had a magical, let's say, pencil in front of us that we supported in between 2 coffee cups. And why am I saying these things? I don't know, because there's a coffee cup in front of me and there's a pencil right over there. So if we had a pencil, we supported it as like a little beam in between 2 coffee cups. And you started pushing down on the center of the pencil, right? Pushing down, downward pressure, okay? If this was a magic pencil, it turned red where the pencil specifically was experiencing the most stress. As you push down on the top, you would see the bottom side of that pencil turn quite red, okay? Because the stress, the tensile stress of downward pressure on a large piece of lateral material like that is on the very bottom. Okay, that's where the tensile is going to crack. It's going to crack on the bottom, and then that crack is going to run up through, and the whole thing will go, right? It's not going to crack up on top where your finger is pressing down. It's going to crack on the lower side. Same with your concrete footers, the footings that run around the edge of your slab that supports the house. The pressure that's bearing on them causes them to want to deflect near the center on the underneath side. So the reason that the engineer has specified a couple of pieces of rebar right down there, I mean, there might be 18 inches of empty concrete space until you get down to the bottom, and right at the bottom, just about 2 to 4 inches off the bottom of the footer, there are a couple of pieces of rebar. Why? That's where the concrete needs the reinforcing the most. That's where the tensile stress is occurring to hold it all together. Does that make sense? That's not universally true with every application. There's all sorts of ways to tie rebar that engineers have figured out in order to accomplish their needs. But as a general rule for residential home foundation, that's what's going on. All right. What was the famous innovation that I was implying that could put an end to all of this? I think ultimately it will. It's not going to eliminate rebar 100%, but something that has been out there for a while. I actually ran into it years ago when it was being used by pretty much exclusively by the U.S. military out here in Camarillo, Oxnard, and Point View. And they were telling me about how in the construction battalion for the Navy that they utilize this material for really solid, really well structured landing strips and foundations for military buildings years ago. Since then, it has moved into all sorts of commercial and about? I'm talking about helix fibers. Now, if you're really a concrete nerd, like I am, then look this up. Look up helix concrete fibers. What you're going to find is not big, giant pieces of rebar. You're going to find a whole mound, like a handful of 1 inch long, twisted, what looks like twisted nails with no heads on them. Twisted little needles. Okay? They're helices. They're twisted into a helix so that the concrete wraps around them. But they're fibers. They're fibers that go into the concrete. They can either go at the cement company when they put the mixture in the truck, or they can do it literally right on site and dump it into the mixture and the pumper right before it goes into your slab. But essentially, these fibers fill up the entire space of the concrete. Kind of like, kind of like fiberglass. The way fiberglass reacts and holds that material together, the fiber of the glass fiber fabric. It's sort of the same principle. And what have we learned? Well, these helix fibers, they are coated in a way, number one, that makes them structurally durable against corrosion, which rebar is not unless it gets specially treated. So they last longer than rebar. They take water penetration better than rebar. They are on average a 33% increase of concrete and up to 5 times the tensile strength of rebar. Now imagine the money savings. Last week we talked about how we switched drywall. Usually because putting up wood slabs on the inside of a room, a typical 12 by 12 by 8 foot ceiling room, there's about a mile of lath to nail up. That's a lot of labor and a lot of material and time, and therefore consuming a lot of money. The same is true with rebar. That's why these disasters happen, by the way, because builders and developers don't want to spend all that time and money on tying rebar, so they don't. And then we only find out about it later when a storm or an earthquake or something like that terrible hits in the building something. How about no rebar, essentially? In your force, it's built to form and put these fibers, these helix micro rebar fibers into the concrete mix, and it's just everywhere. It's just everywhere. Now, that doesn't eliminate things like pull downs and the rebar reinforcing corners and things like that. But let me just tell you, it's a dimension. When we get on the other side of the break, it's a matter of time. But can you use it today in your home? All right, hang tight. I'll let you know when we come back. Your home. If you start the house flip for King Yamamoto.
The bill banning shows on public property is advanced into Kentucky General Assembly, and the Players Championship continues at the iconic PPC Sawgrass office version as the fifth major on the PGA Tour. Guy Scheffler tops the leaderboard. Headed out to the 10 in the return.
You know what I think? I think salt was great. I love it. It's for popcorn, for French fries, and other things. It should not be hidden in your drinking water. Water softeners. What is the thing with water softeners? They add sodium to your water without even filtering your water from other bad things. You actually have to add an under-counter filter with a softener system to remove the sodium that they just put in it. But softeners do remove a couple of things all by themselves. They remove healthy minerals that your body would like calcium and magnesium. So the point of this, you can do so much better than a water softener. Like a Light Source salt-free whole house water system. Light Source filters your water from every tap without extra equipment, keeps all the healthy minerals in place. Plus, a Light Source system needs zero maintenance, no filters to change, no servicing, no salt. And right now, Light Source is offering new customers a free Aquapure antibacterial filter on top of the regular filtration with a qualifying purchase. That's a savings of $825, but the offer ends soon. So call Light Source at 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696 or go to lightsourcewater.com. Light Source. Hey, do the good. This is Doug Adams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by the Play It Forward Foundation.
Kawhi Leonard with 38 points as the Clippers top the Knicks 106-95. LA currently is fifth in the West. The Knicks visit the Lakers today.
On the ice, the shootout won by Nashville over the Kings 2-1. Pac-12 championship game in Las Vegas. Arizona edges UCLA 61-59. The Bruins are 29-5. Dylan Andrews missing a three with 1 second remaining. I Trey Andrews. They'll play a forward foundation or a fit. Elements and equip to lead young athletes through NIL branding to support their development and secure their future. Learn more at thisfoundation.org. Play it forward foundation, creating opportunity.
I'm headed to Monterey Park with Caltrans to work on that.
This is December 23rd, westbound side from New Avenue to Garfield. They've got 1 lane closed off there for about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Now another column popping up. It's called Big Ridge to Royal Heights on the 10. Then like the freeway portion, eastbound at the 60. Watch for some delays. Another crash is popping up. CHP lets us know about a crash on the southbound. It's at the northbound side of the 101. This is going to be a fall brook through Woodland Hills to heavy to Calabasas. Watch for delays. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America. Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses. You can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, copyright 2023. Life is uncertain. It's okay to be stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. With Carlos free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it the most. Call our one line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Don't be impressed when you hear someone settle their case for what may seem like lots of money. $500,000 feels like lots of money until you learn it lost those legs and a brain you're not suspect. To see what your case may be worth, go to forthepeople.com and look at our verdicts and settlements for cases just like yours. Look before you leave. Hire the right lawyer. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office. I'm second guest dinners with Rabbi because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or estrogen pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancreatic, and oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosis colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Every doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not take capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit CreonInfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONInfo.com. On IQ's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcast. Get on iHeartRadio. Tuesday night at 9. Considering ED for yourself or your business? Consider the benefits of subscription. I'm Scott Feature, CEO of Autonomy, where an ED subscription is like a lease but way more flexible. It's a debt-free way to get month-to-month access to a new ED. You can even pay with your credit card. Learn more at autonomy.com.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attractimate, supermate, accelerate, or essentially reproductive on. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. How about after Wendy, after dark?
Dr. Wendy Wolf, tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI, Team Sharp, the House Whisperer. Welcome home. Hey, thanks for joining us on the program. We are talking concrete today, but we're about to go to the phone in just a couple of seconds. I just need to finish one thought. I left some of you hanging. I asked the question after I introduced the idea of helix steel fibers that replace conventional rebar in a slab. And the question is, okay, Dean, but are they code approved? And can I use them in the slab that we're going to be pouring soon for our home? The answer is very, very likely yes, yes you can. But here's how this happens in the building industry very quickly. I don't want to go into it too deep, but when something is relatively new to the building industry, you're not going to find this being advertised at your local building department in the standard quote-unquote engineering that they might hand you for your patio slab or your house slab. You're not going to find the helix stuff in there because they haven't adapted to it quickly. In fact, the building department, they're usually the last ones to adapt to it. But you can go to the manufacturer themselves, Helix Steel, and say, here is my engineering, here's our situation, have your engineer send them the information. They will, on their own, spec what can and can't happen with the Helix Steel, give you all the necessary specifications to turn into your building department, and you are off to the races. And that means, generally speaking, they're going to save time and money on the project. On the materials themselves, that's the same price as the rebar, okay? Right about the same. Maybe even a little bit more expensive than rebar at the moment, but are superior to rebar in most applications. It is the time, the labor cost, and the convenience of the core that are going to be the game changer for you. Not only a better slab, but a faster slab and a cheaper slab all in one. So it's worth looking into. That's all I'm saying. Things are changing, and this is going to be, I believe, ultimately a sea change. I think 5-10 years from now, we won't even be talking about standard rebar anymore. This will just be a given. I predicted that about tech, and I can't tell you how many other things. So trust me, it's available. It'll work. All right, let's go to the phone, shall we? Let's talk to Barbara. Barbara, welcome home.
Hi, Hudson. Hi. I called you last week and you told me that I needed to seal my concrete walkway that cuts from the front of the house all the way to the backyard. It's a very old concrete on the other side of the beach, and I've noticed with all the rain, the giving people that said, remember this conversation? There's a class and kind of the okay. So if there's something to happen, what you never told me what the seal it will, number one, on the post that as part of that walkway where there's a bunch of chain gate, that opens up into that walkway, there as a person listening, and I wanted to know if I sealed that with the same stuff I sealed the concrete with, and I've also noticed with all the rain that where the garage door comes down, that nice long strips of concrete that the door lands on, that's starting to crack too. So what the heck is happening? It's old house though. It's an old house.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Well,
maybe I have more than one problem here. I don't know.
you might. I still don't want you to panic about it, Barbara. I'm just going to say this. At this point, with the new additional info, first of all, I wasn't talking about sealing. There's a difference between, I wasn't talking about sealing the concrete. I was talking about repairing the crack, okay? The crack, a crack that you can repair gets repaired with an epoxy-based crack repair kit. You can find those at the building supply stores, the big box stores, the depots, the Lowe's, and so on. They'll usually work with a caulking gun and allow you to pump in epoxy into the crack in order for it to harden and grab onto the concrete again and fix the crack, okay? It wasn't so much about sealing the concrete itself. You don't need to seal an outside, sidewalk path area, but this is how you can start to affect repairs on small cracks, okay? Not uplift cracks, and not cracks that are just a occurring everywhere. That may be an indication of something larger. So Barbara, I'm going to tell you this. Now would be the time to get a concrete contractor and or a general contractor out to the house and have them give a look see. I'm still not freaked out by what you're telling me because, as you'll hear later in the show, and I'll save it for them, concrete cracks, it does, and eventually you wait long enough, you're going to get spider cracking, and by that we mean just very fine cracks. It's when a crack spreads open noticeably, or when one side of the crack or the concrete starts to uplift, that's when we get really concerned about something weird. Actually, the sidewalks, yeah, they might be getting old. They sound like the concrete around them is cracking too. But again, these are not structural things. They're just post-hole concrete holding up posts. It's not holding up your house, and it's not the end of the world. But should it be addressed? Sure, it should be addressed. You might be able to get away with making some pour stone mixture. Pour stone, that's a product that you get up to the building supply place, and pouring that down into those cracks to kind of fill them out. But at this point, I'm not going to tell you to just do these superficial things. I'm going to tell you to have a contractor come out and give it a look to you and give it fair the evaluation. Barbara, thank you for your call. I'm up against the clock. Start the house lifter on camera. More stimulating talk without even lifting a finger. Hey, wrong finger. Just go to your smart device to play KFI AM 640.
KFI. Los Angeles, Orange I can't stand up. I'm getting on the road to life of the KFI 24-hour news group. This is now day 3 of the standoff between LA County Sheriff's deputies and the armed man barricading inside a home in Belinda. It started around 2:30 Friday afternoon when deputies responded to a man shooting at pedestrians. At least one woman was shot and taken to a hospital. Dozens of people have been rescued in Northern California because a 100-foot wide levee breached in the Hiro River in Monterey County. Supervisor Luis Vallejo said they fell short of preparation.
Worst case scenario has come to fruition here in Colorado. We were trying to avoid this over the last set of storms.
10,000 residents were urged to evacuate following the breach. It happened early yesterday morning. At least 2 people are dead as the heavy rain and flooding intensifies across the state. Here in Southern California, no rain today, but another storm is set to arrive by Tuesday. Hollywood's biggest stars are getting ready for the Oscars. Don't be surprised if Best Picture goes to the critically acclaimed Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
Falling in love with that movie is so much goodwill in the Academy, and it's just won over and over and over again in some of the other awards, including all the Guild Awards, all the SAGs, and the Director's Guild, the Producer's Guild.
This year's frontrunner at the Academy Awards, leading the pack with 11 nominations, closely followed by the German World War I movie, All Quiet on the Western Front, and the Irish dark comedy The Banshees in the third, both scoring 9 nominations. The awards will be handed out tonight at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. A law prohibiting drag shows on public property is moving forward in the Kentucky General Assembly. Republican State Senator Lindsey Graham says the bill be responsible.
Some of those performances are absolutely inappropriate for kids. We already have standards around adult performances with women who are performing. Those aren't in the public sector, obviously, for reasons they shouldn't be in the public sector. Similar performances when men are dressed as women shouldn't be in the public sector as well.
It usually passed the Senate on Friday, 26-6, and now heads to the House, where they should be viewed by children. Olympic diving champion Pat McCormick has died. McCormick was from Steel Beach and won gold in the springboard and platform events in both the 1952 and 1956 games. McCormick died on March 7th at a nursing home. He was 92. The creator of The Mandalorian says he's got some ideas for Disney's Imagineering. Attraction at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge at Disneyland. In an interview with IMDb, Favreau says he'd like to see an immersive attraction that would allow people to feel the ride using haptic technology. It would also center around the laser-cut spacecraft which the Mandalorian and the kids traveled around the galaxy in, and so it got destroyed in the 7th season of the show. While the Mandalorian made the theater and then Avatar attraction at Disneyland is a playing reality, according to CEO Bob Iger, who made that announcement in February. Amy Kenny, KFI News. And now headed to downtown LA, where it's slow out there on the 101.
Southbound side of the 101, just after Hollywood, if you need in the downtown port level there, it's going to be stop and go. We do have a Salt Big Rig slowing you down on the 10 eastbound at the 60 connector to Monterey Park. PHC runs break right now on the 710, Long Beach Street, southbound at Willow. They're off to the right-hand side, but counting some heavy traffic there as you approach. KFI in the sky helps get to there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Having its big winter sale. Why do I go on and on about the kitchen store? I'll tell you why. Because kitchen cabinetry is a very, very complex subject. There are so many decisions to make. And most people make them quite honestly haphazardly, right? Because, why? Because there's not one place that they know of that they can go to get all the information they need, and that is the kitchen store. Every door, finish, colors, storage options, market. You will find it all and more. Southern California's largest kitchen design showroom, waiting for you right off the 405 in Culver City. Free in-showroom consults with the kitchen store's expert kitchen designers, 12-month Sanicash financing, pricing that beats the big boxes. So, and the big winter sale. 310 Kitchen, that's 310 Kitchen, and find them on the web at 310kitchen.com.
Southline weather for the day, 5 partly cloudy in Metro LA in the mid highs in the mid 60s, overnight lows in the mid 50s, and tomorrow virtually busy as today. Tuesday, rain, wind, and cold temperatures highs in the mid 50s. In a mix of sun and clouds in the valley and the Empire, highs in the upper 60s, overnight lows in the upper 40s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy and cool, highs in the low to mid 50s, and Tuesday, another storm sets in roof in. And Tuesday, partly cloudy and windy, highs in the low 60s. Tomorrow, similar conditions. Right now, 58 degrees in Alhambra and 59 degrees in Pasadena. We leave local live on the standby 24 hours news. I'm Jenny Norman.
AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I'm Dean Sharp, House Whisperer, here with you live like I am every weekend, Saturday mornings from 6 to 8 Pacific time, Sunday mornings 9 to noon Pacific time. That's what we're doing right now, and you have landed right smack dab in the middle of it, and I'm glad that you are here. We're talking concrete today. This is part 2 of a 2-part episode on concrete. If you missed yesterday, make sure you go back to the podcast, House Whisper on Demand on the iHeartRadio app, Spotify, and then hang with us today for part 2. But right now, let's talk to Jay. Hey, Jay, welcome home.
Hey, the space in the kitchen backed up, called the plumber, they rooted it out and they pulled out the machine that was doing the rooting, and then they pulled up some small roots, probably from the tree.
Yeah.
And he wants to cut a hole in the wall and cut a hole in the concrete next to the wall. And I think it didn't go more than 10 feet. Clean it out, run a camera, and put in a new pipe there. Is that my only solution?
Well, okay. First of all, I want to make sure that I'm not done, because you said a couple of different things there. First of all, yes, now that we know that your sink has been clogged up, not by just a random, we put too much stuff down, the sink kind of clogged, but tree roots or roots, plant roots whatsoever. That means that the drain line heading out from the house towards, under the yard, towards the street, is corrupted somewhere. There's a crack, there's a break, fitting, lining is come undone, and moisture is seeping out. And because moisture is seeping out, the local flora, the trees, they're like, oh, hey, what's going on? Moisture. And as a result, boom, they want, not only do they want the moisture that's seeping out, but they want to get inside and get more for themselves because they're hungry and they're thirsty. So, tree roots don't automatically just find sewer lines, wrap themselves around them and crush them. They go there because the sewer line is compromised. If there's no moisture around the sewer line, it's invisible to the tree. So the point is, now that we know that you've got roots inside your sewer line, yeah, something must be done. We also need to know exactly what needs to be done in terms of where the compromise is. So, yeah, we got to get a camera. Now, we don't have to tear out concrete or anything crazy like that to get a camera down the line. We just need to get a camera down the line to measure out, okay, where are these roots, where's the problem, where's the leak, is there more than one? We should at this point, if there's one, we should run a camera all the way to the lateral of the street, all the way right off the property down to where it starts dropping down into the main sewer. So that's the part you're responsible for. Just to make sure that there's not more than one. So, number one, camera. That's non-destructive, by the way. Nothing has to be torn apart in order to get a camera. You just have to have your sink drain disconnected so they can get a camera going. Secondly, though, depending on what we find, would be really the answer. If everything looks fantastic, I mean, if we've got, for instance, an ABS sewer line running down there and everything looks great except one setting has failed, then maybe we don't have to tear it all up, okay? Maybe we can get away with just digging down and replacing that fitting, as opposed to entire lengths of pipe. If the pipe has failed in general, then yeah, probably we got some digging and replacing to do. If in general the fittings are the things that are failing at the ends of each pipe, but the pipes themselves are holding, then another option, as opposed to digging and replacing, might be to blow in a liner, a sewer liner inside the pipe itself, an epoxy-based sewer liner, to reseal the pipe from the inside and thereby keep the roots at bay so that the tree stuff trying to get inside the pipe. So you have options, but the first thing to do, take it slowly, camera. It's just like, your house is like a patient, like a loved one who has been diagnosed with an illness. You saw the symptoms, you call out the doctor finds out, yeah, we got tree roots inside these blood vessels here. And now the question becomes, once we've properly diagnosed exactly what's going on, what kind of treatment options are available? And you take that part very slowly, very methodically to figure it out. Now that they've rooted it out, I need to say this, there's no panic. Now that they've rooted it out, tree roots don't grow in overnight. Okay? They've rooted it out, you're not going to have another clog for a while. Now take your time for your options, get big, and make a decision. But you have more than one option. There's usually more than one option than just replacing a section of pipe.
In the meantime, should I buy a solution from a plumbing store and pour it down that drain that I hear it kills tree roots?
Yeah, it's not a bad idea at all. I mean, you've rooted the root, so while you're making the decision, don't do it every day or anything, because that's, we don't want to damage your pipe with, something like that. But, get the occasional treatment there to keep them at bay, absolutely.
Okay, great. All right,
Jake. Well, thank you for your question. You're very welcome. Take your time. Don't panic. Most things, everybody, unless the wall is falling down or your ceiling is collapsing or, most things that happen with your house are not things to panic about, right? Most of the time. Things are, they need to be addressed. They shouldn't be ignored. You shouldn't procrastinate when you see something that's going wrong. But, by and large, you don't have to panic. You just need to address the issue, call out the right people, get it diagnosed properly, and then make a plan of action. Most of the time, that's going to work out in the best possible way for you. Don't panic. Don't have a knee-jerk reaction, and just with the first guy who comes along and says, "Oh my goodness, look at this! It's all, and it's going to cost you $10,000." Don't overpay because you think you're in a panic emergency situation. Just breathe deep. You got time. You usually have time. Okay, and when you don't, you call me. We'll figure it out together. All right. When we come back, more on concrete. By the way, if you're on the line, hang tight if you want. We will be going back to the phone yet again in just a bit. But right now, when we come back to your home, concrete. Your home. With Dean Sharp, the House with Virginia Yamamoto has been.
Triple shooting is under investigation in the news as 3 victims, all homeless, were shot early yesterday morning, taken to the hospital. Witnesses hopefully 2 men will be fined for shooting. The number of COVID-19 hospitalizations in LA County is falling. And Facebook's parent company Meta is looking into a new social media platform that may rival Twitter. Headed to the 10 when we return.
Well, we're well into 2023 now, and I know you're excited about making these changes in your home. That's why you're listening. Good for you. When it comes to finding just the right appliance and hard to find appliances, and the usual suspects of a remodel, sinks, faucets, tubs, toilets, you need my secret weapon, WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. Nobody has more in stock and hard to find appliances than WBC. Yeah, you can order them anywhere. But why? When WBC has them at the best prices in town. And the same is true with just about everything else you're looking for. So to get your kitchen and bath done right, you need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts I have trusted for years, WBC. Find the one nearest you at WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com.
From the KSI Weather Center, this report brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Partly cloudy in Metro LA and an OC high in mid to upper 60s. Now heading to downtown LA where there's a stall on the 10.
This is the San Marcos Freeway eastbound at Alameda Street. Big break here in the roadway. The 2 brake lanes are going to be blocked off and some heavy traffic. 2 under the brake to Long Beach on the 710 Long Beach Freeway southbound at Willow. Now, this is still going to be a heavy drive as you come up on it. They're off the side of the roadway. Through this area, heavy on the North 15 at Rancho Road. Caltrans has the 2 lanes closed off, stopping go from Oak Hill. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options. And easy-to-use mobile apps, personalized discounts, and more. Get quote in as little as 6 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections that are available in all states and situations. This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance. Practice to fit your business needs. From quick repairs to acceptable coverages, you see improvement options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com.
At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up at StartLAFitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, jumps to downward dogs, and battle ropes to box jumps. It's all here at LA Fitness. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities like basketball courts, Olympic lifting platforms, pools, and saunas. This is the best time your day to start fresh at LA Fitness. Get your pass today, come in the club, or join online with our latest offers. From yoga to Zumba classes, cycling to our signature bodywork classes. Your muscles might get tired, but your workouts never will. Get started at StartLAFitness.com with your free 3-day pass at StartLAFitness.com. That's StartLAFitness.com. Amenities vary by location. Certain amenities may be available for an additional fee. Free 3-day pass is redeemable by non-members only. Other restrictions apply.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options. The easy-to-use mobile apps, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections are available in all states and situations.
Randy went to college and racked up huge debt. A little bit over $100,000. For a degree he couldn't use? Now what? I had a friend that went to my computer career and they talked to me about it. He was done in just months. I did do it online. They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation. One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want. You could become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at My Computer Career. It worked for me and I know it can work for you. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
If you've ever taken the journey to the final days or weeks of life,
a loved one? You know how difficult it is on everybody, but it doesn't have to be that way. I'm inviting you to join me in supporting an amazing project with my friends at Round Tree Gardens. Round Tree Gardens, the beautiful senior living community in Orange County, needs our help to open up Compassion House. That's their faith-based hospice center. Compassion House will offer end-of-life care, comfort, and dignity. Your donation means patients pay nothing, and your family can stay close by next door for free. Join me and our KFI family in supporting Compassion House at Round Tree Gardens, the charity that supports community families during a difficult time. Make your tax-free donation by visiting roundtreegardens.com and then clicking on the Compassion House banner. Again, please click on the Compassion House banner at roundtreegardens.com. That's roundtreegardens.com.
On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Silvan, along with experts, news makers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really?
I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a cannabis with a toothpaste. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's really no really right there. Really no really.
Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, it's important to work with an experienced team. At Jacoby and Myers, we've been fighting for California accident victims for over 50 years and have helped clients get 10, 20, even 100 times more than the initial offer. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972.
Hey, Steve Sharp, water softeners add sodium to your water without even filtering it. Here is something better. A Life Source salt-free water system. Life Source filters water from every tap and keeps all the healthy minerals without maintenance, salt, or servicing. And right now, new customers can get a free Aquapure antibacterial filter with a qualifying purchase, a savings of $825. But the offer ends soon. So call Life Source at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com. Welcome to Pray.com, the Relentless Hope Podcast, a show that will help you love your life, lead with purpose, and leave a legacy of helping others.
God can do anything. And we took this girl from deep, deep, deep to true joy and true peace.
Listen to Pray.com, Relentless Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. What happens if I say like the dinner? Does that alarm go off? Protect us? No. Yeah. No. Let's do it. Look, if I tune into a station and they're not on the air, there's no way I'm leaving there and talking back to me. Absolutely. You never get more listeners than when that dead air. You gotta listen to yourself. It's the only business in the world where you get more attention if you don't do anything.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI, Gene Sharp, the House Whisperer, at your service.
Hey, thanks for joining us on the program. We're talking concrete. Today is Concrete Part 2. Don't miss Part 1. Go back to the podcast, House Whisperer On Demand, Home with Gene Sharp on the iHeartRadio app or Apple Podcasts or Spotify, wherever you listen to your favorite podcast. We're there. Home with Gene Sharp. Catch yesterday's Part 1 on concrete. And, you know, while you're at it, that's 6 years worth of episodes, all listed by topic. All there waiting for you to listen to anytime you want, day or night. All right, back to concrete in just a second, but first, it's time for another House Call with Gene Sharp, the House Whisperer. Today's House Call brought to you by WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. Let me tell you how cool WDC is about me just giving you the truth out there. WDC sells garbage disposal. They sell garbage. Everybody has garbage disposal. I am not a fan. No, I am not. He's like, Gene, come on. You build luxury estate homes, so you got to put in garbage disposal. Well, if you twist my arm,
and the client's like, no, I have to have one, then yeah. But here's the truth. Can I tell you the truth about garbage disposal? Get used to not having one. They've already been banned in Europe. They're being banned all across the globe. And they're in parts of the United States, many cities already been banned. We are the biggest users of garbage disposals on the planet. And it's not a great thing. And I'll tell you why. Yeah, it's convenient. Just throw all the food scraps right down the sink and don't worry about separating. Well, number one, we now live in an age in which your refuse company and your city would really prefer that you separate those food scraps out into a compost area. Okay? Right? Exactly. So they shouldn't be going down the drain for that reason. The other reason they shouldn't be going down the drain is that we have come to realize that garbage disposal takes food through our infrastructure and your own drain lines. They just start to do buildup on the walls of your pipes, and that ain't cool. So, is the future a future of garbage disposal? No, it's not. It really isn't. So I'm going to suggest that you get used to living life without one. I'll tell you one thing that you should do, though. This is completely free from me. Go to SephuraHome.com. SEPURA home.com. SephuraHome.com. Take a look at what's waiting for you there. You know what's there for you? And something we saw at the International Builder Show, which I think is a completely viable alternative to a garbage disposal. Just like your sink, hooks up to your drain, just like your garbage disposal, operates on a switch, just like your garbage disposal, but does it grind up your food and send it down the drain? No, it uses kind of an Archimedes screw to move solid food objects into your sink. Are they for sale in the United States yet? I don't think so. I think they are available for pre-order because they are brand new cutting-edge product that is going to be releasing, I think, sometime this year. But go to SephuraHome.com. Check out this new appliance, which I think is the best possible option for all worlds when it comes to convenience, breaking your food down the sink, and not dumping up your drain line or the city's drain line at the same time. Okay. Back to concrete. Have we talked enough about rebar? Yes. Rebar, I think I've made my point. Let's talk about a basic, just to take you through the steps. Number one, the basic recipe. And I say basic because there are at this point an endless array of specialized recipes for specialized concrete. We've got fast curing concrete. We've got concrete that can be poured underwater. We've got concrete that is slow curing for extra strength. Even there's a concrete mixture. And like I said yesterday, and I'll repeat today, cement and concrete, the binding and adhesive ingredient in concrete. Technically, though, the word concrete is about the recipe as a whole. Okay, the recipe as a whole. So concrete contains generally sand and gravel, aggregate is what we call them. About 70% of concrete is aggregate by weight and volume. 20% water, and usually the last 10% Portland cement, which again has nothing to do with Portland, Maine, or Portland, Oregon, or Portland anywhere in the United States. It has to do with the Isle of Portland off the coast of England, where a British guy back in 1824 developed Portland cement. He developed cement, a modern version of cement that we still use today. And he was so impressed with it, he thought he would brand it to the English as good as the stones that you are pouring on Portland Isle. Okay, and it is a famous place for really high quality stones. And now that he has these horrible stones, he thought it would be cool to use this Portland stone, so he called it Portland Peat. All right. When you order your concrete, you customize that recipe. The PSI strength, like I said before, anywhere between 2,500 and 15,000 PSI. The color, you can customize the color that you order the concrete from. Either the coloring can be added at the mixer on site, or it can come
from the actual cement company most of the time. So the color will be mixed on site. Anything, it's just about any imaginable color, including white. No, concrete is not white. The brightest concrete is gray, very reflective and bright, but not white. You can even get white. The size and appearance of the aggregate in your concrete, and that is where I want to go next. Okay, I want to talk about the aggregate and the role it plays, not only inside the mix for strength, but on the surface of the mix, if you want a classic and incredibly durable, high traction look. I hand you one of my concrete aggregate secrets when we return. Your home. If you start the house whisper, Jane Yamamoto has for you.
At least 8 people have been killed in huge such smuggling boats crashed in San Diego. The U.S. Coast Guard says one of the boats overturned during the crash around 11:30 last night near the coast of Black Sea. Rescue crews are searching the waters for additional people. The school in New Jersey is hoping to stop students from being bullied. Bayonne High School is working on a plan that would offer incentives to students to behave.
Students here facing the same bullying issues as kids across the nation, now taking matters into their own hands, set up as stand up quo. Children take charge, females are thinking about other females. 9 student leaders pushing our new path forward.
NBC's Brian Thompson says school officials say if students are kind to one another and there's less bullying or fighting on school grounds, they will be rewarded. Some of the rewards include no homework Fridays, along with an ice cream truck and students getting half a day off. The news brought to you by Mike Diamond, the Smell Good Plumber. SpaceX is celebrating another successful mission.
157 days in space. SpaceX Dragon splashdown.
SpaceX Dragon capsule splashed down yesterday off the coast of Florida, bringing 2 NASA astronauts, another from Japan, and 1 Russian astronaut back to Earth. The crew spent 5 months in orbit aboard the International Space Station. And if it's Oscar time, it's also Rabbi's time.
The Golden Raspberry Awards honor Hollywood's worst, and this year the Marilyn Monroe ordeal Blonde won Worst Picture and Worst Screenplay. Double Razzies for Tom Hanks as Colonel Tom Parker and Elvis for Worst Supporting Actor and Worst Screen Combo. Hanks in his latex face. Jared Leto and Adria Arjona won Worst Actor and Worst Supporting Actor for Marvel's vampire plot Morbius, which sucked. And the Razzies gave themselves the Worst Actress Award for initially nominating a 12-year-old that shouldn't have been considered. Mark Ross, KFI News.
Now headed out to downtown LA, where there's a show on the train.
The victory gets timed out on the phone that certainly has it. Also heading to Monterey Park right now, stopping going to 10 westbound from Blue Avenue to Garfield. They have handling closed out the town Really, it's about 3 o'clock. Into this area, pretty heavy on the 16 and northbound Sacramento Road. Caltrans says 2 lanes closed out there. Back from the 57 to Brea, southbound Imperial Highway. They are finding the sky up to their faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. Hey, y'all, it's Gene Sharp. If you are ready for that new green kitchen, now is the perfect time. Because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the Kitchen Store, is having its massive winter sale. Everything from conventional entry-level cabinets to literally any custom configuration imaginable, the Kitchen Store has got you covered. Imagine just one place to find every door, color, finish, storage option, hinge, and hardware accessories on the market. You'll find it all and more in Southern California's largest kitchen design showroom, waiting for you right off the 405 in Culver City. And as always, it all starts with a totally free dinner. 12-month famous cash financing, pricing that beats the big boxes, and happening right now, the huge winter sale. Start the new kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen, or find them on the web at 310kitchen.com.
South Florida weather from CFI, partly cloudy in Metro LA and Inland OC, highs in the mid-upper 60s. A mix of sun and clouds in the valleys and Inland Empire, highs in the upper 60s, and beaches, partly cloudy, windy, highs in the low 60s. We're local, live from the CFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jane Yamamoto.
Attorney Joe Cordell. Divorce forces a father to focus on what's most important. His children. You may no longer be a husband, but you'll always be a dad. In the divorce process, it comes down to 3 key concerns: physical custody, decision-making, as well as financial support. Each of these is important. It's important that you choose a lawyer that cares as much about these issues as you do. 1455 Gracie Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108. CordellCordell.com.
Nearly 1 in 2 U.S. adults have high or easy to remember steps. It starts with a monitor. Do next. Talk to your doctor about your blood pressure numbers. Get down with your blood pressure. Self-monitoring is powerful. Visit managerbc.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the American Heart Association, and the American Medical Association, in partnership with the Office of Minority Health and Health Resources and Services Administration.
Be careful, mister.
Yes, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your map and tape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop.
Really?
Try to be every day. Cleaning house. Go on.
Anyway, coming in air. Go online at ViralRabbi.com.
If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-DISCUSS. We're glad we have that conversation about the reformation of criminal justice, making sure that it's not based in race, that everybody gets equal treatment, that everybody has an opportunity.
But it doesn't matter to stop enforcing by law. Full stop.
You're ignoring those individual victims of crime. They deserve the justice. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You are home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. Thanks for joining us on this cool, partially sunny Southern California morning here in March. A little break in between some rain. A little rain coming later in a couple of days, and a little break in between. It's just been a lovely winter and spring. I'm sorry if the storm has hurt you or your home. So this is speaking from somebody who has not had to deal with the emergencies or damage or anything, but man, is it nice to have a real winter in Southern California. Southern California winter, plenty of water around. I, for one, we are not going to be turning our sprinklers on in our irrigation system till, I don't know, September at this point, because the ground is just so that's a good one. Anyway, hope you're enjoying your day. Thanks for being with us here. I was talking about the basic recipe of concrete, and one of the aspects of that recipe that a good cook might cook up for you. One of my favorites is playing around with the aggregates in concrete. The aggregates are the little bits of stone, and they can be any size. I mean, most mainline structural cement has large bits of them, 3/4 inch gravel. Okay? That doesn't make the nicest surface here. But if you up the cement mixture so that you're increasing the acoustic quality and the compressive strength of the concrete, you can downsize to a certain degree the aggregate. You can downsize them down to, let's say, pea gravel. Pea gravel is what these beautiful Zen walkways and all that, just good gravel driveways are made out of. And the nice thing about pea gravel, I'm going to give you a secret here. The nice thing about pea gravel in a mix for a driveway or an outside hardship, that's what I'm really talking about here, is the fact that it makes a lovely surface. Now, how do you surface it? The old way we used to do it is we would get regular cement poured, and then right as it was starting to set up, we would take bags of either pea gravel or various colors stone, pea-sized stone, and we pour it all over the surface and roll them into the surface. Okay? A couple of problems with that. Number one, it's uneven. Sometimes you can't sometimes control that. Number two, really labor intensive. The whole extra layer of cost and time. And number three, just because you embed these into the surface, they don't always hold. Sometimes they just pop out, and next thing you know, they're gone. And that's not a cool look down the road. But here, by utilizing a special chemical additive, we can get that look to your driveway in the best possible way. Here's what it's called. It's
exposed aggregate. Now, if you want to look this up, you'll find all sorts of pictures of what I'm talking about. An exposed aggregate driveway or patio or sidewalk. You're not stamping the concrete. You're not trying to pretend like it's stone or something else, which is not really my favorite thing to do anyway. We're really just exposing an essence of the concrete, and I think it works with super contemporary homes. I know that because I've designed it to do that. It also works with really old homes, century homes, that already are surrounded by sidewalks with the aggregate exposed over time and weather. So here's how you do it. You order the mix from the concrete companies with pea gravel in the mix, not large structural gravel. Second thing you do is whoever's pouring your concrete for you, you let them know, hey, I want to do an exposed aggregate. So what they're going to do is they are going to pour the driveway just like they normally would. In fact, when it's starting to set up, they're going to trowel it, they're going to smooth it. You're going to come home, or if you're watching, you're going to start scratching your neck saying, wait a second, they're just finishing this like normal. It's going to look like a normal slab, nothing exposed at all, okay? And you might get worried, but don't, because the next step is the key. Right before they're done, and they leave with this beautiful smooth driveway, they're going to take a Hudson sprayer, that's a little pump sprayer, full of a chemical. Now there's a couple of different brands out there. I'm just going to use this word Top Cap, okay? Full of Top Cap, and it's a chemical that you spray onto the surface of a finished concrete slab while it's still wet, right? It's recently finished. And it's going to sit there. It's usually bright green or bright pink. I mean, there's no mistaking that's on the slab. What that is curing retardant, okay? So it's going to stop the top 16th of an inch or so of the cement from curing. And as the rest of your driveway sets up overnight, the top layer, you won't see it, the top layer won't cure, okay? It's going to stay, it's going to stay soft, essentially. Now, what happens? The next day, they come back with a pressure washer, and they're going to just walk all across the driveway, blow off the top cap, okay? So they're going to blow off the bright pink or the bright green surface, and with it, the top 16th of an inch of the cement, and they will expose the aggregate and expose the aggregate driveway. They will expose the pea gravel that lies below. And what will it look like? It will be beautifully uniform. It will be fully structurally embedded. And you'll end up with a driveway that essentially has the look of a gravel driveway, but is in fact a solid concrete driveway. Then those pathways, patios, it's softer, it's more organic, it is better traction, it hides stains and cracks better. I mean, I can't even begin to tell you the advantages from a design perspective of considering exposed aggregate. And it's a damn fancy finish for a minuscule increase in cost. There is no other treatment to your driveway or a poured exterior decorative slab. There is, mark my words, there is no other treatment. Not colorization, not stamping, nothing. Not even a specialized finish on the top. No other treatment that is less expensive than exposed aggregate. Because all you're really doing is you're paying a little bit more for the pea gravel in the mix instead of standard gravel, and then you're basically paying for that jug of top cap and for the concrete guys to come back the next day, just one guy with a pressure washer to blow it all off and finish it. That's it. That is a minor cost. So if the driveway would normally cost $10 a square foot to pour, this might cost you 11 or 12 tops, and that is half the price of a custom finish. And yet, this is a classy thing. I mean, it's as classy, in my opinion, as a designer, as classy gets. And like I said, it fits with just about any kind of home architecture. So consider exposed aggregate. Man, I am giving away secrets that I've held on to for our clients for years. I'm just tossing them out there. So take notes
and make good use of it. All right, so guess what? When we come back, we're going back to the phone. If you want to give us a shot during the break, remember to reach me, 833-2-ASK-DEAN. 833, the number 2, Ask Dean. Your calls when we return. Your home. The Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Dean Yamamoto has the news.
Daylight saving time is back. Fox Front Court in most of the United States to disapproval of former President Trump's involvement in the January 6th Capitol attack, and the world's first 3D printed rocket did not lift off yesterday, but was suspended for 10. Headed out to the 10 when we return.
If you're planning on going solar, or even thinking about it, listen very carefully to me. Time is running out to secure the best possible reimbursement plan with the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company ganged up on you, whether you knew it or not, and they changed the way that the new solar system get reimbursed for power that they produce. And as you can guess, this does not work in your favor. In fact, it's about 75% less of a reimbursement than the old system. But here's the good news. There's a grandfathering period for the old system. You can still permanently lock in those amazing rates. The time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed, April 14th, right, the day before tax day. That's only 4 weeks away from now. So, how you do that? You start by calling Sunlight, and you call them today. Sunlight will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, that doesn't matter. That's okay. Call Sunlight. Get your solar documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar power that you will ever see. Start today at sunlight.com. Sunlight.com. CSLB 100274.
Now headed to Monterey Park where there's some Caltrans working on the 10.
It's going to be heavy on the San Bernardino Freeway, the westbound side from New Avenue to Garfield. They got one lane closed off. They're going to be there for a couple of more hours, and it's going to be heavy. Now, also on the 10, to Montclair, San Bernardino Freeway, eastbound side of Monte Vista. We've got a ladder in the road, and also to Colton, the 10 west. It's going to be a bit slow there. They've got some debris in the road, and heavy as you approach. Hey, if I in the sky helps get to the faster, I'm Mark Leader. This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes the fit your business needs, from quick repairs to accessible coverages and even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Do you have an old or an unused car kicking up space? Turn it into a valuable tax deduction with a simple donation to Cars for Kids. With over 100 tellers ready to pick up your car in any condition, Cars for Kids makes donating your vehicle a breeze. No wonder they have a 4.9 rating on Trustpilot. Let Cars for Kids do the work for you. Just fill out a quick form at carsforkids.org, and someone will reach out to arrange for your pickup sometimes as soon as the next day. Say goodbye to the hassle of filling, and hello to quick, convenient pickup with a maximum tax deduction. Donate your car today by calling 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or carsforkids.org.
From 1909 to 1979, state-run hospitals in California performed thousands of sterilization procedures as part of the Finnish law. After 1979, this practice continued in some states. If you are left unable to have biological children after surgery while living in a state-run facility or while in custody of a California prison, you may be entitled to compensation. For a confidential application, call 1-800-777-9229. Deadline to apply is December 31st, 2026.
Sharp, are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to use my secret weapon, WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WDC. Go to WDCappliances.com, WDCappliances.com.
We're in Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists. Enrich by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
If you're ever injured in an accident, whether it's a car, a motorcycle, truck, or even a dog fight, call a firm that's been helping injured accident victims for 18 years and wins. And we're talking about Sweet James accident attorney. Sweet James settled $188 million this last year alone for the injured clients. And the best part is, every time they settle a case, they donate meals to those in need. Having fed almost 80,000 people in the last year. Most people don't know what to do when they're in an accident. You may not be able to use your car. And your injury may not allow you to go to work. It's part of your normal, everyday activity. If it happens to you, just call Sweet James, speak to someone who cares. You have nothing to lose. Get the compassion you need. That
healthcare, medical treatment, and the money and justice you deserve. So if you've been hurt in an accident, call 3 Kings. Awarded tax attorneys in America. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200. 3Kings.com.
At Ralph, shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. One small push for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at Ralph.com. Ralph, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. Please like to be good.
Fresh fruit makes for a delicious sweet treat. 18-ounce containers of Simple Fruit organic blueberries are $4.99 with your card. Ralph, fresh to everyone. Giant heat transmission fluid.
Seriously? Yours is just the break.
We all know how it is. You go to the wrong place for car repair. That can get lighted on again. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at Amco. AA, MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See Amco.com for complete details. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Let me calculate. Your case will be handled by your lawyer, paralegal, and a case manager who's always in the office for you when your lawyer's in court. There's also a 24-hour hotline if you ever have a question or a problem. We've collected over $15 billion and won a lot. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. Lots of people hire Morgan & Morgan. Visit MorganPeople.com for an office near you. Hello. A few words from your dog.
Hey, it's Jennifer Jones. Please join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd. For Pasadena Humane's Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help take care of the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
KFIAM640 or stimulating talk. Being Shark House Whisperer at your service. Welcome home. I hope you're enjoying your Sunday morning as much as we are. We are just gazing out the garden window here, and it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day here in Southern California. Whether the sun is out or not, it's just a lovely day. And hope you're in the groove with us. If you're not, just hang tight. You'll feel better. Just, hey, I'm happy. It is time for us to go through the phones before we come back to our conversation on concrete, because it's top of the hour. So let's get there, shall we? I want to talk to, look, it's a couple, Jim and Laura. What kind of trouble can I be into with this one? Hey, guys, welcome home.
Hi.
Hey, Dave, how you doing? I'm well. How are you guys?
Well, we're good. So me and my wife were having a civil debate.
Oh, no. Why am I in the middle of this?
Because you're the expert. So we have a 31-year-old house in the Antelope Valley, Palmdale, Lancaster. It's a crack house. It has double pane windows in it. If I'm not mistaken, they were nitrogen filled, my wife thinks we need to have them replaced. I think not. She says that it would improve the sound and the cold air coming from. So anyway, we figured we'd ask for your opinion.
Yeah. So you just figure, let's just put Dean in the no-win scenario. I don't mean the glass, obviously. I get it, glass. What's the frame made out of? Dual glazed windows, 31 years old. I'm saying aluminum.
Yeah, they're aluminum. Correct.
Yeah. Aluminum windows. Okay. From 31 years back. Any of them fogging up or failing, or are they holding tight? ago, we had a quarter-round window that actually has a fog in it. We had one of the local glass companies come out and replace it, and we haven't had any issues. And none of the other windows are fogged out.
Okay, and now you said that one of the things was it would improve sound quality and/or the air that's moving through them. Are these leaking air? I mean, are they allowed? Do you feel drafts around them? Okay. All right. Well, here's the thing. I'm going to cut the baby right down the middle. Okay. You're both right. You're both right. You have dual glazed windows, so technically speaking, you don't need to replace them, especially if they're not actually failing in terms of what they were intended to do 31 years ago. But okay, is that as good a window as and that was a low end window then, okay, low end window. Is that as good as an economy vinyl retrofit window that you could put in today? Not even close. There is a big difference between the two. In these days, the window cells themselves are thicker. The dual glazed cell, the PMU, is the IGU, sorry, is thicker, meaning that it has more insulated quality. The gas inside is argon, which means it does a better job with insulation. The coating on the outside of these windows, we are now at low 4 coating generation, which is virtually no UV penetration into the house. Amazing metallic coating on the windows that improve the quality of not leaking out floors or furniture or draperies or whatever. And even in economy of vinyl window, vinyl is a terrible conductor of the plastic, right? Aluminum is a fantastic conductor of energy. If you hook a wire up to it, you get a shock on the other end. So when it comes to windows, a terrible conductor of energy is what you want, because the energy, the heat and/or the cold that's outside will heat up or cool off the window frame itself, and that will transfer to the inside of the house. And yeah, that's why when you stand next to those windows on a cold day, the air is colder over there. They may not actually be leaking air, but the fact that if you touch the window frame and then you feel that it's cold, it's transferring that energy inside the house. It can be 100 degrees outside and you touch the vinyl on the inside of an economy vinyl window. And so there you go. So there have been vast improvements in windows over the last 30 years. Is it going to completely change all the sound transmission in the house? No. Is it going to completely change all the insulating in the house? No. Will it improve both? Yes, it will. And a number of other benefits. And you are really, honestly, Jim, I got to tell you this, you are kind of coming to the end of the expected lifespan of those insulated glass units. So what I'm saying is over the next 5 to 10 years, you could expect a lot more of them to start fogging up and failing on you, because those aren't lifetime windows. So I am not telling you you need to replace your windows, but I'm just giving you the honest truth. And here's the other thing. If you retrofit new windows in place, you don't have to disturb the stucco or trim on the outside of the house. You don't have to tear up the wall. You can have new windows inserted into the existing holes and use the old windows for their flashing and their tying into the stucco or the siding. And that's where I'm at. Please, one of you, go ahead.
No, neither one of us do. So I just said, so added on to that, so then the vinyl window. So my concern about the vinyl is it's a high desert. Plastics and vinyls don't do very well. Right?
Okay, Jim, hang on just a second. I don't want to cut you off because I really do want to hear your question, but I'm glancing at the clock. We are up against the break. You guys hold tight, and we'll pick you up as soon as we're on the other side of the break. All right, hang tight.
Thank you.
I'm still not out of the murk of ruining this marriage, so everybody just
Hang on, and we'll get back to it. You are listening to Dean Sharp's House Whisperer from KFI.
You're smart speaker as always, very smart.
Hey, where's KFI AM 640?
Oh, it is smart.
KFI. Los Angeles, Orange County.
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Monster Sunday. I'm Danielle Hunter, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. At the Tower, the excitement is building in and around the Dolby Theater for star-studded events. Austin hopefuls are gearing up for Hollywood's biggest night. Variety senior editor Mark Malcolm says everything, everywhere, all at once appears to be the frontrunner at the 96th Academy Awards.
They have been sweeping almost every award show. This is a wacky, goofy movie that, voters in all different guilds and different film award shows have been embracing.
The film leads the pack with 11 nominations. It was closely followed by World War I epic All Quiet on the Western Front, an Irish dark comedy Advantage of Einstein, close scoring 9 nods. Best Picture race also includes 2 of the highest grossing films of the year, Avatar, The Way of the Water, and Top Gun Maverick, along with Elvis, Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans, and Tar, Triangle of Sadness, rounding out the category Women Talk. No rain in the forecast, but a great canopy is set up just in case a few sprinkles rain down on the stars later today. The U.S. government has no plans to
And he's been presenting regulators to design appropriate policies to address this situation.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the government took control of the bank on Friday. It was the largest bank to collapse since the Great Recession of 2008. North Dakota Republican Senator Kevin Cramer says he hopes the collapse of the bank will be mostly a localized issue.
There are so many unique things about the Silicon Valley that aren't necessarily applicable systemically.
Cramer says the failure of Silicon Valley Bank will likely only be problematic if the markets react emotionally tomorrow. But Grant, the stoic and demanding Hall of Fame coach, has died. Grant took the Minnesota Vikings and their mighty people eaters defense to 4 Super Bowls in 8 years. Grant was 95. 2-time Olympic gold medalist alpine skier Michaela Schifrin now holds the record for all-time World Cup wins. The historic 87th victory came yesterday in Sweden. A moment celebrated on the same hill Schifrin won her first World Cup title 11 years ago. Once again, she was surrounded by family. NBC's Megan Fitzgerald says the 27-year-old from Colorado broke the record set 34 years ago by Swedish skier Ingmar Stenmark. She sent her congratulations to Schifrin, which she heard the news. The World Cup finals are set for next week, with Schifrin expected to hit the slope once again and potentially push the record even further. And finish Shakira's collaboration with Argentinian DJ and producer ViralRabbi on Music Fest Volume 63 is breaking 14 Guinness World Records. Some of those new achievements included most streamed Latin tracks on Spotify in 24 hours, most viewed Latin tracks on YouTube in 24 hours, and fastest Latin tracks produced 100 million views on YouTube. The pair received their certificates from the GWR backstage during the recent appearance on The Tonight Show, starring Jimmy Fallon. Taking you out to downtown LA, where there's a crash on the 10.
This is Santa Monica Freeway, the westbound side at Mateo, Santa Fe. There's crash in the center divider. 2 vehicles opposite sides and slight delays as you come up on it. To Monterey Park, you have some Caltrans on the 10. San Bernardino Freeway, the westbound side at New Avenue. It's going to be heavy to about Garfield Avenue if you have some road work going on. Give yourself a little time. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Vila. Hey, y'all, it's Dean Sharp. If you are ready for that new dream kitchen, now is the perfect time. Because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the Kitchen Store, is having this massive winter sale. Everything from conventional entry-level cabinets to literally any custom configuration imaginable, the Kitchen Store has got you covered. Imagine just one place to find every door, color, finish, storage option, hinge, and hardware accessory on the market. You'll find it all and more in Southern California's largest kitchen design showroom, waiting for you right off the 405 in Culver City. And as always, it all starts with a totally free in-showroom consult with one of the kitchen store's expert kitchen designers. 12-month payment cash financing, pricing that beats the big boxes happening right now. The huge winter sale. It starts in East Kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen. Or find them on the web at 310kitchen.com.
Highs in the mid to upper 60s, overnight lows into the 50s. Tomorrow, virtual retreat today, and then on Tuesday, rain, wind, and cold temperatures, highs in the 50s. Mid to sunny clouds in the valley of the Inland Empire, highs in the upper 60s. Tuesday, that storm set to move in with cool temperatures and gusty winds. The beach is partly cloudy and windy, highs in the low 60s. Right now, 58 degrees in Woodland Hills and 60 degrees in Fullerton, Huntington Beach, and Inglewood. Really local, live from the KFI, 24-hour news, and Jane Ellen Marshall.
KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. If you haven't tuned in a while and you're wondering, why is Dean talking and it's after 11 o'clock? That's because we're now 3 hours on Sundays from 9 to noon. So yeah, an extra hour, the old house whisperer, or the young one, whichever one you need. I'm Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, here with you live like I am every weekend. Saturday morning, 6 to 8 Pacific Time. Sunday morning, 9 to noon Pacific Time. We're talking concrete today, part 2 of a 2-day discussion on concrete. But right now, because it's the top of the hour, they've hung on to the break. They have questions about windows in their home. And I want to get back to it because I like this topic and it's useful for everybody who's listening. Plus, you know what? We may save a marriage in the process. Jim and Laura, hey, you guys turn your radio down in your car wherever you're listening because there's a delay and it's going to mess us up. But are you guys still there? Oh, they're listening to the delay. I was just waiting here for a second. Turn the radio off. All right, we're going to come back to Jim and Laura in just a second. Hang on a second here. Jim and Laura, are you with us? Yeah, we could hear me saying everything I just said. Hey guys, are you with us?
I'm going to say that I load out the radio in the car, so we pulled over.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, so you guys, Jim, you had a question about vinyl and the way it's going to hold up in desert heat.
Yeah.
That's correct. Okay. I would have told you back in the 90s that would be a bit of a concern because we weren't making them as well as we are today. Today, though, in all honesty, vinyl windows, well, here's the thing. All you have to do is look at the numbers. If you look at the state of Arizona, state of New Mexico, southern Utah, anywhere where extreme heat is just a constant reality, and you ask the question, what is the most popular style of window purchased for new construction and remodels in those states? All of it by a wide margin, vinyl. Today's vinyl can hold up to the heat just fine. It doesn't yellow, it doesn't crash. It is designed to withstand UV light and heat. And so that would not be a concern of mine, Jim. However, I will tell you this. If you can't get your head around that and you're thinking, you know what, this aluminum sounds tougher to me. You are correct. Aluminum is a tougher window. And there is an aluminum answer to this problem as well. And I'm just letting you know. I'm not telling you just the direction you should go, but I'm letting you know because, information is out. What you need to be looking for if you want to replace your windows with aluminum, better quality, modern day aluminum dual glazed windows, you want to be looking for this term. You want a thermally broken window. Okay? Now, that doesn't sound like a good thing. It's like, listen, I don't want a broken window. No, it's not. The glass isn't broken. It's thermally broken. And remember what we were talking about on the other side of the break. The problem with aluminum windows is they're such good conductors of energy that if it's cold outside, the frame on the inside gets cold, and it emanates that into the room. If it's hot outside, the frame on the inside is hot, and it gives that to the room. So they're not good insulating windows. But today's aluminum windows, anything other than the absolute bottom of the barrel cheap stuff, most of today's aluminum windows are what we call thermally broken, meaning they are built with a thermal break in between. So it's not one aluminum frame, it's two aluminum frames with in kind of a sandwich structure, and in between these two frames, the outside frame, the inside frame, is a small bit of material that stops the transmission of energy through that. So the outside frame can get really hot, and the inside frame not at all. And the same goes with cold. So if you go aluminum, go for thermally broken aluminum windows. Otherwise, in my opinion, don't be afraid of the vinyl. How does that sound?
That sounds great. Appreciate it. You just proved once again my wife is right. Happy wife, happy life.
That's why they're cool.
So it's confirmed, Laura's right, and you guys are staying together. That's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to make sure you guys are holding tight, and your marriage will survive a set of new windows on the house.
Absolutely. Thank you for your opinion, and we'll move forward from here.
All right, guys. Thank you for your call. You're awesome. Appreciate it. All right, let's squeeze another one in. Larry, welcome home.
Hey, Dan, thanks for taking my call. I got a clip. I'm here in Centennial, Colorado, and my house is built in 84. It's a side level. And my question is, on the middle floor, the floor bounces when you walk. How to eliminate that bouncing?
Oh, I see. You got a bouncy floor.
Yeah. I got it's in the middle floor. There's a crawl space underneath, and there's a 2x8 floor coming along the underneath the middle floor with a beam right in the center. I'm trying to figure out how to
There's a beam? Okay, so, all right, so this is the middle floor. There's a crawl space underneath this floor. When you say middle floor, we're talking about the ground floor, not the basement. What are we saying when we say tri-level here?
So I got the bottom floor, which is a cement foundation. Then 6 steps up is the middle floor with a bounce bridge. And then another 6 steps up is the top floor. And
I got it. Okay. So this is not a tri-level in the sense of a 3-story house. This is just three levels of single-story flooring with level differentials. And the middle one, so it's 2x8. That is actually a really small rafter for a floor joint, and that's a small piece of wood for a floor joint. I didn't even say that. Yeah. Even though there's a beam across the middle. So here's the thing: if you got a crawl space underneath. So here's what you need to do. You need to, Larry, give a call to a structural engineer, okay, in your area, and say, hey, I got a bouncy floor. I got this 2x8 floor with a beam across the middle. I need somebody to come out here, take a look at it. You're going to pay them a couple $300 to come out for a consult. And basically what you want from them is to get their input on how do we stiffen this floor up. There's 2 ways you could go about doing that I'm thinking in my own mind blindly without having seen the situation. Number 1, you can pull up the sheeting on top of these existing 2x8 joists. And that's, in other words, you can attack this from above. You pull up the floor above and double them all up. Okay, that's what we call fistering. We could literally double up all of those 2x8s with another set of 2x8s to stiffen those 2x8s up so that they don't bounce as much. Okay, that is probably not my first approach though, because you'd be disrupting the plywood and whatever flooring you got going on and so on and so forth. If you've got a crawl space, an accessible crawl space there,
My thinking would be to go underneath and put in 2 more post and beam support. And you said there's a 2x8 floor and there's a beam and posting down running right in the middle. Well, obviously it's not getting the bounce out. That's not enough because these are kind of small floor joints, and they've got. We would never actually in California build a floor with 2x8 floor joints. Just FYI, there's too much deflection in it. So what I'm thinking is another 2 beams that again cut the span of those 2x8s in half, the free span of those 2x8s in half again. That would probably, I'm guessing, be less expensive, less labor, and far less disruptive to the house to get a builder underneath the house, or a couple of free dub pads, or just even put in piers, freestanding piers, and then skip enough what's left. It may not even be something that you need to do a permit for because you're not altering the existing structure of the house, which is already approved. You're only adding some stiffness to it. So some piers and some cross beam underneath those floors to basically cut the open span of the board in half again. I'm guessing to do that, you're probably golden. Larry, thanks for the call. I would not just do it though. I would definitely start with getting the input from a structural engineer. And as soon as that structural engineer says, oh yeah, that house was for guy, he was 100% right about it, then you can move forward. And he will. He will say that. No, he will. No, I'm not. I am not. That's Larry. Thanks for your call. All right, y'all. When we come back, more on concrete. Your home with D-Sharp the House with Jamie Yamamoto happening.
An apartment in Koreatown has been damaged by fire. The fire started around 8:30 this morning on the 3rd floor of a 6-story apartment building. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the federal government will not bail out the Silicon Valley Bank, but is working to help depositors who are concerned about their money. And Scream 6 airs off its competition, the horror film from the Scream franchise topped the weekend box office. And it out to the 65 was a return.
Sorry, if you're hurt in an accident besides your car damage, the injury from the accident can have a ripple effect on your life. These things, accident attorneys know all too well that injured victims for what they go through. Your injuries can keep you from everyday activity. Attorneys at Blue James have devoted their lives to helping injured clients. They're going to help you get the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They'll help you get the money you deserve so you can financially recover. And they're going to treat you with compassion along the way. Blue James has one mission: help hurt accident victims get better physically, financially, and emotionally. That's all they've been doing for 18 years. They've recovered over $1 billion for their clients and were awarded best attorneys in America. You pay nothing until they win. If you're hurt in an accident, you call Blue James, 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, BlueJames.com.
Now headed out to Santa Ana where there's a crash on the 55.
In a heavy drive here, the 55 Orange Freeway southbound. This is going to be a dire road. A multi-vehicle accident right in the middle of the roadway, stopping your traffic from the 5 to Monterey Park. The work zone with 1 lane closed on the 10 is causing some big delays. The San Bernardino Freeway is westbound between New Avenue and Garfield Avenue. This lane closed here till about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Head to downtown, traffic is 10 west at Mateo. Stay applying the sky, help get to there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Hi everyone, I'm TRILLIONAIRE at the Cortado. Here to tell you your afternoon just got a lot smarter. The week that really heavy rain comes through. We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. TRILLIONAIRE 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why TRILLIONAIRE is LA's very own.
Including travel starts to season in Manitoba, Mexico. This golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Red Golf is live all season long. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Are you ready? CW action watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. This weekend starting at 10 a.m. on KPLA 5 with CW. On IC's Daily Game Podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to
$49. Another one is more on unit drains for just $80 for the 30-foot drain snake. We're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice up, that is fun. It'll air conditioning and plumbing. We have used TPL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Prices at an all-time high. Our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Caregivers should use out children helpless flags. It's important to talk to children in age-appropriate language and approach the discussion in a calm and sensitive way to help them cope. This Child Helpful Moment is brought to you by childhelp.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Child Help can help. Access Child Help's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-417-4673 or live chat at childhelp.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. With over 2 million phone calls last year alone, more people in more cities across America want more Morgan & Morgan. When you hire Morgan & Morgan, you're also hiring a family business. And after 35 years, we now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you. Injured, call Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Hey, Steve Sharp, are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to use my secret weapon, WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Go to WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com.
I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did choose was to get help from professional counselors.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
The experts at AMCO have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. Chevrolet, yeah. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Welcome to Pray.com's Relentless Hope Podcast, a show that will help you love your life, lead with purpose, and leave a legacy of helping others.
God can do anything. You put this ground through deep, deep pain, to true joy, and true peace.
Listen to Pray.com's Relentless Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. You gotta go to college. You have to have your degree. And why? Because you are an elite snob. That's why. And you want to go and say, my kid went to college as opposed to my kid didn't. It's all about you. Bill Handle. It's nothing to do with your kid. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, you start the house whisperer at your service. We're talking concrete today. We've been today and yesterday. This episode, if you're listening to us on the podcast, this episode and the previous episode, so don't miss out on that one either, where we lay the foundation. Anyway, we've had so many different facets of concrete that we've been talking about. I want to take you through a basic pour today. Now, let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that what we're talking about here is some kind of exterior-based concrete pour. And we're going to assume that for a couple of reasons. Number one, because you're a homeowner. And if we're talking about a brand new slab, if you're pouring for a brand new house or a room addition or remodel or something like that, then the general contractor is going to be in charge of that, and also the city will be looking over somebody's shoulder because of a permit to make sure that everything goes according to plan. Okay? But
And that's not your area of expertise, because when it comes to structural slabs, there are too many varieties for me to discuss with you. In fact, there are a lot of varieties of concrete pours outside the house, but there are just too many varieties. So I'll just tell you this. Do whatever the engineering tells you to do, okay? And make sure that the city is involved and that they are watching and that they sign off on the design appropriately. There you go. Now, why we're talking about an exterior pour is, number one, you're probably not tearing up the slab in your house and redoing it yourself. There is a good chance as a homeowner that you might want to DIY something, or at least you're hiring somebody to do it. And you need to know this. When it comes to flat work around your house, non-structural flat, in other words, flat work that isn't holding up your house itself, there's no permitting there in almost every circumstance. Now, if you have any questions about it, check with your building department just to make sure of your local municipality. But generally speaking, the International Building Code does not recognize hardscape around your house as a structural issue that requires permitting. It's just hardscape around your house. So what does that mean? It means, well, it means you don't have to pull a permit and pay for a permit cost. But it also means that you have to be the slab police when it comes to how these things get done, because there will not be a building inspector there to tell you that it is or isn't being done properly. That makes sense. So, what is a basic pour? Well, it starts with well-compacted ground. Number one, always well-compacted ground. No question whatsoever about that. Because this all has to be built on something, and we do not want to, build our house on sinking sand. So the ground has got to be well compacted in order to avoid excessive cracking in the future. Number two, there will be forms involved. Forms are the boards that we're putting up on the edges or along steps in order to shape the cement or the concrete into the shapes that we want it to be. Those forms should be level, they should be straight, they should be, if they're bending, they should be bent smoothly. You got one shot to pouring this thing, and so as you look at the finished forms, and you should always look at the finished forms before the pour starts, everything should just speak to you about the outline of the driveway or the patio, exactly how you imagine it. And if you have any questions about, well, that form board seems like it's kind of sticking in at a weird angle there, yeah. Or that one looks like a little wonky. That doesn't look like a perfect circle or an arc there. Get it corrected. Get it corrected. Because when the concrete pours, that's it. Okay? There's a couple other layers to be concerned with here after form, and I'm looking at the clock, and we're up against the break. So we're going to run to a break, and when we come back, we will finish this pour so that you have a working understanding and you can do slab food or whatever hardscape goes around your house. Your home. The Dean Sharp, the house with Virginia Yamamoto has to be.
The U.S. Coast Guard says one of the boats overturned during the crash around 11:30 last night with the coast of Black Sea. Rescue crews are searching the waters for at least 2 people. The search continues for 3 Texas women who went missing on a shopping trip to Mexico 2 weeks ago. The FBI confirmed it is aware of the situation, and the families of the women are in contact with Mexican authorities. New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez says Mexico needs to step up policing south of the border.
Mexico has a responsibility, first and foremost, to its own citizens, to establish safety and security within its own territory, and to those who visit its country as well.
He says, while the U.S. can help by providing intelligence and guidance, Mexico needs to step up enforcement to protect its own citizens and visitors. This comes after 4 Americans kidnapped and 2 of them killed shortly after crossing the border from Texas. Menendez says he is not interested in simply designating cartels as terrorist organizations. Instead, he called for activism to destroy them. The news brought to you by DirectBuyers.com. A man has been shot at a mall in Redondo Beach. Police say the victim was shot in the foot yesterday afternoon at the South Bay Galleria. 2 men ran from the scene of the car. The victim was taken to a hospital. Is worth more than $125.
These artsy-fartsy stuff and the very celebrity-centric procedures like plastic surgery, liposuction, and rejuvenation treatment.
Speaking of those getaways, how about an all-inclusive stay at a 10-acre Canadian estate worth $40,000? Or resting in the highly coveted swag bags filled with fun getaways, artsy-fartsy stuff, and the very celebrity-centric procedures like plastic surgery, liposuction, and rejuvenation treatment. Speaking of those getaways, how about an all-inclusive stay at a 10-acre Canadian estate worth $40,000? Or resting inside a restored Italian lighthouse for 3 days, that's worth $9,000. An 18-karat gold bracelet with custom gems and beads is worth $1,200. Celebrities who presented the auctions are not paid, so the bag is compensation for their time. The most expensive bag to date was in 2020 with a total value of $225,000. Oh, almost forgot. One of the most sought-after items in this year's bag? A loaf of Japanese milk bread worth $18. The Gregory Pickup-News.
I'm now headed to Monterey Park where Southland's work continues on the 10th.
And it's heavy on the San Bernardino Freeway westbound from New Avenue to Garfield Avenue. One lane is closed off here. They're going to be there till about 3 o'clock. Class C Santa Ana has things slow on the 55. This is the southbound side of the Orange Freeway at Giant. It's right in the middle of the roadway. Stop and go from the 5. To Camarillo, a van stalled out as they stop and go on the 101 south from Camarillo Springs all the way to about Pleasant Valley Road. It's going to be a heavy one to get yourself down. Stay up high in the sky, help get there faster. I'm Mark Healer.
Wait, I'm looking up Japanese milk bread. All right, no, I'll do that in a second. If you are ready for that new dream kitchen, now is the perfect time because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the kitchen store, is having a huge winter sale. What's on sale? Everything from conventional entry-level cabinets to literally any custom configuration imaginable. They get covered. One place right off the 405 in Culver City to find every cabinet door finish, every color on the market. One place. And as always, it all starts with totally free in-showroom consult with one of the kitchen store's expert kitchen designers. They have 12-month same-as-cash financing, pricing that will beat the big boxes. Happening right now, everything is on sale. The huge winter sale. Start the new kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen and find them on the web at 310kitchen.com.
Southline weather from KSI, partly cloudy in Metro LA and Inland OC, highs in the upper 60s. And the sun and clouds in the valleys and inland higher highs in the upper 60s. And beaches, partly cloudy and windy highs in the low 60s. We read local, live from the KSI 24-hour news with Uncanny Yamamoto.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options. An easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections are available in all states and situations.
At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, jumps to downward dog, and battle ropes to box jumps. It's all here at LA Fitness. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities like basketball courts, Olympic lifting platforms, pools, and saunas. This is the best time to make a new day resolution. Any day can be your day to start fresh at LA Fitness. Get your pass today, come in the club, or join online with our latest offers. From yoga to Zumba classes, cycling to our signature bodywork classes. Your muscles might get tired, but your workouts never will. Get started at startlafitness.com with your free 3-day pass at startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. Amenities vary by location. Certain amenities may be available for an additional fee. Free 3-day pass is redeemable by non-members only. Other restrictions apply. From 1909 to 1979, Statewide Hospitals in California performed thousands of sterilization procedures as part of the Finnish law. After 1979, this practice continued in some state prisons. If you are left unable to have biological children after surgery while living in a state-run facility or while in custody of a California prison, you may be entitled to compensation. For a confidential application, call 1-800-777-9229. Deadline to apply is December 31st, 2023.
You have heart failure and often hear, today's stomach issues ruined your birthday.
You're too tired to think that stand off.
Please have a testicular carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis. If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. The people in prison committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their history doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Johnny men, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Your home is being sharp the house with you. Hey, thanks for spending some of your Sunday morning with us. Glad that you are here. We are having our conversation about concrete, and I am right in the middle of describing a typical pour for some typical flat work out and about around your home. All right, so what did we talk about? We talked about well-compacted ground, number one. We talked about form work, which needs to look exactly as you expect that it would look. Otherwise, ask the contractor, or if the contractor is you, take another look. Because if it's not straight, the concrete won't be straight. If the bend and the curve is not exact, it's a little wonky, concrete's going to be wonky. If the form isn't perfectly plumb, straight up and down, the concrete's going to be angled out or angled in. It's a form. When the concrete hits it, it steps up. There's no change in that later. It's a mess if you even think about it. So make sure the forms are right on the money. Now, to get your forms in place, the ground is compacted. What are we expecting to have happen now? Well, this changes depending on where you live, depending on the area, and so on. But typically speaking, we're going to lay down, maybe there's a little bit of gravel or road base, which is gravel and sand mixed together, but we're just going to count that as compacted ground, okay? What comes next? Well, what comes next, the most important component next is a vapor barrier, okay? A vapor barrier, meaning a nice big old continuous sheet of 6 mil minimum thickness plastic sheet, okay? Now you're asking me right now, well, Dean, why this is outside stuff? We're not talking about inside. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't want moisture coming up through your slab. Neither do you, because you're trying to do this really beautiful finish. You want it to look great. What you don't want are these white, salty, efflorescent, that's what it's called, mineral salt deposits all over your concrete as the years roll on. And that's what happens when moisture comes up through your slab from underneath and then evaporates and leaves the minerals behind. It's a mess. People don't like it, so let's not have that happen. That's the moisture barrier. Now, the moisture barrier is not the next thing, technically, that goes down, because if we did that, we'd be laying plastic against the bare ground or the rough gravel that you put down, and guess what? That will puncture it, which means moisture will get through. So what happens after the compacted ground is a layer of paint, usually a couple inches in thickness. It allows you to treat it out nice and smooth, okay? A layer of sand first, that acts as a protective buffer because sand is not going to puncture your vapor barrier. And so what we're going to do is we're going to sandwich that plastic in between 2 layers of sand. And you put a couple inches of sand down and lay down the plastic, and then we're going to cover the plastic with a couple inches of sand because we don't want people traipsing around. Traipse. Is that a word? That's a word my parents used to use all the time. Stop traipsing around with your muddy shoes. We don't want people walking around directly on the plastic because we don't want it punctured. We don't want rebar or welded wire mesh, whatever steel you're putting in the concrete, to touch the plastic because it'll puncture it. So sand, plastic, and sand again. There's another reason, by the way. No concrete institute that I know of, including the code, recommends that you put plastic directly under the concrete itself. And the reason is that means that plastic will hold moisture right up against the bottom side of the concrete, causing it to expand on the bottom
and that can cause excessive cracking because it won't expand on the top, it'll expand on the bottom, and that could cause more cracking than normal. So the sand on top of the plastic serves two purposes. One, protects the plastic. Two, it gives whatever moisture works its way through the slab an escape route because it falls through the slab, goes into the sand, and moves away from the slab. Does that make sense? All right. So we've got our compacted ground, we've got our forms in place, we've got sand, plastic, sand, then whatever rebar and steel. Okay? On a sidewalk, we typically don't use rebar on the sidewalk. We use WWM, welded wire mesh. For a sidewalk that's non-structural, it's enough. You roll it out, you make sure that it's in good shape, and you lift it slightly off the sand because you want concrete getting underneath it. Okay? Not a lot, but enough to embed in the concrete. On a slab that is a driveway, always, in my opinion, we always use rebar. We don't use what we, meaning my company and my design. We do not specify welded wire mesh for driveways, although track builders often do. I just don't think it's enough. I want a nice, solid structural driveway there to support the weight of your vehicle and not end up cracking like the crazy thing. Okay? So rebar in the driveway is a kind of a non-debatable issue with me. But on other things, other flat work, welded wire mesh will get you done right as long as there's a good amount of metal down there. And then finally, this is not something you build into, but before the pour, immediately before the pour, you yourself or your contractor, if you're having it done, you should see them out there with a hose and a sprayer, wetting it all down, wetting down the sand, soaking it, getting it really, really wet. Why? Hey, students, why? The reason is, as I told you earlier, concrete does not dry. It's pure. Okay? That means the water in the concrete mix is the activator which activates the cement. We want to keep that water in the mix for as long as possible. And guess what happens if you lay wet cement down on perfect 2 inches of perfectly dry sand? The dry sand, like a sponge, will suck the water right out of the bottom of the cement, and you don't get proper curing on the bottom side. So what do we do to prevent that from happening? We saturate the sand so that the water has nowhere to go. The sand is full of water already. It's not going to pull water out of the cement. There you go. There it is. Okay? Well compacted soil, great proper form, sand, plastic, sand, whatever steel that you're going to use, and then the whole surface should be damp before the pour. And right after the pour, depending on the weather. Weather like today here in Southern California, nothing. You do nothing because the sun's not out. It's like 58 degrees outside. The water is going to stay in the cement. In July and August and September here in Southern California, when it's in the 90s, we are going to pour that cement, and then we are going to moisten it. Once the surface is set, we're going to moisten it, cover it over in plastic for a little hot house thing, mostly just to keep the moisture in the cement so it cures something. And there you have it. Now you know how to police your own flat work around your house when it's done. Don't let anybody cut corners. A good quarter of the calls that we get on this show is somebody saying, my concrete outside the house is cracking a bit. Now, there's one thing I left out, and I will tell you, I did that on purpose. I want you to stay with me. There's one critical thing that I left out of that whole description, and I will tell you about it when we return. Your home, the house with Jane Yamamoto has to leave.
Residents from Texas are initially after crossing the border into Mexico more than 2 weeks ago. A bill banning drag shows on public property is advancing into Kentucky's General Assembly. And the Florida championship continues at the iconic CCC Sawgrass, often referred to as the fifth major on the PGA Tour. And right now, Scotty Scheffler tops the leaderboard. Headed to the 55 when we return.
In this week's marketer's report, Patricia Samuelletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the honored talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia is marketing access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Now headed to Santa Ana where there's a crash on the 55.
Orange freeway southbound at Dyer Road. Multi-vehicle crash right in the middle of the road. Headed stop and go traffic from the 5. Heading to Camarillo on the 101 southbound. Camarillo Spring Coastal. And now it's being backed up about a mile. It's going to be heavy and slow. Also right now, making your way through the area, 15 northbound Ranchero Road. Work down there. 2 lanes are closed off and a heavy drive. Monterey Parkway on the Terra West at New Avenue Garfield. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. International Awesomeness Day is this week, or what's called every day in the marketplace. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
Play and dine. You can get up to $100 in dining credits with the marketplace when playing slots with Summer Blows time.
Number 4.
Ready Done gift giveaway. Get a handy hat maker when you earn 500 points on the reward card. The 13th to 14th.
3.
Buster Shop with Neon Color live 2 times. You can ticket back.
2.
Lucky you. A room with a view. Get $20 in free play and a t-shirt for $99. Select days through the 23rd. Call 888-MORONGO now.
And the number 1 reason.
It's madness at Side-by Sports Bar. On an entire 30-foot wall of big trees and throwing bananas with college t-ball all month.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo. Good time. For everybody.
You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's right up there. He's scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did he come from? And where's he at? In case.
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks, sir. You enjoy.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a question, call Leader Hero coming in class. Go online at leaderhero.com.
Are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to use my secret weapon, WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock on hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Go to WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together.
One of our key rejuvenation, where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is warm plug-in drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain thing. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. Get upstairs and get clean and pump. WPTL.com. Reading things the right way, not the easy way. If you have been victims for over 50 years and have helped clients get 10, 20, even 100 times more than the initial offer, call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for You since 1972. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Hi there, I'm Joel ROTHSCHILD. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy more of what matters. How to Money with Joel ROTHSCHILD. The day at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI, you start the house whisperer. Welcome home. All right, y'all. We're wrapping up our conversation, our 2-episode, 2-day conversation on concrete. Are there more things we could have talked about? So many more. Is it enough to just have the show concrete with Dean Sharp? That might be quick. But we will return to this subject as we always do and to cover more in the days, weeks, and years ahead. I promise. What is the last thing that I intentionally left out in order to underscore this point about your cement work around your house? What did I leave out in my description of getting ready for in a slab? Crack control joint. Only two kinds of concrete in the world. Concrete that has cracks and concrete that has not cracked yet. It's going to. It is. We put, those little score lines as you walk down the sidewalk, and, or maybe in your driveway, there's like, why did they crowd these lines in? Do they think this is attractive? Why can't I just have a big field of concrete without these lines in it? Well, these are crack control joints. We put them there to direct the cracking into that groove so it doesn't show up on the surface where everybody sees it. It is basically we're weakening the surface tension of the slab intentionally at that surface point. I'll put it this way. Pull out go buy a bunch of is it graham crackers? Do graham crackers come in the whole thing put together or saltines? Saltines don't really come in. Graham crackers. Buy some graham crackers, right? They come in a sheet, right? They come in a whole line. With a little perforation in between the two. Just take that whole thing of graham crackers and start flexing some tension on it. Where is it likely to break? In the middle of a cracker or along one of those perforations? It's going to break along one of the perforations. Now, it's not a guarantee. And that's what any good contractor should tell you also about your slab. Not a guarantee that we're hiding all the cracks. But by making that perforation, we're literally weakening the surface tension of the graham crackers together so they flat as well. So don't skimp on the crack control joint. On a sidewalk, be every 4 feet. On a big slab, like a driveway slab, at the most 10 feet apart. At the most. Put them closer together, you'll be happier in the long run. Because the cracks will appear, but they won't be visible. You'll have to walk right up and look right down inside that groove, and you're like, oh, look, there's a little spider crack down there. No harm, no foul. Got it? All right, I think you understand the concrete in your home better than ever before. Certainly hope that's the case. And thank you for joining us on the program. One more thing to tell you about. Now that I got you all excited about pouring concrete, let's figure out how you're going to pay for it. Don't miss what's coming up next. How's the money? A great new show right here on KFI with Joel ROTHSCHILD coming up next, right after I am out of here. Joel will talk to you about your money and give you all the tips and insights and info you need. Use the money risk first. That's what it is for personal finance. So there you go. No, Joel, you cannot have that. Just stick with how to money. That's it. All right. Thanks again for spending the morning with me. It has been a privilege, as it always is. I'm going to leave you with this thought. This week, I began building a new hen house. I think it's going to be a pretty nice thing as far as hen houses go. But in the end, just a hen house. And it is not lost on me that as time clicks ever forward in the countdown of my brief life, that I have to reconcile how I chose to spend some of those precious, irretrievable moments building a hen house. Meanwhile, and elsewhere, far greater people with far greater talent were doing far greater things, while I built a hen house. Artists made art, captains of industry made millions, nations made war. I made a hen house. No journalist will write about it. No historian will ever make mention of it.
Not even the chickens who live in it, safe and warm and dry, will give it or me much thought. Not even the chickens. In a few more days, I will be done building our hen house, and for a while, it will be shiny and new. But as with all things, in the course of time, it will be gone. And so will I. And no one will remember it or me. In the course of time, someone else will own this property. I wonder, will they build a hen house here too? In 100 years? In 1,000 years? I wonder if someone who was here before me ever built a hen house. 100 years ago. 1,000 years ago. Or is this the first and last hen house that has ever or will ever be built in this place? Wouldn't that be? No, not really. Why? Because it's just a hen house. There are perhaps 10,000 things you can do in this life, my friend, to make yourself feel more important. Building a hen house is not one. But the truth is, it doesn't need to be. I'm building a hen house not to feel more important. I'm building it because I want it, and happiness and approval and will. Our little hen house makes me smile, and it makes me smile. So, I'm building a hen house. I hope you are building something too. Something that makes you or someone you love happy. Yes, whatever it is, will one day be forgotten. Just as we have forgotten all those who came before us. But none of that needs to matter. Because we are here, now. We are alive, and this moment is our moment. This time is our time. It is not a tragedy that the only tragedy is if I cannot live. I'm not interested in building fame, or fortune, or immortality. Those things are not worthy pursuits of someone who will not be remembered. I am building a hen house. I'm building my own smiles. I'm building my own memories. I'm building what need not matter to anyone else but Tina and me. So, for a few precious, irretrievable days, I'm building a hen house. I think it's going to be pretty nice, the hen house is built. But in the end, it's just a hen house. And that's okay, because what I'm really doing is building myself a beautiful life. And I hope you're busy building one too. We will see you right back here next weekend. Until then, have a great week. This smart device is made for more than just dumb jokes and weather reports. Smart device to play AFI AM reports. AOSP HD2.
Los Angeles, and
Live everywhere on the IR video app.
deadly smuggling boat crash. I'm Layla Muhammad, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. At least 8 people have been killed in a boat crash in San Diego. Lifeguard Chief James Gartman says 2 smuggling boats crashed late last night at Black Beach in the Torrey Pines. One of the boats overturned.
You can land in the sand or hit the wayside high water and think that you're safe and be able to exit the water, but there's long inshore holes. And so if you step into those holes, those drift currents will pull you along the shore and then back out to sea.
He said the severe riptide likely made it difficult for anyone who tried to exit the boat, even very close to shore. Border agents in Marietta say they seized 126 pounds of narcotics during the traffic stop.
Agents say they found the drugs stuffed into an SUV in all sorts of places. This one happened to be inside the door panel, all the voids in that door. They had utilized the spare tire. They had opened up the gas tank and were able to conceal the packages inside the gas tank. So, Border Patrol came in and said last Friday agents were suspicious of the SUV and also called for a drug sniffing canine. In total, packages of meth and cocaine at a street value of $480,000. The Gregory qualifying
A man has been stabbed to death at a liquor store in Santa Clarita. Deputies went to the location on 14th Street late last night after a report of men fighting inside the business. They discovered the man suffering from stab wounds to his upper body. He died at the scene. U.S. President Secretary Janet Yellen said the federal government will not bail out Silicon Valley banks, but Yellen says she is working to help depositors who are concerned about their money.
The American banking system is really safe and well capitalized. It's resilient.
The government took control of that bank on Friday. It was the largest bank to collapse since the Great Recession of 2008. Louisiana Republican Senator John Kennedy says he's got some concerns about President Biden's budget.
The only way I know how to improve the president's budget is with a shredder.
Kennedy says the $6.8 trillion proposal will not solve the country's financial problems. A law prohibiting drag shows on public property is moving forward in the Kentucky General Assembly. Republican State Senator Lindsey Kitchener is the bill's lead sponsor.
Some of those performances are absolutely inappropriate for kids. We already have standards around adult performances with women who are performing. Those aren't in the public sector. Obviously, for reasons they shouldn't be in the public sector. Similar performances when men are dressed as women shouldn't be in the public sector as well.
It is easily passed the Senate on Friday, 26 and now heads to the House. The bill would also ban drag performances in places where they could be viewed by children. The world's first 3D printed rocket was set to lift off yesterday. The first 3D printed rocket was just seconds away from liftoff, and ground controllers hauled it off. Terran 1 is the largest 3D printed rocket attempting an orbital flight. It was set to launch from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida yesterday. In windy conditions, one of the contributing factors for them to slug the launch. Saturday's attempt was the second try for the California-based aerospace company. Danielle Yamamoto, KFI News. Some Caltrans work on the 10 in Monterey Park.
It's going to be a heavy one as we today on the 10 westbound the Tiverton and Union Freeway between New Avenue and Garfield Avenue. They're going to be there till about 3 o'clock, and it's heavy and closed the approach. Now, as you travel the Hysteria section between Northbound Rancho Road, 2 lanes are closed here, close from Oak Hill, stop and go. Go through South LA on the 110 southbound at the 105 connector there. They got some Caltrans work going on and delays. KFI in the Skyhook gets to their faster. I'm Mark Eva. At Sport of Fitness, take advantage of premium fitness amenities with a free 3-day pass. Sign up today at startatsportofitness.com. Get more workout for less with features like state-of-the-art strength and cardio equipment, free weights, a functional training area, and so much more. It's time to start fresh for less with our $0 enrollment fee. From battle ropes to box jumps, iron flips to treadmill, cardio to kettlebell. We have everything you need for a low monthly cost. And Sport of Fitness has your back, no matter what your fitness motivation is. With a premium gym experience for a not-so-premium price. This is your chance to try it all and make the most of a quality gym experience at a low monthly cost. Get started today at startatsportofitness.com and grab your free 3-day pass at startatsportofitness.com. That's startatsportofitness.com. Subject to annual fees. Must pay first and last month's fees of $29.99 to join. Terms and conditions apply. Amenities and facilities may vary.
South Main weather from KFI, partly to mostly cloudy skies out there, highs in the low 60s at the coast, mid-60s for the LA Basin and inland Orange County, mid-60s for the valleys and IE, upper 60s in the high desert. Overnight, we're in the 50s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, mid-60s along the coast, upper 60s for the basin and inland OC, upper 60s near 70s in the valleys and IE, and then we'll have upper 60s in the high desert. Rain, though, is returning on Tuesday. Right now it's 61 in Brea, 63 in Tucson, 64 in Covina, 63 in Studio City. We need local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm ROTHSCHILD.
Do you want to live well without drowning in debt? Joel gets covered. This is How to Money with Joel Archive. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is How to Money. I'm your host, Joel Archive. We got a lot to get to today, all right? Today we're going to talk about another student loan lawsuit and how that's going to potentially impact you if your student loan payment has been on pause. That's been the case for anybody with federal student loans in the past 3 years. But there's a new lawsuit in addition to kind of what's happening in front of the Supreme Court right now when it comes to the forgiveness
the student loans, I'll talk about that today. And I'm hoping to touch not about some expensive luxury items. It's pretty amazing what some of these luxury goods apparel companies are charging for seemingly what should be inexpensive everyday items. Talk about that. I also want to talk about the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and how that might impact you. We're talking about credit scores as well, how just a small bump upwards in your credit score that could save you thousands of dollars, hopefully tens of thousands of dollars. So lots of discuss today on housing money, and this is all about you living, saving and investing, and then doing more of what matters, because you want to know the money information is important, but you want to budget for 6 hours a week. Nobody wants to do that. So this show is really all about helping you get buttoned up with things that matter on personal finance, so you can move on up to date and enjoy the great stuff now. But we got more trauma on the student loan pause, and forgiveness front that I want to address first. There's a private company, it's a public company, it's a publicly traded company, it's so fun, right? And so this company, the way it started, it's one of those fintech companies, and it started really just doing student loan refinancing, and now SoFi has broadened out its offering, all sorts of things are offering. You can take out a savings account, you can invest with SoFi now, you get a personal loan with SoFi. They're trying to be one of those, hey, guess what, we refinanced your student loans 3 years ago, now how about you do this, this, and this with us? How do you become our one-stop shop for money? And SoFi Fund as a company, they're not one of my favorites. There's much better choices to make in the fintech world. But SoFi is suing the Biden administration right now over the latest student loan pause. It's kind of the third final pause, right? It kept getting pushed back. The can kept getting pushed down the road when it comes to the student loan payment. It seemed like they were going to start, and then, oh, no, let's try. Let's keep those payments on pause for tens of millions of borrowers for months to come. Oh, let's do it again. And so what SoFi is saying in their court filing, they've called this an illegal overreach of power. Which is kind of like the argument that's being made right now with $10,000 in student loan forgiveness that the Biden administration is defending. We've already seen some opening arguments. We've seen some of the questions from the justices back to the lawyers arguing the case. And it looks like, based on kind of preliminary evidence, that $10,000 or $20,000 in loan forgiveness, depending on your student loan situation, that it might not hold up. But we don't know yet, and we don't know when the Supreme Court is going to bring down that ruling. It could be June. We might still be waiting. But the pause is likely to continue until then as well. But SoFi, what they're saying, and basically, there are a bunch of companies who specialize in refinancing personally private student loans. But what they're saying is we can harm because of this perpetual pause, and we're not sure it's legal, and so it just feels like student loan silly season is upon us. And it's going to take a while for this case to go through the court system as well. But I think what you need to know, if you have student loans, and you haven't been paying on them, well, but, for you, it's been an ability, hopefully, to catch up on some other personal finance necessities, to be able to save, right, some money that you otherwise wouldn't have been able to save, or pay down maybe some of those higher interest rate debt. That's what I mean, encouraging people to do. Hey, if you've got credit card debt, this is the time to use the payment pause and the fact that you're not accruing interest on those loans to take care of some other financial obligations that maybe have been on the back burner. And I think this SoFi lawsuit, what it tells me is that payments are more likely to begin in the summer than they were before. So maybe this case doesn't get resolved in the courts. Maybe it's not even a legal thing, but I do think that the threat of some of these lawsuits and the reality of some of these lawsuits coming down the pipe means that we're less likely to see another 6-month extension. I don't think student loans are going to remain going up forever. And the truth is, we're just not sure how quickly these loans are going to resume, these payments are going to resume. But
again, I've been wanting people to take care of some other personal financial necessities in the time being, using that money effectively while your interest rate is zero and when you don't have to pay. But I want you to be prepared to pay. I want you to know that it's coming down the pipe. And when you see lawsuits like this happening, when we see a lot of focus on the student loan front, it just means that from where I'm sitting, armchair quarterback over here, I believe the student loans are going to resume sooner than a lot of people think. So be prepared. And if you have been paying down on high interest rate debt, that's great. And, or if you completely forgotten it, out of sight, out of mind with that student loan, well, it's time to put it back on the forefront of your mind. Because it's not going to, the payment's not going to be forever. And so, you need to be saving up your money. You need to be, I would say, whatever the amount of money your student loan payment is, start talking that much money every month into an online savings account. Start earning a little bit of interest on it, an online savings account. Paying something like 4% right now. Woohoo, that's great. Savers don't get depressed anymore. So start stocking money away in preparation for those loans to come back, the payment to be taken away. And guess what? If the can does get kicked down the road, you're still prepared. You're still in a good situation. But the longer you leave that loan payment out of your budget, if you keep going on for a few more months, and then you're shocked that the restart happens and you're caught off guard, that's not good for your money. I want you to be prepared. You've got time. By the way, there's this great story in Business Insider this week about refinancing student loans. And when you look at the reality, like even when those payment pauses in, nobody's going to be, or very few people are going to be in the position where they're going to want to refinance into private student loans. That might have made sense 4 years ago for people who were planning on paying their student loans off in short order. But given the new income-based repayment plan that's likely to come out, given the federal protections the borrowers have when they keep their student loans with the federal government, and I don't think there's going to be many people refinancing with the or with any of those online private refinance plans. It's not going to be a good idea for almost anybody. So maybe SoFi has hoping that that's what's going to lead to the payment pause ends and their business starts booming again. With interest rates on the rise, I think a lot of people, and when they've been able to see what the federal government offers in terms of benefits for keeping your loans with the federal government, I don't think many people are going to come knocking on that door. So we'll see what happens. But, it's actually in a little bit, Jason Middleton's going to talk about that later on too in a couple of hours here on JFI. But talking about that, we'll talk about more. We're going to do our stat of the week in just a bit. If you're honest, this is the one about luxury brands and how much they're charging for ordinary items. You're not going to believe it. This is how the money comes. So larger with Layla Mohammed and the KFI 24-hour news.
Police have been searching for the hit-and-run driver who killed a man when his vehicle slammed into a bus stop in Santa Fe Springs yesterday afternoon. Most streets around the Dolby Theater are this weekend to lead all films in North America. Checking out a couple of the 405.
Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. One is to review the nuisance. We help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments with a $129. Another one is one call unit drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain snake. We're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice and steady price. Get air conditioning and plumbing. WPTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way.
Crash on the 405 in Hawthorne.
Keeping the San Diego Freeway southbound at Rose Trans Avenue, left lane is going to be blocked by a 3-vehicle crash and get heavy as you approach. Give yourself time. Very heavy through Hollywood right now on the southbound side of 101 between Santa Monica Boulevard and Glendale Boulevard. Heading to downtown there. That's going to be a stop-and-go drive. Still has full into Monterey Park on the 7 westbound New Avenue to Starfield. Caltrans is doing a project on the San Bernardino Freeway there. So that needs to re-listen because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the kitchen store, is having a fall sale. The kitchen store is right off the
405 in Culver City with 12 months famous cash financing. Pricing that beats the big boxes. It's totally free in-showroom consult with an expert kitchen designer, and happening right now, the Big Fall Sale. To start your new kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen, and find them on the web at 310kitchen.com.
The Chief Marketer Report. Patricia Sayuletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner and talent. As the number one audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you can talk about. Visit iHeartResults.com for more. This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Reset your rest at Mattress Firm's Spring Sale. Shop top brands today and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select purchases. Time to score big savings on your dream bed. Hey, all the Team Sharp, are you looking for hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to use my secret weapon, WBC Kitchen and Bath Set. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Go to WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com. We've all felt the impact of rising food prices. For families in poverty, they're facing malnutrition and even death. You can feed a family for a month with your $50 donation to Compassion International. Just text the word radio to 97646. We posted UTS. It's like radio, but without the need for all that annoying imagination. Follow us now on all the socials. AFI 640. AFI 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. This is How to Money. I'm your host, Bill Larson. I want to get to the downfall of Silicon Valley banks here in just a second. I'll tell you what that means from a personal finance perspective. There's a lot of nerdy stuff being written in the Wall Street Journal and elsewhere. But what does that mean for us as individuals? How does it impact our money in that perspective? But first, let's get to our stat of the week. It's time for How to Money Stat of the Week. All right, so this week's stat of the week is $495 because this is what Prada charges, you're not going to believe this, for a paperclip. Sure, for a paperclip, all right? You're getting, as it turns out, I'm just looking into this week because I saw this paperclip for $495 on Prada's website. And I was like, who else? Look at these other luxury brands are selling completely, items that are near free for this amount of money. And so it turns out Tiffany sells a tin can, I think it's candle-free can, for more than $1,100. They also sell a drinking straw. It costs $400. And then you're scrolling at this point and checking out these different companies, buying stuff like this. Who loves their dog so much that they spend all $2,000 on the bowl, the base? I don't have a goblet because I don't have class in my home without more than $10. If they end up spending $1,750 on a dog bowl, it's just really interesting. So, I don't know, I see this kind of stuff, and I know that sometimes you get what you pay for, sometimes I used to buy $10 hair to and I realized, wait a second, those things are mistaken really quickly, that the quality's not there. I started buying nicer jeans. My nicer jeans have like another $70 pair of jeans, right? But I see stuff like this, somebody was going to see what's wrong with it. They're paying more for those jeans, and that's it. I wear them for years and years and years. I wear jeans to keep them in. I mean, whatever, like this. But you see stuff like this, who in the right moment is spending $495 for a paperclip? Would you rather have a paperclip with $495 in it or the basic coupon or a $495 product paperclip? I don't know. The luxury goods are a thing for a reason, and some things are worth spending more on. But I almost said moron. And I think you almost have to be a moron for this much on some of these basic goods. Like a Campbell soup can for $1,100? That makes zero sense to me. In what world is that okay or normal? It makes it even creep by rips in it. I have a pair of jeans that has rips in it, but only because I've owned them for like 8 years, and they've got rips in natural way. If you're going to pay for jeans that are pre-ripped and extra for those things, I don't get it. I don't understand it. And so I think sometimes we end up buying things that signal, hey, guess what? I made it. I got money.
we're signaling to other people by buying things that nobody in their right mind could even consider. And the truth is, nobody cares about your pot of paperclip. Nobody cares about your Gucci duffel. You think it's cool, and maybe you're trying to signal something, but nobody really thinks of it the way you think of it. And typically that money, we realize we gotta buy more stuff to continue signaling that we actually got money. And then, at some point, we don't have the money. It makes me think about this new trend of revenge spending. That's what some of the news outlets are calling it right now. It's quiet quitting, which is kind of supposedly a trend for a while. And it's basically, the way the New York Times has defined it is when folks feel compelled to shop because they feel like they've been wronged or their life is unfair. And I think a lot of people feel that way post-pandemic. I lost time, I was locked indoors, I couldn't my life, other than my life, it was hard, and now, revenge spending time. It's time to get back out there, throw some dollars out there, and kind of enjoy my life. But the problem is, revenge spending, when you take that package, you're hurting your future self. And once you've gone down that revenge spending rabbit hole, once you kind of started spending more frivolously, it's hard to climb back out of that hole. You're digging yourself kind of into a psychological and into a financial hole in time. Because it's really important for us to wrap our minds around the emotions that cause us to shop in the first place. Right? Some people shop to make themselves feel better. Others shop as a way to regain a sense of control. It feels like, I think sometimes it feels like consumption is putting control back in our lives.